You're watching Real Simple News with Cale McCullough on Tuesday, September 15th, 2020. And today's top batshit crazy story from Crazyland: 29 members of Robert Mueller's team have been caught wiping their smartphones because they forgot their password. Wink, wink. And BLM celebrates cop killing. 2 LA cops are ambushed, shot in the face, and then the black looter mob shows up to the hospital to protest that the cops should have been killed. Real Simple News is an open source news organization. You can find us on GitHub at github.com/Real Simple News/Real Simple News. This is issue ticket 106. If you find any sort of factual errors here, you can go over to GitHub and you can put a comment down below. You can also find links to the articles. We have a lot of articles tonight. This is only a few portion of them. It would be up all night. And you can also find, but this is a little bit confusing for most people to deal with. So you can also find us on the web at realsimplenews.net/issue 106 for the show. And on this page, you can find a donate button where you can donate to fund the show. Real Simple News is part of the Kabuki Starship, an open source GitHub organization that builds Script2 IMU language, Kabuki Press, an interactive gym environment and educational kit, or iGeek, technologies, as well as Wikispy, an open source fact-checking service and tool to monitor wiki-like sites for tampering by hostile agents and political bias. We are seeking open source contributors for C++, Python, video game, and AI code contributions. If you would like to make a donation to keep the show going, you can do so through the PayPal button on this page. You can also comment. In our top story from the New York Post, members of Mueller's team wiped phones during Trump probe, according to the DOJ. More than 24 cell phones belonging to members of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's team were wiped clean of their data before the Justice Department's Inspector General could check them, according to a report, because they had something to hide, apparently. Newly released DOJ records show the phones were wiped of the data because of forgotten passwords, irreparable screen damage, loss of the device, and intentional deletion, among other reasons. The most common one was I'd forgotten my password. That report came from Fox News. Mueller deputy Andrew Weissman accidentally wiped his device after he entered the wrong passcode too many times in March 2018, according to the documents cited by Fox News. Yeah, they just got like an easy catch-all for why they wiped the memory in the device that they're not supposed to. Attorney James Corey's phone wiped itself of the data without his input, says the records, which were released after a lawsuit from the conservative watchdog group Judicial Watch. The network reported Judicial Watch is awesome. You should check out their website. They've got a lot of really, really, really juicy articles on there. If you like good, almost salacious, but like legit stuff, you'll find a bunch of really cool stuff on their website. if you like law stuff. Documents also showed that a phone belonging to then FBI attorney Lisa Page, who exchanged anti-Trump texts with fellow agent Peter Strzok, was restored to the factory settings when the Inspector General's office got it, according to Fox News. Well, it's just kind of pretty suspicious. One or two of them, it's like, okay, right. Like how many times does this happen to you? You can't, that your phone gets wiped, right? My phone's never been wiped other than myself doing it. Mueller's probe found no evidence of criminal conspiracy or collusion between the Trump campaign and Russian officials, though it did claim that Kremlin interfered with the 2016 presidential election in sweeping and systematic fashion. In our next article from the New York Post, again, prosecutors who led investigation into the origins of Russia probe resigns. A federal prosecutor who is helping lead the investigation into the origins of the Trump-Russia probe has resigned from the Justice Department, a spokesperson said. Nora Danny was a top prosecutor on the team led by U.S. Attorney John Durham of Connecticut, who was appointed last year to lead an investigation into how the FBI and other federal agencies set out to investigate Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election and whether the Trump campaign had coordinated with the Kremlin. A spokesperson for the U.S. Attorney's Office in Connecticut on Friday confirmed that Danny's departure, which was first reported by the Hartford Coronat, but the spokesperson declined to comment further. Her departure could complicate the final stretch of an investigation already slowed by the coronavirus pandemic, but eagerly anticipated by President Donald Trump and his supporters to uncover what they see as wrongdoing within the FBI during the Trump-Russia investigation, and they revealed the deep state. At first, it sounds crazy, like deep state, like you're a lunatic, but there's actually a real deep state, and we can actually pinpoint who they are. They're Democrats who work in the swamp around Washington, D.C. In these communities, federal government is one of the largest employers. So there are a lot of families who their families have been working for the government for a while, long time. So they get inside connections for jobs as well as friend groups. They hire within their friend groups. And they typically are anti-racist because they're working for the federal government. They've got the Civil Rights Act that they have to deal with, as well as some other civil rights legislation. So they can't, when they go around in a circle in their office to go over whatever their daily briefing or whatever, a lot of them will say they're token anti-racist and pro-trans statements. They'll say their gender identity. And these people have taken over. They've made a swamp out of Washington, D.C. by hiring their friends and then biasing things towards Democrats. And we have to drain the swamp. So my plan, I'm running for president in 2024. And my agenda is that I'm going to build the moat to drain the swamp. We're going to build a moat across the southern border, and we're going to fill it up with crocodiles, sharks, piranhas, eels, flesh-eating bacteria, and we're going to put lions and tigers and bears, wolves, hippos, packs of wild dogs, and then we're going to have a petting zoo, and it's going to be a tourist attraction called The Moat, and we're going to have roller coasters. And people from both sides of the border will be able to come and ride roller coasters and pet animals at the petting zoo. And I will make an executive order that the Department of Justice no longer prosecute anyone for any more drug crimes, and you will be allowed to do drugs there. In fact, you will be encouraged to bring pure, high-quality drugs. No bunk drugs will be allowed. You will be kicked the fuck out and thrown in jail if you bring bunk drugs. So vote for McCullough 2024. It leaves the investigation team without one of its veteran prosecutors as key decisions presumably await before the probe wraps up. Durham's appointment by Attorney General William Barr was made public soon after the release of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report into Russian election interference. In the 3.5 years since, he's questioned former law enforcement and intelligence officials, former CIA Director John Brennan among them, and decisions made during the course of the Russia probe. Danny had said the top leaders on the team presented interviews for such officials, including Brennan. The investigation has not produced the results that Trump supporters have been hoping for. There's also pressure to wrap it up, given the Justice Department's policy frowns on investigative steps that could affect elections, though Barr said the policy would not apply here since the Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden is not the target of the probe. It's also not clear. I don't know about that. It definitely seems like there's some deep state behind all of this stuff, and the deep state really does not like Donald Trump, and they are using their capacity as government officials in order to utilize their office for political reasons, and they're not allowed to do that because they're not politicians; they're hired employees. If you're if you're an elected official, of course you're expected to deal with like elected people and whatever politicians have to do, but the people who work for the government are not supposed to be utilizing the office for political reasons. This is the same for the military, for the post office, for the border and customs services, and pretty much every single government agency. You're just not supposed to be taking the taxpayers' money and then using it to fund hit pieces on candidates they support because they're paying you with their tax money. You're not supposed. If you want to be a politician, you need to be elected. So it did. We have a whole bunch of things that are really, really bad for Donald Trump's campaign going on at the same time. We have the Robert Mueller thing still going on. The Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, the one that's behind the Russiagate probe, they just released their nonsense probe recently, and Kamala the Snitch Harris sits on that probe. You might be aware, unless you live under a rock, that Kamala the Snitch Harris is she's the VP for Joe the Groper Biden. So these investigations that they've been doing in the Senate, they're for political purposes. The person, one of the main people who sits on the Russiagate committee, is now running for vice president, or as I like to say, proxy president. And she's taking advantage of Joe Magoo Biden because, first off, he is a groper. He's creepy Uncle Joe. And so Joe Magoo Biden, aka the groper, he doesn't really actually have what it takes to be president because he's losing his mental capacities. And Kamala the Snitch Harris is the aggressive, really corrupt Cali Democrat who is basically using Biden as a puppet. She's been the one behind the scene the entire time. She comes from San Francisco, like one of the most corrupt places in the entire world. The place where they have ivory towers and there's homeless people all around the ivory towers banging cartel dope and taking shits on the street. Just like all over the place. He's like banging up dope. And so you can be walking down the street in San Francisco and you can get cholera, Hep C, Hep B, typhoid fever, the Black Plague, syphilis, gonorrhea, HPV, COVID, and TB when you step on a pile of shit with a hypodermic needle in it next to a bum that just coughed while they're banging cartel dope that they got from an illegal immigrant. This is Biden's American, or this is Kamala the Snitch Harris's America. And this is Joe Biden is also a corrupt California Democrat. And if you're unfamiliar with how corrupt the California Democrats are, they're run by the public employee sector unions because the California is pretty much one big gigantic scam where there's just enough money, people making money off of the scam to keep the scam going. And they have all kinds of shady backroom deals because the rent is so damn high in these Democratic run shithole cities in California that, that the only people that are allowed or that can like afford the rent and live there are a very specific cast of people. And they are dominated by the public employee sector unions and the PTA parents. And the PTA parents all sit around. They got our smartphones out and they go through and they look through whatever the public employee sector unions or the PTA wants you to vote for. And they just vote straight ticket, blue no matter who. And this is why California is so fucked up. And then there's also a boatloads of drugs coming in, and they're using illegal immigrants to funnel these narcotics. 30% of federal drug trafficking convictions are from illegal immigrants. There's only, 10 or like 11 million illegal immigrants in the United States, 56% of which are from Mexico. It's like almost 6 million people. I live in Oregon. There's 4 million people here, dude. That means that there's 1.5 times the size of my state worth of just Mexicans here illegally. Well, that's 1 in 20 people from Mexico is in the United States illegally. 4 in 5 of them get across the border. But you can't do anything to stop it because Wikipedia says that that's far right because a whole bunch of wingnuts in the Chinese Communist Party, really, they've switched over to National Socialism. They say it's a new kind of Marxism, but it's actually functionally identical to National Socialism. They even have millions of Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps because they allow private property ownership and they have a vast, huge, steep disparity between the hundreds of millions of poor Chinese out in the countryside and the filthy, stinking rich Asians in the city because they have way too many people. They can't share equally with everybody. So they have to make it so the vast majority of the people are impoverished. And then the Chinese Nazi Party lives high off of the hog. And that's called far right. That's not communism, where the community is in control and they share everything equally. No, that's a very steep social structure with a dictator who looks like Winnie the Pooh. And okay, so I just got on a sidetrack about why they're the Chinese Nazi Party. So what about the Chinese Nazi Party? Damn it. Can somebody comment below what I was just talking about? This is why I make AI-assisted artificial memory augmentation devices. So the corrupt, insanely corrupt Chinese or the California Democrats who are in bed with the Chinese Nazi Party. So Joe Magoo Biden, he got Joe Magoo Biden got a $1.6 billion deal for his son Hunter Biden. This news has been going around for a while. Although it's been more in the it's just been popping up in mainstream media today. It's kind of a delayed reaction on that one. So they've got all these shady backroom deals. They got these really corrupt corporations in California doing that are in bed with Chinese Nazi Party. They have to suck the shit out of Xi Jinping's asshole, make their whole face look like brown, so that they can get deals in China. And China has been most movies make way more money in China because the Chinese Nazi Party subsidizes bad movies to do cultural Marxism here in the United States. They want to kill off our culture by saying the white man is white supremacist and that we have to be anti-racist and to prop up the white feminists because the white women just absolutely are totally not going to share with the black guys. So they have to trick you into thinking that when you are doing what Joe Magoo Biden and Kamala Snitch Harris are doing, which they want to give $15,000 home loans to first-time minority home owners, small business loans to minority business owners, and they want to make the Federal Reserve talk about race. So I live in Oregon. There's 1.9% black people here, and most of the a good large percent of the Latinos are illegal immigrants here, and we're a sanctuary state. So their policies don't help the majority of people out. They're kind of a rob Peter to get Paul to pay for you thing, or to vote for you. Not rob Peter to pay Paul. Rob Peter to get Paul to vote for you. They want to take the money from the white man and give it to the black people to get the Latinos and the white feminists to vote for them. We'll cover more about the demographics of the Democratic Party here in the Trump segment coming up after this. This is going to be a very long broadcast, probably going to be all night. So let's get back to this art. Oh yeah, the corrupt. I have to finish what I was saying about the Chinese Nazi Party. So there's these backroom deals, and so there's deep state, and there's all this QAnon talk, and they're all tied together. China's been doing all kinds of shady shit up here in America, and so they're tied in with all these back deals because the Chinese Nazi Party are giving deals to people like Hunter Biden, and all this stuff against Donald Trump. All these people are all tied in together. All of them. Kamala the Snitch Harris, Joe Magoo Biden, Chinese Nazi Party. They all have one thing in common. Corruption through deals, through state-sponsored deals with the Chinese Nazi Party. Let's see. So where were we at here? I can't go too long on this. I'm just going to read just a little bit more because this is actually an important thing. There's also pressure to wrap up soon, given the Justice Department's policy that frowns on investigative steps that could affect the election, though Barr has said it would not. Oh yeah, that's where I was at. I'm going to go to the next paragraph here. Trump himself has indicated that he wants results soon, saying the White House press conference on Thursday that Durham was a very, very respected man and that his work would involve a report, or maybe that it's much more than that. The investigation has produced one criminal charge so far against former FBI lawyer accused of altering an email related to surveillance of former Trump campaign aide, but that prosecution did not allege a broader conspiracy within the FBI. Give me a break, dude. They didn't really describe that one very well. So the premise of why they had this investigation was the surveillance that they had gotten, the FISA warrant, it was obtained illegally from this FBI lawyer, this deep state lawyer, who falsified these documents in order to get a FISA surveillance warrant on Trump Tower. And so if you've seen those memes of Trump had my wires tapped, it was actually true, and it was an illegal FISA warrant. We laughed really hard about that. We thought that Trump was just crazy, but as it turns out, it was legit. This is a repeating story over and over with Trump. You think he's an idiot, a buffoon, but as it turns out that he's been around the block and he's not a buffoon. The media just makes him out to sound like a buffoon. I think that's it for this story. In this next article from the Daily Mail, Compton ambush on 2 deputies was a revenge attack against officers for recent shooting. Hold on. Damn, I have the title messed up. Okay, this is a correction. The shooting was in Compton. The shooting was not in LA. I made a mistake on that, on the title. But it was about an action that occurred in LA. This next article from the Daily Mail, Compton ambush on 2 deputies was a revenge attack against officers for recent police shootings against black men in LA. As Harrowing Dispatch calls, it's revealed a manhunt for 2 gunmen continues. 2 Los Angeles County deputies were ambushed by an unknown man at 7 p.m. on Saturday night while they sat in their patrol car. Fox News reporter William Juniz said Monday, quote, Los Angeles police will not say this publicly, but some people in this ambush was a retaliate. Some believe this ambush was a retaliation. Dion Kesey was shot and killed by LA sheriff deputies on August 31st. The city is also investigating the shooting death of an 18-year-old Andre Guardo. Officials have asked for help in identifying the gunman with a $175,000 reward. Harrowing Dispatch call reveals a shaky voice calling in the shooting. So here we can see a video of the gunman opening fire on the cops. It really sucks that people are just doing this. And this is Black Looter Mob that is perpetrating this. This is Black Looter Mob. Most people aren't aware, but there's about 20,000 homicides in the U.S. each year. About half of them are committed by African Americans. 54% of the victims are Black people. And 93% of Black people are killed by African Americans. To put that into perspective, there has been about 70 murders from neo-Nazis since the Oklahoma City bombing. There's 142 murders by African Americans from the Black Looter Mob. Then there's 142 for every single killing that a neo-Nazi does. That's insane. That's crazy. For every single Black person that a white person kills, a Black person kills 12 white people for every single Black person that's killed. There's They kill for every single black person, or for every single person a white person kills, black people kill 6. Sorry, hold on. You have to say African Americans because the African immigrants are not like this. I mean, some of them are, of course. There's always criminals in every country, but the African immigrants are the highest paid group of immigrants in the country. So obviously, they're not experiencing the same discrimination that the African Americans are. And a lot of them came from a more impoverished background, like coming up with hardly anything compared to what you have. That's probably why they're doing so good. So you do have to be careful when you're criticizing African Americans or black people to make sure that you're criticizing the correct group, because not all black people are the same. And they're also obviously not all criminals, but they have a lot of them. And they're mostly in big cities. Here's an image of the police officer, a woman who had been shot in the head, the face. So where was she shot at? The face. Says a comp and ambush on the 2 deputies. Might have been a revenge attack. 2 Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies, one 31-year-old mother of a 6-year-old boy, another a 24-year-old man, were ambushed by an unknown man at 7 p.m. Saturday night while they sat in their patrol car at the Metro Blue Line station in Willow Avenue and Oak Street. Fox News reporter William LaJesusa said Monday the Los Angeles police will not say this publicly, but some believe the ambush was retaliation for, sorry, the bullets are pretty good at the top. I'm just looking for, because I just remember that she'd been shot in the face, but I'm just trying to double check. Yeah, they were both shot in the face. I was just checking to make sure I said the right fact. That's just insane. Okay, so this next story is going to piss you off. Okay, so here is the reaction from some dude who this is what right after the
just got aired out, cuz. They just bust on them niggas, cuz. That's crazy. Damn. Oh, it goes down in Compton. Oh, they just got bust off. That nigga on a knee. Damn. Police just got aired out, nigga. They just...
It gets underneath my skin. They're standing there while someone's bleeding out, and they're just taking a video laughing about it. And then they claim it's discrimination when people don't want to hire them.
Just got bust on, nigga. They just got aired out. They just got aired out, nigga. It's going up. Somebody bust on their ass.
Yeah. 2 shares down.
Somebody bust on the police, nigga. Damn, nigga.
They respond.
Oh, 2 sheriffs shot in the face. 2 sheriffs shot in the face. They tripping. It's going up in Compton. Niggas bust on the police, nigga. Nigga, they just got aired out. Somebody ran up on the car and bust on their ass. Right through the window, in the face and all, nigga. It's a wrap.
Me personally, I would go over there and do whatever I could to help those people. I wouldn't be doing that. That person wasn't raised right. Definitely not discrimination if you don't want to hire him. In this next article from the Daily Mail, disgusting scenes outside of LA hospital as protesters cops about 2 young county sheriffs fighting for their lives after being shot in a patrol car ambush, while Trump demands animal gunman is caught and put to death. Well, I'm confused. I thought they just said it was Compton. Oh, are those like LA and Compton are like kind of near each other? No, I thought Compton's near San Francisco. If you could comment below to inform everybody. I'm not exactly sure about California. The 2 deputies, 1 female and male officer with the Transit Service Bureau were shot multiple times. A male suspect opened up fire on blah, blah, blah. So let's just go down to the video so you can just see how just disgusting these pigs are. Not the cops, the other people. They're disgusting.
And I want to deliver the message to the family of the kids. I hope they die. And I want to deliver the message to the family of the kids. I hope they die.
I don't know when I did my last ever lap of the Top Gear test track. I don't.
And I want to deliver the message to the family of the kids. I hope they die. And I want to deliver the message to the family of the kids.
That is disgusting. Those people need to be denied employment. You're legally allowed to discriminate against people for their ideas. They are it's disgusting people like these black looter mobs. Let's go look at the map of LA and Compton. I'm just so confused as to why they're saying LA. This is why the show is cool, because I don't have a set script. So I like to look things up. Oops. Okay, so Compton is in Los Angeles. It's just one city that's in Los Angeles. And it's right there. I don't think we really need to go through this. If you want to read the article, you can check it out over there. I just think that that's just so disgusting. I think here here's another story from the Daily Mail. It says revealed, protester who slammed, shot LA deputies as murderers and called the ambush the start of the retribution, met with Mayor Eric Garcetti this year to discuss cultural competency workshops. See, these are the people. Yeah, whenever you start okay, so this is how they sneak in. Okay, so most of these people don't have anywhere near good enough grades or to get a job in the ivory tower. So they sneak in through the HR department. What they do is they might have some study or a degree like African American studies, or hold on, African American studies or WAMAN studies. And so the only thing that they're actually qualified to do is in the ivory tower is to hire minorities and women to replace the white guys because they say there's like too many white guys and that diverse teams are inferior to hold on. It's called the doctrine of diversity. It says that all white teams are inferior to teams with minorities and women. And the logical fallacy that they slipped down here is that they assumed that diversity is your skin color and or your gender. As it turns out, that is just nonsense. Diversity is about whether or not you think the same. If you've got a bunch of black people and women on the same team with white people, but they all act white, it's no more diverse than a team of all white people. Really, you want teams full of people who are from different cities, different towns, and that's how you're going to get a diversity of ideas, which is what you're after. So this is what they're talking about whenever they are saying that multiculturalism is bad, or what is the other thing that they call it? Critical race theory, where they're saying that cops are hunting down black people and there's systemic racism against white people, so we have to take their white privilege. They're all intertwined into this. What do you even call it? It's batshit crazy. It's lunatic land. That's the best way to describe it. It is Looney Town, and the Democrats are in a suicide cult. The women want to put off having children until their 30s so that they could rise up to the top of the ivory tower. And women have to have 2 kids to continue on their genetic line because there's a man and a woman. If you have 1 kid, it causes your population to collapse. And then if you have 3 kids, your genetic line grows. Pretty easy to do the math on that one, right? There's no half a kid there, right? So they're trying to switch the gender roles, because now about two-thirds, actually it's 60% of the college degrees now are held by women, and women now control almost 2/3 of the wealth in the United States, and they control 85% of consumer spending. And they have Head Start in college because they're hot, and all the guys want to hang out with them, and they have better attitudes towards education than other people, and they're beautiful. So they have a head, and then the guys want to buy them stuff. So they are getting ahead while the guys are going down the social ladder. And then you've got the critical race theory people with your doctrine of diversity trying to eliminate the white man to replace them with the minorities in women, because all white teams are inferior to them. And they all just kind of combine, and they just like infiltrate into the HR department. And next thing you know, they're getting rid of you because you're too old and you're white and you're a male. So this is the dangers of the multiculturalism. Really, it's the doctrine of diversity and critical race theory, and why it's extremely dangerous and why you should not support it, because it is in fact anti-white racism, it is ageism, it is sexism, all wrapped up into one poison pill. So let's see what this guy, well, let's read the bullet points here. I'll up here. Activist Kevin Warren Price of the Africa Town Coalition celebrated the Saturday shooting of two Compton deputies on the start of retribution. He uploaded several videos slamming the deputies as 2 of America's most notorious gang members and murderers. Where do they get this shit, dude? These guys aren't but they're not even like, what kind of cops did they say they were? Oh, yeah, they're still kind of cops, but they're like metro cop, or the transit cops. They're still cops, but they're not like city beat cops. He and other groups members consulted with LA Mayor Eric Garcia on cultural competency workshops earlier this year, because that's the only thing that they're qualified to do. And they think it's racism if you don't hire them for the privileged jobs for people who worked really, really, really hard and delayed gratification and didn't engage in bad behaviors like that. So they're a scapegoat because they don't know these people. If they knew these people, they would say, this person obviously tried way harder than me, and he or she deserves that job, or whatever other gender you want to call yourself. But then if you gave them the job, they would say that you're hitting me with too much work because you're being racist and you're just trying to get rid of me. So there's no way to win with these people. The only way to actually move on with life is to just get rid of all these critical race theory and doctrine of diversity people from the workplace, because they are toxic. They are glowing radioactive toxic, and they are a threat to your country, to your family, to you. So they must be removed from the workplace immediately. Price and others were allowed to enter as cops blocked off the hospital. Or sorry, Price and others weren't allowed to enter as cops blocked off the hospital. So here is the wingnut.
I was depressed. I ain't gonna lie. I was depressed by the murder of our brother Dejan, and there was another brother that just got murdered. I won't put his name out there a few days back, and so I've been depressed. But this right, because and so it's really been like I've been depressed. But this right here lightens my heart, right? Because the sheriff department has murdered too many of our brothers and sisters. Matter of fact, law enforcement throughout the country has murdered too many of our brothers and sisters. So if this is a start of retribution, then I think this is a very good start. And for those who may not like the tone and how I'm coming off and the smile that's on my face, well, I get tired of seeing mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers sad, sad as because their family member has been dead, murdered by law enforcement, and I've gone out to too many scenes.
African Americans kill about 10,000 people per year. 90, there's about 10,000, there's almost 11,000 African Americans murdered each year. 93% of them murdered by an African American. This is the biggest gripe that people have. Hold on, the riots are the biggest gripe that we have with BLM. But the other gripe that we have with them is that the reasons why they're having so many police interactions is because the poor people in the big cities engage in gangbanging, and they go around robbing people and killing people all the time. And when you look at the police statistics on a per police interaction level, police are half as likely to kill a black person as they are a white person. When you see these statistics that show that a third of the police killings are black people, and that this is double their population, it's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. It's like they're also saying that black people get longer sentences in jail. The reason why is because the violence rate in the African American community is about 5 to 10 times, depending on which way you want to look at it, greater than the white community, which is way greater than the Asian community. I mean, the Asian community has like hardly any violence at all. So they're doing it, their community's doing it to themselves. I mean, yeah, sure, there's innocent people that are killed, but there's also 40,000 gun deaths in the United States each year. About half of them are accidental gun deaths. The vast majority of police officers, of course, you're going to be able to find some bad apple out of the bunch. Probably like some neo-Nazi KKK dude that just slipped through. It happens. It's a statistical probability that this is going to happen. at some point in time. Shit, I forgot what I was saying. Statistical probability. They're trying to pretend like this is like a pervasive issue with the police brutality, but really it's just an accident. They're accidents. Hardly any cop, and you can pretty much just say like there are no cops out there that actually want to get into a gun battle and kill somebody or kill an innocent person that day. No, I would go as far as to say none of those cops who killed someone wanted to do that day. Maybe you're going to find one. Actually, we've got a story coming up for you here about a DEA agent who was working for the Colombian cartel. So we do actually have people working for cartels, and they have found KKK neo-Nazis working for law enforcement, but it's just so incredibly rare. These people just don't understand statistics. Vast majority of people don't understand statistics. I'm an engineer, so I know statistics, and once you start to learn about, you have to get like a sample size, and then there's a statistical probability that something's going to happen. And if you learn something about AI, you'll learn that there's this thing called the black swan paradox, where there's these random things that happen that you would never believe, like a black swan. And so these things happen, and these people are getting really, really, really upset about them. But what they don't understand is this is just the way the world is. If you programmed this in an AI model, you would also too find these things actually coming out of the blue, because there's so many different people that these behaviors emerge in almost any system. We have the same type of a behavior of people exploiting the system and then damaging other entities and agents in the system. It's just a fact of the world. There's accidents, especially when cops have guns and they carry them everywhere. There's going to be accidental shootings. The only thing we can do is get these African Americans to stop killing people, and then most of this stuff will not happen. But they don't want to actually address the issue. Same thing with Democrats not wanting to address feminism. Feminism is a problem because it's causing women to put off having children till their 30s. Women need to have 2 kids to continue their genetic line. There's a man and there's a woman. If you have 1 kid, your genetic line shrinks. You have 2 kids, your genetic line does not grow, and you're at risk of one of them dying before they breed. So if you have 3 children, you're going to grow your genetic line. So the Democrats are in a suicide cult. They don't want to admit that feminism is stinky rotten to the core. Stinky like a hippie chick's pussy. Smells like tuna. True story. And they're refusing to deal with it. And so this is why they get so upset. They say it has to be the far right that's doing this, because it's the imaginary, it's the scapegoat. It's the imaginary misogynistic pig, boogeyman from MSNBC and the Southern Poverty Law Center, the one that mistreats and beats women, rapes them, locks them up, won't let them vote, won't let them have friends, won't let them go to school, won't let them work. And he puts burqas over them. And so this is the pattern they go on, is they don't accept the responsibility for their own actions. And then they scapegoat someone who is not there. Because if the person was actually there and you talk to them, you would realize that that person is innocent. But since they're never there, they can just make up whatever they want about them. And the left has whipped themselves up into a psychosis. And we have to stop them because they have gone officially cuckoo, cuckoo. You got like this guy. Here, let's finish this video.
Where the blood of our people have been on the cement. that I don't even want to do it no more, but I do it because I love the black family. But I'm going out there today, and I'm going to see what these gang banging sheriff people who have probably been complicit in the murder of black people.
Police just got aired out, nigga. They just got bust on, nigga.
It'd be really nice if we could get that guy to feel like that about all of the murders committed by the African Americans. But it does seem as though this person does endorse murder. This is what you would call a genocidal maniac, typically. These are the kinds of people that would commit a genocide. Genocides don't happen in a vacuum. They happen through people being angry at another group of people, wanting to kill them. This is why the Republicans are in the right and why the Democrats are absolutely in the wrong, because they are endorsing Black Looter Mob, which endorses killing cops, and they endorse hatred, hostility, and violence towards police officers, Donald Trump, and Trump supporters. And it's because that's their scapegoat. They live in an echo chamber, a groupthink echo chamber. Vast majority of Democrats live in big cities. All of these cities have a large amount of African Americans and Latinos in them. And so this is why the Democrats work for the policies that they do, is because they need the minorities in the cities to vote for them so that they could maintain control, because they are a critical voting bloc in those cities. In the entire country, they are a small minority. But in order for the Democrats to maintain control in their city, the ivory tower liberals at the top of the ivory tower, they have to control all of the dumb people at the bottom of the pyramid, because that's the way it works in the ivory tower pyramid. To go up to the top of the ivory tower, you must get a really good degree, or you must have family wealth, or you just must be incredibly lucky and roll the die. So what happens is the majority of the people at the bottom of the pyramid have very low GPAs. And then the people up at the top of the pyramid, they have good degrees and good grades. And you think that the Democrats are smart, but in reality, it's actually just a really, really, really shady power structure. If you would like to know more about this, on the last episode of Real Simple News with Coffee, I went into detail about this. That was on September 11th, 2020, issue number 103. realsimplenews.net/issue 103. Let's see, I've beaten this story to death. This guy's an idiot. I can't condone anything like that. I can't endorse it. I definitely condemn any sort of activities where you're targeting people for assassination and justifying murder of police officers who are just innocent people who just want to go home at the end of the day to their families, and then you're targeting them for assassination. Why shouldn't we get a massive militia together? There's no reason why we shouldn't be gathering up the 88% of guns that are in the hands of white people and then having a huge militia to protect us, because obviously these people are targeting us for assassination. So why should we not do that? It's our Second Amendment right to do that. And they're like, oh, now the far right is rising up to fight us. So now the Black Looter Mob needs to use their BLM scam donations to buy weapons and armor. All those millions of dollars. I think they've raised over $1 billion so far. I can't remember how much they raised, but it's insane. Like George Floyd, the guy who died of the fentanyl overdose, his brother got $14 million out of that. That's just one person out of this. Like Black BLM foundations raised over hundreds of millions of dollars, as well as the other one that was legit, that was helping to bring the black community and the police together. And then they have all these other independent scam donations on sites like moveon.org, change.org, and Fundly, where they're doing petitions and then doing scam donations on those petitions. And rumor has it that they're buying weapons and body armor with the donations. If you have any evidence to prove that, we haven't seen evidence to prove it. It's just a rumor. Here's another video of the
today with exclusive new details in the shooting of 2 LA cops and the hero deputy mom who saved her partner's life after they were ambushed by a lone gunman and shot them and then radio for help.
Exclusively reveal Dar at her 24-year-old partner to safety, apply a tourniquet, and call for help. Now, 2 private donors have upped the reward for any information on the person responsible for the shooting to $175,000, and that.
I hope that they catch him. That's just whack. That's Compton for you. What else we got here? We're going to watch this clip twice just because I want to put it on 2 videos here. Here's a
We do not win if we sit back and we wait for November. We do not win if we rely on an election that this regime is telling you they will not respect, that they are telling you we do not win if we sit back and we wait for November.
See, most people think that Nazis weren't liberals because they didn't believe it, they wanted to compete for the top slot, but it's actually false. Nazis were actually first wave feminists. Women won their voting rights in Germany in 1918, and they got them from the fascists. Fascists fought for reduced voting age to 18 plus. With women's suffrage, they wanted reduced retirement age, minimum wage, forget some other things. They were pretty lib. And then whenever women got their voting rights in Germany, they elected Adolf Hitler, and they liked Nazism because at that time people were really poor because of World War I, and the Jews were good business people, and they would only share with their in-group like most people do. And people blamed them for all their problems. And so they knew that most people wouldn't agree with the authoritarianism. So they believed in a dictator because the dictator was the only way that they would be able to get the equality that they wanted. So they thought they didn't have equality. So because the Jews were getting it through their heritage, through their genetic, or their family was giving them money like normal people. So they wanted to compete for it. So you think that they're not liberal because they want a dictator, but it's just like this woman. This woman is a lib, and she's advocating against democracy because she thinks that there's a big enough threat that we have to subvert the ballot box and democracy. And this is exactly what the Nazis did. They wanted a fair world where they could compete for it rather than just having it given to them by family and religious, their church. So they thought it would be more equal if they competed for it. This is why people supported the Nazis. Vast majority of people have never read Mein Kampf, and they don't know what it actually is. They just think Nazism is bad because they killed the Jews and because they were anti-Semitic. That's not. Anti-Semitism actually wasn't really part of Nazism. It was the German Nazis were anti-Semitic, but Nazism as a whole was a form of government that was independent of the Jews. They just used the Jews as a scapegoat for all of their problems. And then they turned into genocidal maniacs, trying to keep up trying to keep their top slot, their number one slot. That's why Nazism is bad, is because it's a strongman, ultra ethno-nationalism competition to see who is the biggest genocidal maniac. And actually Stalin won. Hitler lost on that. Stalin won by a landslide. By far and away the most genocidal maniac that the world has seen. Even more of a genocidal maniac than Mao Zedong. And that says a lot. But people like these dictators because they really they find that they like this person and that it fits their narrative, and they hate the other group of people enough to where they think this person is the solution. And this is why the left is so dangerous right now, is because they believe in this critical race theory and in the doctrine of diversity, and they really do think that the white man, like people like me, are holding down the minorities in the big cities, in the big Democratic run shitholes, and that it's people like me who are underpaying the women, who are oppressing all the women. And it is actually true. I am the one who is oppressing all of the women. It is me. Yes, you did not know. I've been oppressing all of the women. And it's because they ain't getting no good dick. So they always use a scapegoat. They have to use a scapegoat because if the person was actually there, they would say, no, this is nonsense. So the scapegoat always has to be somebody who's outside, and it will never actually come in to correct the misinformation. This is the hallmark of authoritarianism. This is how it starts. It starts World War II didn't start out with the Germans being horrible, detestable people. It started out with the Germans being good people, and there being a lot of horrible, detestable people in the world. And then it turned into them being angry, to them being killing some people, to them being lawless, to them being in a gigantic war, to them being genocidal maniacs. Right? There's a logical progression that you go from a nice, caring liberal into a psychopathic serial killer. And it's very common. In fact, we actually have another story here I'm going to get through this as fast as I can because we have a lot of stories to cover here. This next story from the New York Post. Mom of autistic boy shot by cops said he was scared and running away. This young boy had autism, and his mother called the police to deal with him acting out. And then the police came and they shot him a number of times while he was running away. This is a very cowardly incident, but as you can see, there are no black looter mob riots because of this boy. In fact, I haven't heard a word out of Black Looter Mob. They only care about black people. It's only an issue when it's a black person who's killed. And that's because the narrative is white cop kills unarmed black man. Hands up, don't shoot. And as it turns out, that whole line was bullshit. Actually, Mike Brown was trying to get the cop's gun when the cop rightfully shot him. In fact, Mike Brown was not a very good person. Neither was George Floyd. Quote, he was scared and running, end quote, Golda Barton told the East Idaho News. Quote, I just want to know why they would do such a thing, end quote, she said of the Salt Lake City Police Department. Quote, like why, why didn't you do anything else, end quote, she said, probably because we should have had cahoots go there instead of the police. The police should be serving in the capacity of law enforcement. They should not be serving in the capacity of parent with a gun and handcuffs. That should be left up to the parents, and then we should have health professionals deal with as many of these situations as we can. I do slam Democrats a lot, but the cahoots thing, that came from Eugene. I am in Eugene, and we have seen this work for years. There's no question in my mind that cahoots is the way to go because I've seen it. I've been to enough raves. I've been to enough festivals, seen enough people flipping out on drugs and overdose and die on drugs that I know that the police are not the correct thing to do in that situation. You need to have normal people who are health professionals come in and deal with it. And there are a lot of cool liberal type people. Liberals are great people. When I slam Democrats and when I slam lefties, I'm slamming people who are dogmatic, who are the critical race theory, the doctrine of diversity people. But monocultures are bad. Groupthink is bad. So just keep that in note. I'm not slamming all liberals. I'm just slamming lefties, people who are engaging in bad behavior. The mom said she'd called the cops for help because the yelling, screaming boy was suffering a mental breakdown. But when cops knocked on the door of the family's Gleendale home, Lendon fled the house in fear, she said. She was in her car when she heard the gunfire. Quote, I heard the guns and yelling and the guns, and then she sat there in the car for what felt like a long time, and I was waiting for someone to walk over to me because I just didn't know what had just happened, end quote, she said in an emotional baritone. Barton, I think is how you pronounce that. Quote, and I was like, okay, They just unloaded a whole clip of my son, and probably he's dead because he's so small. End quote. The boy suffered injuries to his intestines, bladder, shoulders, and ankles. Eesh. Those intestinal injuries get bacteria everywhere. That stuff can kill you. Shut your heart down. He might still die from just some bacteria that's up there that might shut his heart down. I don't know. They probably hit him with some antibiotics pretty hard. Quote, he said he can't feel anything in his left hand. From my understanding, he got shot in both feet. And quote, his brother Wesley Cameron said. So, quote, so now we'll never have to do things we used to do, like longboard and play video games together, end quote. That sucks. Sadly, Black Looter Mob probably doesn't care because he's a white male. Even though he's a kid, they're probably actually rooting. They're saying, retribution. Now you got some. You deserved it. This is why African Americans in the hood rob people so much, is because they think you deserved it because they hate you. Actually, no. If you're doing stuff like that, that makes you a piece of shit. In this next article from the New York Post, public support for sports plummets amid BLM protest, pandemic, survey. More people have a negative view of pro sports than a positive one, as public support for America's athletics industry plummeted among the coronavirus pandemic, and athletes backing the Black Looter Mob, a new survey released Monday reveals. Americans who have positive view of sports dropped from 45% positive in August 2019 to 30% positive last month, the Gallup poll found. Those polls are generally reliable. The number of citizens who've had a negative view shot up from 25% last year to 40% in August 2020. Wow, that's, yeah, about 15. That would, seems about the same ratio of people that I've observed in Eugene. People think that Oregon is a blue state. I really don't think so. I think Oregon is flipping red. In my experience, it's actually been a very small percentage of the people who are supporting the Black looter mob, and the vast majority of the people actually they like people like Tim Pool and what's that guy JP, Awakening with JP on YouTube. That dude's hilarious. He lives in Portland, and like me, I helped start the 26 Portland anti-Trump protest before I joined Walk Away. And so the people, like the people who have been voting Democratic historically here, a lot of them have flipped. A lot of them have seen that, wait a minute, my cool hippie friends and the way cool rave DJs that I remember from back in the day who live out in the country, they are hardcore Donald Trump supporters, and these are the people that I actually like. In fact, the vast majority of people that I really like in Eugene, all of them don't hate Donald Trump. Like, in fact, most of them like Donald Trump and will be voting for Donald Trump. I would say a good maybe half of the people are just not voting for the Democrats. They still haven't warmed up to Trump, but I feel like the people in Eugene aren't really down with the hatred that's spewing out. We've always been a very loving community, but this ruins our rave scene. And I'm getting older, so I don't really throw raves anymore. I used to throw big raves, and I used to go to raves multiple times a week for a long time. And so if from running this news organization that is hypercritical of Black looter mob, I am a target. I cannot go out without having defense. I have to get a concealed permit, weapons permit, and always have a handgun because people will try to kill me in a bar. Some Antifa thug, just some nasty, crusty street kid, just come up and just going out of the bar, everything's great, go to the car, and then bam! So I have to watch my back now. I can't go out to rave parties and get spun out on drugs and have a really good time dancing to techno music. Because there might be some crusty Antifa scabby that tries to kill me or beat me up. That poisons our dance community. Like, we have one of the most vibrant hopping dance communities that I've ever come across. I mean, like, we got heady Burning Man parties with like $50,000 sound systems and like bringing in buses full of people with like half naked chicks, some of them fully naked. Everybody's just getting like twacked out on Molly, LSD, mushrooms, 2CI, 2CB, any kind of weird analog drug you can come across, cocaine, smoking weed everywhere. So that ruins our dance community because there are a lot of people like me. And when you target these people for hatred, hostility, and violence, what you've done is you've completely destroyed our precious Burning Man community by alienating people and making a really shitty vibe. So, yeah, I really despise this Black looter mob. I support Black lives. I support the shifting of the permanent underclass into the middle class. But there's a problem. It requires you getting a good education because you can't, in order to even be in the upper class and middle class, you have to, there's always competing forces that are trying to bring everyone down to come up to the top. And you can't just be given money and then like it fixes things. You actually have to have a good attitude towards education. You can't be, like, go out beating up people, robbing and killing, and burning down the hood over some black guy in another city that you've never even met, don't have any connection to. You got some fake news that the cops killed him. So then you go out and burn your city down, saying that, like, it's systemic racism why people want to hire you. Like, no shit, dude. You just burned their business down. Of course they're not going to hire you, dude. Like, this is common sense, man. But no, the common sense in the hood is lacking. It's because they shift the blame onto scapegoats that aren't around so that they can't get any sort of fact checking. And what you end up with is anarchy, lawlessness, murder, rapes, tortures. Then it starts to, if the government knows that they can get away with a lawless state, such as in World War II, in the rise of the Third Reich, during the Night of Broken Glass, when the Nazis rioted and killed 96 Jewish shop owners and business owners. In the George Floyd race riot, they killed about 11 people. So wait, let's do the calculation. It's so congratulations, America. You're 8.72% Nazi. We're doing better than we used to. You got to give credit where credit is due. Our society used to be savage and brutal. So compared to what it used to be, it's actually not savage and brutal. In fact, we even have common law now, and people will go to jail if they do that stuff. But it still happens, and it's because it's part of human nature. You can't eliminate it completely. But in the Night of the Broken Glass, the police officers did not stop the rioters. And then it created a state of lawlessness where it signaled to the politicians that you can get away with the state of lawlessness and that we'll still vote for you. And that's when Adolf Hitler overthrew the government. That's how it happens. That's what the Democrats are trying to do with the help of the Chinese Nazi Party. It's all a massive, huge cyber warfare operation funded by Zinni the Pooh. Xi Jinping does not like it if you call him Winnie the Pooh. In fact, they even banned Winnie the Pooh from China. But he does look almost just like Winnie the Pooh. And if you don't believe me, see? The cheeks. The chin. See, they have the same chin. Same kind of mouth structure. Eyes look similar. Ears are in a different spot. Okay. Here we have another one. I have not seen this one. Here, Xi Jinping is with, who is that? It's not Jack Ma. It's here's Xi Jinping, or Zinni the Pooh is his nickname, and President Obama. As you can see, President Obama looks like Tigger. Here's another one. It's so much fun to troll Zinni the Pooh. So what else do we need to cover in here? People aren't down with taking a knee. Dude, when you take a knee to a political organization, you're bowing to them. You're saying that I understand your power in the legal sense, understand in a courtroom. When you say I understand you, judge, you have entered into a legal contract that you are below the judge. It's got like some antiquated old common law word meaning that most people don't understand. So you should be careful when you use the word understand because it technically is a contract. But when you kneel, you're being under something. You're understanding that thing. And so Black Looter Mob is attempting, they aren't happy with, well, first off, they don't really have any reforms that their political proposal is that they will tell you what they're going to do after the election, which is basically, that's authoritarianism. You're like, wait a minute. So you guys just got like $1 billion in scam donations and you're going to tell us what you're going to do after the election? Okay. Yeah, I can't support that. That's toxic. That's corrupt. These people support Marxism. The heads of the BLM movement say they're trained Marxists. They're like trained communists. How do you get trained to be a communist? Right? Oh, they went to school, so they got some BS degree, and in the radical leftist university, they got radicalized into far leftism and communism and Marxism. And they believe in what is called dialectic materialism, which is it's part of Marxism. It's the eternal struggle between the poor people and the bourgeoisie, where the bourgeoisie will always favor everything towards themselves and they'll waste, quote unquote, waste it. This is really their white knight syndrome. I mean, they're saying, no, if I had those resources, I wouldn't waste them. Yeah, right. You're right. I'm calling you on that one, dude. You had those resources, you would be much worse than that other person. This is the biggest problem with most of these people who are always complaining about discrimination is that generally the reason why they're not doing well is because they never really actually tried very hard themselves. They just constantly blame the white man. So about 45% of African Americans in many big cities are unemployed. And they say it's systemic racism. This is why they aren't getting a job. This is the reason why they're not looking for a job or trying to move out of the hood. No, they say, no, I shouldn't have to move out of the hood. No, the white man needs to stop discriminating against us. So it's their fault that I didn't do well in school and that I am selling drugs and producing hip hop music. Right. Right. Yeah. That doesn't make any sense, dude. See, you have to start taking personal responsibility for things. A lot of times, even if it wasn't your fault, you have to, if you're a manager, you have to take responsibility for it. You have to say, no, I am in control of this. This is how people get wealthy. They say, I am in control of all this stuff. It is me who is the decider. I am the one who makes all the decisions. And if there's anything that's wrong here, it's my fault. And I'm going to do the best that I can to fix that. And it's going to be perfect. Hold on. It will be good enough. Actually, if you try to make it perfect, it can oftentimes end up screwing you over. And then it doesn't end up being perfect in the end. It's just kind of, it's better to make a machine that's just good enough in a shorter period of time for cheaper than it is to make a machine that fixes everything. This is what I learned in my first startup. But they if you actually gave them the workload, they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't want to actually do it. They would want to go out, hang out and party with their friends. And then if you brought in a Trader Joe's, they say, oh, we're in a food desert. The white man's holding us down. But then you go look at their shopping cart when they go to Walmart, and then they load it up with junk food and really bad food, and they don't buy many vegetables. And this is why they're in a food desert. And it's because the people don't buy the healthy food. They want that fried chicken and those snacks. They want like easy, convenient food because they up in the hood, and they would rather do something else because, I don't know. But they blame the white man. But then if they had a Trader Joe's there, they wouldn't want to eat less good food. They would just want to continue gorging themselves on this really bad food. And this is why so many black people are so overweight. Sorry, African Americans are so overweight. It's because their society in the hood, this isn't the people, I'm not talking about the people out in the country. They're totally different. The people in the hood are way different than the people out in the country. And so this is why the black looter mob is just, it's like the entire notion of Black Lives Matter is in fact racist, because you're saying that all black people act the same. This is not true. This is not true in any way, shape, or form. The people in the country are not having these problems. It's just the people in the hood who are getting the low GPAs, who are selling drugs and making hip hop music. And they're probably really fun people, except for the people that want to rob you. But it's normalized to rob people up in the hood. This is just like something that you have to expect. You have to lock your doors. Like these people in the hood have gangs of people where they got like fully automatic weapons, and they are all packing heat, and they are selling all kinds of weird drugs. And of course, it's not all of them, but a large percentage of the hood is hella down with this. So when you say that you're going out and you're trying to help black lives, you're like, are you talking about people up in the hood, or are you talking about some black guy out in the country? Because the black guy out in the country is probably a Republican, and he probably doesn't actually support black looter mob because they burn, loot, and murder, and they're not down with that. They would rather have the white guys be on their side. They would rather be on the side of the white guys because there's way more of them. And well, it just makes sense to be on their side because then they'll treat you good. But if you're on the opposite side, where you're just trying to attack their white privilege, you think there's endless white privilege coming from a white privilege factory, and that these white guys they're oppressing you, these racist Republicans in those poor rural states are oppressing the African Americans in the big cities. So they need to take your white privilege and give it to a Latino, because the African Americans' grades are too low. So they can't just get the white people to hire all the minorities because the African Americans' grades are too low. So they have to hire one of them. So they just hire the Latinos because their grades are better, and they don't talk back as much, and they have a better attitude about education. So the situation that we have is they're basically trying to take the money from the white people to give it to the black people to get the Latinos and the white feminists to vote for them. And this is why you should not support black looter mob, because, well, this plan is straight up bozo. And then you put on top of it that they're in a suicide cult. These people in the big cities, they're convincing the women to put off having a kid until their 30s. And this makes them go down to only child. They only have one child. You have to have 2 babies to continue your genetic line. If you only have one, then your genetic line shrinks by half. If you have two, it continues your genetic line, but one or both of your children might die. So you need to have 3 children to increase your genetic line, to carry it on, to propagate it. But they don't want to accept this reality. They want to pretend like it's the privileged white male that's holding down the women. So you have to feel bad, and you have to be a white knight to save the damsel in distress. And then you have to get Xena, social justice warrior, to come in and say, attack! Sick her beta male attack dogs on the imaginary misogynistic pig boogeyman that is holding down to women, or to women. And so it's like a culture that they've got where they can't accept that they're actually the problem. So they have to blame it on the people who aren't there. They have to scapegoat people because the whole plan is so bozo. It's so stupid that nobody in their right mind would actually go through this plan of, wait a minute, I have to work full time at a corporation and then I don't get to have kids and I have to like kill off my genetic line when I could have had 4 kids and had 2 boys. And then I could have had two guy workers. Instead, I'm slaving for some shitty corporation that doesn't care about me, that is forcing me to work way too much, and the stress levels are really high. And because we're paying the men and women, everyone gets less money. So then the guys have to work way more, and then they get way less money, and then the women have to work more, and they get less money than, and then in the end, your family dies off. Like, this fucking sucks, man. Like, everything about the Democrats' plan sucks. It's horrible. From start to finish, this is one of the worst plans that you can actually come up with. Like, instead of helping the majority of people, we're going to take the money from the majority of people to prop up the immigrants, so that we can kick the white men out of the workplace because they're privileged white males and they don't deserve an equal share. No, we have to bias everything towards minorities because in the big cities where most of the Democrats are, there's a lot of minorities, and that's the only way that they can stay in office is if they pander to these people. So this is the national campaign that they have where they think that this is going to fly in the rest of the world where there aren't a lot of minorities, and where we would then just have our money extracted from our community and then sent into big cities to be given away to people with low GPAs who have high drug use and high crime. And what world do these people live in? This is a delusional fantasy world where everything is fake. It's all based off of lies. None of it is true. Everything about feminism is bullshit from start to finish. And that's what these people, this is supposed to be about Black Looter Mob, right? It's supposed to be about BLM. It's supposed to be about Black Looter. So what does feminism have to do with this? Why are there so many white feminists out protesting for BLM? You got to ask yourself, why are the white feminists protesting and rioting? It's because it's an equality movement. They're out there protesting and rioting for more money for themselves. People are self-serving. They might tell you that they're being selfless, but it's a clever ruse that they're trying to cover up that they actually have secret motivations for. They want people to like them. They want to be in with their leftist community. And so this is why they're out there doing it. It's for themselves. They're not doing it for some gangbanger who got shot when they were in a gunfight with the cops, or when they were trying to stab the cops with a knife. No, they're absolutely don't care about that person's life at all. They think that he deserved what he got. No, they're doing it because they can rise up the social hierarchy while they make the white males go down the social hierarchy. This is instinctively what people do. That's why they're out trying to promote themselves, is they're trying to rise up the social hierarchy. If they are saying that that's not true, they're a liar. Because everyone is trying to do that. I am trying to do that. Currently, I am trying to rise up the social hierarchy through this YouTube channel. It's actually true. I'm not doing it out of to be completely selfless. I'm doing it for a self-serving reason, but it's because I got canceled, because I started posting meninist jokes after I helped start the 26 Portland anti-Trump protest. And then I realized that these people would turn on me if I started posting meninist jokes because they can't take a joke. Because I'd seen enough people do that. And then I started posting meninist jokes, and then they started coming after me. And then it's turned into a whole bunch of other things. Because once people start attacking you, then it morphs into all these other things. And then ended up getting canceled in the programming community because of basically the Europeans, where hate speech is banned, and they just take anything. Like, Europe is straight up fruitcake. From banning hate speech, it's caused them to go insane. And so those people basically canceled my career. And so I have to. But it is, I'm doing it for me. But at least I'm honest about it. But other people they'll just say, oh, no, I'm just trying to be nice. It's like, that's not true. They're doing it for a self-serving reason. These white feminists out here rioting are doing it for equality. They're doing it because it's the equality movement. They're doing it because Democrats win, because Black Looter Mob is a Democrat organization. It's a terrorist group. And they're just basically a bunch of liars. They're like, everything that they believe is a lie. All of it is based off of a lot of half-baked, not well thought out assumptions that turns out most of them are the opposite of the truth, such as feminism being good for you. No, feminism is not good for you. Feminism kills off your genetic line. It causes your people to go the way of the dodos. You do not want to kill off your genetic line. No, you as a woman, you want to have 3 or 4 children so that your family line grows in case one of your children dies. That's the way the world works. The world is sexist. It is. Because there is a penis and there's a vagina. And if you did not stick your penis in a vagina, we would all die. So you have to. And women can have babies. So women need to keep their legs closed because they can have a baby, right? Like, it's not that we're trying to slut shame you. It's that there's a lot of really bad consequences when you have a child out of wedlock. The vast majority of affluent people come from a 2-parent household. In order to be able to excel and to compete with the most competitive and smartest kids, you need to have somebody put more time into you. I mean, I know this is completely fucking obvious, right? But sometimes you have to say the obvious in order to understand. Like, F equals MA. All right. I mean, of course, it's completely fucking obvious, right? But you have to kind of say what goes up usually comes down in order to figure out that not everything that goes up goes down, because gravity is not intuitive. But it all starts by stating the obvious. And then once you state the obvious, then you can see that the whole, once you start stating like what's wrong with feminism, it's obvious that it's very bad. But nobody just ever questioned the essential tenets, like, well, how do you deal with a situation where women are beautiful in college. All the guys want to pay for their way, pay for dates, and then they all want to study with them. And then the guys they don't get that extra help. Like, once you state it, you're like, okay, well, there's now about 60% of the college degrees are held by women now. They own 2/3 of the wealth in the country, and they control 85% of consumer spending. So how is that good for me? Men work 50 minutes more per day than women, but then we get paid less money. And so then the woman has to slave, and then the woman wants to date a man with a better job than her. So she wants to date a guy. She doesn't want to date somebody who's lower than her unless he does all the housework. And then the guys don't want to do that. They're like, all right. It's pretty obvious, but they don't want to admit it. They want to say, no, women are altruistic. They're just altruistic, man. They're just, no, if you're a beta male, if you're like, don't have a good job and you're like overweight, chicks will just date you. No, no, that's not actually how it works. But everything to these people is a lie. I've beaten this horse to death. I'm sorry. That's what I have to say. The black looter mob is built upon lies. Not the smoothest transition, right? In this next article from NPR, 9 protesters confronted by gun-waving St. Louis couple get trespassing citations. This incident happened quite a bit ago on June 28th. These are the McCloskeys, Mark and Patricia McCloskeys. They should name a gun after these people. They should. There should be a gun called a McCloskey. Look at this. She's pointing a gun at his head. Just. Oh no. Where is she pointing it at? Look. Yeah, her arm is over, her hand is over his arm. You can see where the mouse is at. It's like she's almost pointing. I think she actually had the gun pointed at him at some point in time. 9 black looter mob rioters were confronted by a white St. Louis couple waving an AR-15 style rifle and a semi-automatic pistol as they allegedly stood guard on the beautiful manicured lawn of their mansion. Have been issued trespassing summons for marching on private property. They did actually break the gate down so that it was rioting. They did do property damage. So that's the key distinction between a riot and a peaceful protest. Peaceful protest is legal. Riot is where the protest is no longer following the law. St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department issued a citation after more than 2 months of investigations, and these are now under review by the city councilor's office, officials told NPR. The bizarre and potentially dangerous standoff made the national headlines in June, capturing the wealthy couple into fame and infamy, depending on one's political leanings, and stoked partisan debate over right and left. That's called fluff. I hate fluff. Sadly, if they just told you the facts, then like people wouldn't read most of it, and then I don't really understand why they put so much fluff in, to be quite honest. I mean, when you're reading this, okay, if you don't understand the background of the story, like say you're in a different country, fluff might make sense. But if you do pay attention to news, it's kind of annoying. Vast majority of people probably don't know who these people are, though. But they're so awesome, they made it on the thumbnail. Over there. I want a McCloskey shirt. I want a picture of these people on a shirt that says, "Get off of my lawn." That would be great. I think I've seen the shirt. I don't know. What was that? This next article from BBC News, Breonna Taylor, Louisville to pay family $12 million for the police shooting. Wait, hold on. In this next fake news article from the Baloney Broadcasting Company, Breonna Taylor, Louisville to pay family $12 million over police shooting. Taylor was 26 when she was shot at least 5 times and killed on March 13th during a mistaken drug raid. That's not true. No. People said that it was a no-knock raid, that Breonna Taylor, that they got the wrong house. It's not true. There was a warrant out for Breonna Taylor's arrest, and they didn't execute a no-knock raid, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Her name has featured prominently in anti-racism protests in recent months. Kind of confused what she has anything to do with racism. I'm just really, really confused with that. Because police brutality has nothing to do with racism. Everything they believe is based off of lies. They think that Black men are getting disproportionately longer prison sentences and that they're getting disproportionately killed by the police. This is lies? Not true. It was never true. As it turns out, African Americans kill twice as many people as white people, but there's 6 times as many white people. So that's hold on. Did I say? So it's twice as many people, but there's 6 times as many people as us. So that is a 6-to-1. Hold on. Wait a minute. No, I said that wrong. Hold on. They kill as many people as white people, but there's 6 times as many of us. So there's a 6-to-1 kill ratio. For every Black person a white person kills, African Americans kill 12 white people. That's the ratios. They kill about 10,000 people per year. Most of them are African Americans. And so when you look at the per police interaction, police killing ratio, African Americans are half as likely to be killed by police officers as white people. Everything that these people believe is a lie. There's no truth to it. They're only true. Yeah, I mean, there's some accidents, right? There's gun accidents. There's 40,000 gun deaths in the U.S. each year. Half of them were accidents. 20,000 people kill themselves on accident in the U.S. Like 163,000 people die from accidents in the U.S. each year. Put that into perspective. There's about 900 people killed by police officers, about 9 or each year, and about 9 of them are unarmed Black people. Let's do the ratio here. So, do the ratio on there's Black people kill about 10,000 people per year, right? So there's about 9 unarmed Black people killed per year. So you divide 10,000 by 9. So there's 1,000. Is that right? 1,111 African Americans that are murdered. Hold on, wait. No, it's 54% of the 20,000 victims times 0.54 are Black. And so then now we have to divide that by that. So, hold on. There's 1,200 African Americans killed by African Americans for every single unarmed black person killed by a cop. This is why we don't support Black Looter Mob, because that's insane. That's crazy. 1,200? 1,200. There's about 20,000 homicides in the U.S. per year. 54% of the victims are African Americans. Okay, so this is 1,200 unarmed black men, or hold on. 1,200 African Americans killed. No, 1,200 black people killed for every unarmed black man killed. So this is what you call an elephant in the room. They never want to address the elephant in the room. This is why everything's built on lies. It's compound lies to cover up how insane the situation is. They can't actually deal with the actual truth because they don't want to take the criticism. Because in order to actually fix the problem, you would have to own up responsibility for the problem. This is what they don't want to do. So Breonna Taylor, they even said it's a no-knock raid. I don't want to read too much in this. You can read it on... So they said they did knock on the door. It wasn't a no-knock raid. They had a no-knock search warrant, but they knew they had the suspect in custody and that they thought that Breonna Taylor was alone. So they knocked on the door. And after some number of minutes, they battered the door down. And Breonna Taylor's boyfriend was a narcotics trafficker. Breonna Taylor had a warrant out for her arrest for drug trafficking, handling money. So they busted down the door and said, police warrant, search warrant, police. And the narcotics trafficker shot through, they were in the bedroom, and they shot one shot through the door at the police. And then the police returned fire and killed the narcotics trafficker and Breonna Taylor. So they really should not have settled this lawsuit at all. This is a bad idea. No. They gave them that money because the people in charge of the government felt bad for them. They did not do it because they didn't think that they would have won, because they were justified in that. They had been shot at. It was a split-second decision. And in that decision, they misidentified Breonna Taylor as having been a threat. But they were justified in the use of force to kill the person who had shot them. And the other person, it was an accident. That means that it wasn't their fault. They were acting in the capacity of law enforcement. And it was a justified killing. Justified killing means it's, what did they say it was? They say wrongful death. It was a wrongful death lawsuit. No, it's not wrongful death when somebody had shot at you and you returned fire. No, that's an accident. That's called an act of God. That's what they call it in the insurance world and in the courts, is that that's an act of God. Sucks that happened. Breonna Taylor seemed like a lovely person, but she definitely dated some pretty sketchy people. So if you are listening to this and you work for a government agency, you should never, ever, ever engage in this, because what you do when you give millions of dollars to these black looter mobs is they know that they can get money from lawsuits if they engage in egregious behavior, violence, rioting, shootouts. They now think that they're justified because they people who read this, they'll think, oh, they settled, so that means they're guilty. No. The court trial hasn't happened yet. This is what's so fucking infuriating, that they settled on this before the trial happened. They're trying to put the cops in jail. Why don't you wait till the criminal trial happens? Well, the judge will be able to overturn it. But the people who did this were politicians. So it's infuriating. They're giving away the taxpayers' money. What was this, like $14 million? $12 million. Woo! $12 million to some narcotics trafficker. Or who, she was an EMT, but she apparently she was banging a bunch of sketchy drug dealers. Yeah, we could probably do better. Maybe there's a way that it couldn't have happened, but if I have a gun and I go into anyone's house and someone starts shooting at me, I'm going to return fire. I'm going to empty the whole clip. That's what's going to happen. The police would be the same way. This is not in a law enforcement capacity. In a law enforcement capacity, you better believe that the cops are going to return fire. I mean, maybe a person might try to talk some sense into you and then get killed, but it's not going to happen with me. But that's what, okay. So also too, most of these African Americans up in the hood who are engaging in the gang banging and the robbing and the killing, if this had happened to me, they would be laughing at me. They would. They wouldn't give a rat's ass whether or not I was dead. They wouldn't care. But then, whenever it happens to a black person, they care. But when it happens to a white person, they don't. And this is the problem that I got with these people. They're pretty sketchy. They're not very good people. They harbor criminals. They're all about really sketchy gangbangers and sketchy parties and really, really, really creepy gangster dudes. These people are just not good people. Not at all. And then they say it's racism when you don't want to hire them. It's like, dude, you're a drug dealer, dude. Your GPA sucks. You're a failure in life. Why the fuck would I want to hire you? In this next article from the New York Post, anti-Trump rioter jumps on police cruiser is quickly tossed off. Here's a tweet from @Jody Hernandez TV. Our camera was rolling when the anti-Trump rioter surrounded the CHP patrol car. One person climbed on the hood. The officer drove forward. 2 people were injured. One was taken to the hospital. The crowd had gathered to riot about the president as he visited Sacramento. Ooh, damn! Ooh, he's got them summer teeth. Some are gone, some are there. Woo! All right, so I hate to be the one to state the obvious to you, but I kind of have to do that a lot on this show. So, like, maybe you shouldn't jump up on the top of police cars and stop cars illegally. It is illegal to stop these cars, and it is a form of terrorism. You do terrorize the people around you. When people are inside of a vehicle and you have a black looter mob around them, that person is afraid for their safety. They do not know if you're going to come and break their window, shoot them, or throw a Molotov cocktail in their car. They are sitting there terrified of a mob of people who are rioting around them. This is a perfectly legitimate fear. In fact, you should actually be afraid when the black looter mob stops you and you can't get out of the situation. You should. If you try to go through it, they might come up and just pop your tires. You'll be stuck there for a while. These people are lawless. They're pretty scummy people. So they harbor criminals. They have a long history of beating people up in cars. I remember when I helped start the 2016 Portland anti-Trump protest, I remember this guy who was a big tough dude riding a motorcycle. He was like burning wheelies on his motorcycle. And he had these motorcycle gloves on that were plastic, and people were pissed that they were getting stopped. And there was a mob of people were like drinking, and this one dude was like, "Come on, man, let's let me go. I gotta go." And then the dude just like started breaking. He broke his window, pulls the dude out of the car, and just starts wailing on him. Whack, whack, whack. He had these plastic motorcycle gloves that would mess you up. And this was before it turned into a riot. This was when it was still a peaceful protest. So you can't trust these mobs at all. At all. But that does not mean you should hit them with a car. Unless you are actually legally in fear of your life. You have to comply with the laws. Do not break laws. You have to be better than them. So, you do not want summer teeth. You do not want some of them to be there and some of them to be gone. So, do not be jumping on cars. I mean, I know this is completely fucking obvious, but sometimes you have to say the completely fucking obvious thing, right? So we can take a moment to see how many articles do you think I'll be able to get through in the night. We can take guesses. Typically, I can read in 4 hours, maybe 40 or 50 articles. I think we're 2 hours and 15 minutes into it, or 2 hours and 10 minutes. And maybe I'm like halfway, maybe I'm at 20. So comment below. How many do you think I will get through by the end of the night? Hey man, your ass ain't paying me. This next article from the Daily Mail, chaos in Oregon as armed Trump supporters and alt-right Proud Boys clashed with black looter mobs. Multiple people arrested as fights break out between demonstrators after a huge MAGA rally drove from Portland suburbs to Salem. Got to push back on them. The Proud Boys are not alt-right. They are not far-right. This is actually false. Never was true. No, Proud Boys they started from the person who started Vice News. You know, the far left news organization. It was Gavin McInnes. And it started as a joke. And the guy was like, yeah, we're going to like start like some group to fight these Antifa people called the Proud Boys from the Disney movie. It was like a joke. Didn't have any intention of starting a group. And then people thought it was funny. And then people started actually fighting the far left under the brand of Proud Boys. And then over time, there was some people who were far right who were in the group, but they aren't like heads of the group. And the reality of it is that they're called far right because they're fighting the far left. And that's insane. So the United States fought Nazi Germany in World War II. And we also fought in Korea and Vietnam. So we fought the far right and we fought the far left. That does not make America far right. That would be insane. There's no truth to that at all. Proud Boys, you have to go off of what the website says and the vibe that you get from it. Okay, so if you go to like some, what was that thing I looked up from that Brennan Center article? There was that, it was about the article about the white supremacists infiltrating law enforcement from the Brennan Center for Justice. And in that, there was some organization that they were saying is a white nationalist, like a KKK organization. And I did look them up, and I looked at their website. Definitely looked KKK. I mean, of course, they didn't say anything KKK on there, but it was obviously a super sketchy white nationalist, like a real white nationalist. Hold on. White nationalism has evolved over the years. It used to just mean that you think that America has a white identity, and black people are even white nationalists because they act like a lot of black people act white. So when you say white nationalist, it doesn't mean the same thing to everybody. So like a black guy who lives out in the country who acts like a white dude and likes all the white guys, and then doesn't support illegal immigration because he thinks it causes the immigrants to take over. That dude is technically a white nationalist, but it's kind of morphed into just a negative, bad thing about KKK. So that's where it is. That's what it is. Say that's what the definition is now. But you can tell from the look of the site, like, okay, they might not be saying anything KKK, but they obviously seem like they're like KKK, right? Proud Boys don't come off like that. Proud Boys come off like those 3%er guys. They're like some people who are like, they don't like the far left. And like, maybe they're like this dude. Okay. I don't know too much about him. We got a story about him coming up. Oh, wait, no, this is it. Let's watch it. I'm just going to read further here in the bullet points before we get down. At least 2 Trump supporters were arrested in Salem, Oregon at the end of the procession. The Trump supporters, including members of the far right the right-wing Proud Boys. See, they're saying alt-right Proud Boys, but now they're saying right-wing Proud Boys. They know Proud Boys aren't alt-right. They know that. But in Europe, they have these. Hold on. Honestly, I think that in Europe, well, they have a hate speech ban, and so you can't say some things there. But then we say that this is like a European term. But then you go over to Europe, and then the people are like, no, that's not how it is here. And then they'll explain, oh, no, we're just against the hate speech because we don't want genocides, whatever. And we're trying to be, not racist. But when you look at the definitions, it does look like there's another party messing with Wikipedia. It definitely looks as though the Chinese Nazi Party might be tampering with Wikipedia. And that's the reason why these people are getting called far right, is because Wikipedia says that. But we also have elements in our country that do that. We do have radicalized people who are right in line with the Chinese Nazi Party propaganda. The Trump supporters, including members of the right-wing Proud Boys, fired paintballs at black looter mob and were led away by police. The rally had begun on Monday afternoon to show Oregon's continued support for Donald Trump, the king of memes. It came a week after previous caravan ended with the death of a Patriot Prayer militia member. He was a militia member? That's the first time I've heard that one. I've covered this story a number of times. I've never heard that he was a militia member. Patriot Prayer is a militia? That's like Joey Gibson. He's like a preacher. These guys are like just some country dudes who are like 2A supporters. I would not call them a militia. I don't know where this came from. If you know where this came from, if you could comment down below, or realsimplenews.net/issue 106. Aaron J. Danielson, 39, was shot in the downtown Portland area on August 29th as Trump supporters and black looter mobs fought. On Thursday, police fatally shot Michael Forrest Rainiel, 48, Danielson's suspected killer and an Antifa supporter. Here we can see the original image from the thumbnail. And just in case you're wondering, that dude over there is Tim Sweeney with the red shirt. He does the Unreal Engine Fortnite. The guy who does Fortnite. That guy has earned my respect. Actually, I think he's on the right side. I think the Fortnite people are the good people. Here's the state capitol building of Oregon. It's very beautiful. It is run by insanely corrupt Democrats that we need to remove from office. They have done a horrible job. Almost everything that these people have done has been nightmarishly horrible. We need to get them out of office immediately before they fuck everything up. We don't have a COVID outbreak here, but they're making people wear masks. 1 in 10 people 11% of people in America have recently seriously contemplated killing themselves because of the pandemic lockdown and the masks. And they canceled our schools. So our kids have been suffering, and then we never had a COVID outbreak. So they did it preemptively so they could show you how good of a job they're doing. And this is why the Democrats suck so much. By showing you how good of a job, quote unquote, good of a job they're doing by locking you down and muzzling you with a mask, making you want to kill yourself for no reason. Because the vast majority of people who die from COVID are 45% of the people who die from COVID are in end-of-life care. They're in the old folks' home. This is why there's so much higher of a percentage of young people showing up at the ER, being hospitalized, is because most of the people who die from COVID are in old folks' homes or in end-of-life care. And what they've done with this mask mandate is completely illegal. They are preventing you from engaging in free speech on private property if you do not have a mask. And they're so when it says in the Constitution that you cannot abridge the right to free speech, that means you cannot actually abridge it. And if you do, you have to present clear and convincing evidence. This is the evidentiary level that is set in order to deprive citizens of their fundamental federally protected rights. But they don't. So when they say it's clear and convincing that you need to wear a mask, they would say, we've done studies and we show that when you wear masks, that a lower percentage of people die. Right. But then you look at the statistics of who's dying, and 71% of the people who died from COVID or who tested positive for COVID, 71% of the people who tested positive for COVID wore masks everywhere. Okay, so if 71% of the people who tested positive for COVID wore masks everywhere, can you explain exactly to me how it is supposed to be that wearing a mask is supposed to help me? The answer to that is that most people get COVID. About half the cases of COVID, people get it before, or they pass it on before they know that they're sick. It comes out of your breath, and it goes mainly into people's nostrils. And so initially you would think, oh, well, you look at the droplet studies and you spray some droplets out, and then you could see that you get 98% fewer. Here's a Salem cops trying to break up a fight between Proud Boys and Black Leader Mob.
Stay back! Now! Back up! I don't care if it's or not, stay back. Stop! Break it up! What are you doing? Break it up. Put that down! Put that down! I didn't tell you, put that down!
I have to finish the droplet study thing. So you're like, okay, you look at the studies and you think, well, it blocks out 98% of the droplets, right? When you wear a mask. So that means that we should make everybody wear a mask, right? Because that's going to make less people die or get COVID. This is what they think. They think you're going to stop people from getting COVID, and then that's going to stop you from dying. No. Preventing people from getting COVID isn't going to make them prevent them from dying from COVID. I made ventilators, open source ventilators. I know a lot about COVID, and I know a lot about your immune system, how it works. And this is how it works, is when you have too much of the virus at once, it can cause SARS. It can cause your body to start attacking healthy cells because you've never had this disease before, so it can't get the right chemical signature. So the best thing for you to do is actually to minimize your viral load when you get sick, because you're eventually going to get sick, and the vaccines are going to be about maybe 50% effective. This is the problem. It's going to mutate so many times that the vaccines won't be effective. The only real effective way to deal with it is to minimize the viral load. So what their plan is to muzzle everyone unlawfully, to abridge your right to free speech on public and private property, because they're saying, oh, it's going to save you. But there's a problem with this. Eliminating the viral load is not the same thing as minimizing the viral load, right? Minimizing, eliminating, two different things. Because 71% of people who test positive, they wore masks everywhere. And it's because they got COVID before the other person knew they were infected. They got it from somebody they knew. They were just talking to them, and then they inhaled stuff through the nose, and then it went through. There's a very interesting article about the supercomputer simulations for the SARS-CoV-2, and we're going to go through that on Real Simple News with Science. It's in my other YouTube channel that is just about to launch. So keep an eye out for Real Simple News with Science, because I debunk science myths. It's kind of like a Mythbuster thing, and science news. And then, so hold on. So the best thing to do is, if you are older, or if you're overweight or have a cancer or something, is for you to wear a mask, and then for the other people to not wear a mask, because you're going to get it anyways. So you want to minimize that viral load when you get it, and you can't do that when you eliminate the viral load. And then that causes 11% of the people to seriously want to kill themselves. And then really bad things happen.
What is wrong with you?
Was that it? I'm kind of confused what happened to the video. It was just that short, right?
All of you, back
Rewatch
up.
it again.
Stay back! Now!
Yapping with the mask.
I don't care if it's or not, stay back. Stop! Break it up! What are you doing? Break it up. Put that down! Put that down! I didn't tell you, put that down! What is wrong with you?
Here's the, yeah, this is the video I wanted to watch. Yeah. Yeah, this is the one. All right.
Right, baby. We're here for freedom.
That's not the same scene, man. There's another scene. There's another angle of that that's like curiosity inducing. See, people think that Oregon's a blue state, and that's because the Democrats haven't pissed off most of the people yet. Hold on, they hadn't pissed off most of the people yet. Actually, most of the people out in the country are hardcore Trump supporters, and inside of the city, there's actually a large amount of Trump supporters. But there's also, in most cities, people will brainwash people by basically, you think that people in the cities are smarter because they have universities or whatever, but like, this isn't true. Actually, fake news flies around the cities very fast. And this makes them actually very stupid. They believe their friend groups will force them to believe things, or else they'll alienate you from the friend group. And then you'll then just start to believe it because. But when you're by yourself, and you are out in the country and you're with a smaller group of people, like, people don't force you to think things, and they don't get pissed off at you for thinking a certain way, or not being compassionate, or not wanting to have like split everything equally with everyone around you like a communist. So in the cities, they're really, really bad about groupthink, about echo chambers. I would not want to mess with that dude. That dude is huge. For real, man. Look at, and he's got fucking biceps too. Like, dude, he would mess me up. He'd be like, boom. And I'd be like, ah. I don't know what was up with him. He got arrested. And I think he beat up one of those dudes. Like, damn. See, Oregon dudes are big. We got loggers. Damn. What did they arrest him for? Let's go look for the they're charged with misdemeanor assault. I think he beat up. Why was he chasing that? I don't know why he was, that dude, that big dude beat up that Antifa punk. If you could comment down below, why did the big dude, why did he beat the crap out of that Antifa scaby? Is this another video? Here's a video of the processional.
And God, I hope he wins. I don't know what we'd do if Biden wins. This country would go to hell in a handbasket.
We weren't raised like that. You know, Trump's trying to turn it around. Everybody wants to play the victim. They're not victims. You need to, everybody builds their own life. You know, and if he's putting fear, there's a reason why. Look at what's happening in Portland. Because of what they've done. Portland now is a dumpster fire because of letting them do what they want to do. It's over. Trump's going to have to do something about it. That's just the way it is.
You concerned about his initial response to COVID?
Absolutely not. Why is that? If I was, I'd have a mask on.
Are you concerned about COVID?
Nope. Why is that? Because it just doesn't affect me, and if it does, that's what happens. But they've made such a big deal about it that now nobody wants to deal with it.
We actually do have some evidence coming up here pretty soon that the COVID virus was actually man-made. In this next article from New York Post, Patriot Prayer founder Joey Gibson sues Portland area district attorney for selective prosecution. Here is the guy behind the Patriot Prayer. He is a conservative preacher. He has a YouTube channel. I've checked it out. So far, I agree with most of the stuff that this guy's saying. He's just basically this guy's just saying like the far left, these Antifa people took over. These people are rioting, and we got to do what's right. And then he'll like start praying. He'll like say some Bible verses, and it'll be like 2A and shit. Like that's about it. Like that's seems to be about the gist of it. They seem to be like a normal 2A country church group. Doesn't seem to be like a bad group of people. But if you look up on Wikipedia, they'll say these people are far right. It's because they wear American flag on their hat. They support the police. This makes them far right. This is insane. The leader of the far right group Patriot Prayer is suing the district attorney of Portland, Oregon region, who's prosecuted them for rioting last year while refusing to charge the left-leaning protesters who have engaged in often violent demonstrations for months. Patriot Prayer leader Joey Gibson and Russell Schultz are due in court. Okay, so when you say court, you're supposed to put a capital C, and there's a good reason for that. And that's because the judge can like throw you in jail, and the judge may rule against your favor if he doesn't like you, or he or she doesn't like you, or Z, whatever crazy 50 genders you guys came up with over there in the safe space. So when you do address the court, you should put court in a capital C. All of those little details of respect, showing that I am beneath you, judge. I understand you. That's what you're supposed to say. I understand you. Like, I stand below you. Well, I agree to the contract that I've entered with you. Moving on, though, they're due in court on October 26th for trials stemming from May Day 2019 riot. I don't know what this riot was about. Let's go look at this. This was recent. What did it say? It says the suit accuses DA Mike Schultz of riot charge. Gibson and Schultz are among 6 men who are accused of inciting a riot on May Day 2019 between right-wing Patriot Prayer and left-leaning Antifa outside a North Portland pub. 2 of the 6 men pleaded guilty. Their sentences were sentenced in January. Gibson and Schultz have pled not guilty, and their trials are set for October 26th. So, what, they never got charged for that? No, they were sentenced in January. I don't know. Sometimes you can get the judge to readdress it if it's a habeas corpus issue. Reading on in the article, they were among 6 men accused of inciting the... Hold on, what is this about? I think we just covered most of that. The rest of it's pretty much just fluff. You want to continue? If you want to read the rest of the article, just go to realsimplenews.net/issue 106, and you'll find the link there after the show. Or you search for that. This next article from the New York Post. Portland passes broadest ban on facial recognition technology in the U.S. Council members in Portland unanimously approved prohibiting public and private use of facial recognition technology, giving the city of Oregon its broadest such ban. What? It's like Facebook can't use it? I can't stand these Democrats, dude. I live in Eugene, Oregon, and I despise what these people are doing. They're destroying our state. I don't think that the majority of people support them. We're living under the tyranny of the people in the cities. The people in the cities are making the rules for everybody else because there's more people in Eugene and Portland. And I used to be a flaming liberal. I used to be a radical feminist. I even helped start the 2016 Portland anti-Trump protest because I thought Donald Trump was a misogynist because he said grab her by the pussy. Little did I know, women actually go up to rich dudes all the time and want to have their baby, and they actually want them to grab them by the pussy. It's actually true. See, Donald Trump's just the man, and y'all are totally not used to being a baller. And so whenever you're introduced to baller-ass things, then most of y'all end up being pussies. And then a lot of you end up whining like little babies and causing problems over shit. And probably it's because you haven't had sex in so long, your dick fell off, or you're so crabby that nobody would want to rub your pussy with a broomstick. But I digress. You're so pissed I just brought up the broomstick. Like, damn it. He's so right. I hate him for that. Damn you. Yes. Cheap thrills. Yes. Lobos. The ordinance approved Wednesday by the Portland City Council were introduced by the wingnut Portland mayor that doesn't have a spine, Ted Wheeler, and City Commissioner Joanne Hardsey. A ban on the technology used by city departments goes into effect immediately, while private businesses throughout Portland will need to comply starting January 1st, the Oregonian reports. Quote, this is an exciting opportunity to set the national example by protecting the rights and privacy of our community members, especially our most valuable and overpriced members, Hartsey tweeted late Wednesday. So these people are stupid. Let me explain to you how the world works, okay? I'm a computer engineer. I build AI software and music and lighting technologies and productivity technologies, assist with memory augmentation and therapy for PTSD and depression. And I'm putting together a car for a class on how to build self-driving cars. And so when I build a self-driving car, it uses facial recognition. I cannot build a self-driving car unless I am able to recognize a face. Now, maybe I have not read that. Are they talking about a per person, like to be able to identify the people? Well, you have to look at this from the perspective of, well, somebody might want to come and attack me at my house. And when they come up, I'm going to have a security camera, and the security camera is going to hopefully capture their face. And when they commit a crime, I should be able to pull up their information in my house. If you walk up to my house and you're a criminal and you're in the database of criminals, I should have a thing that pops up that shows your face. When you go up to the house, it should show your face on a computer monitor, who you are. It should. In fact, I am actually putting together some software for that one, but I'm not too far. It's an open source cat house and pet house, the cat compound. And I've got this green tech startup. That's the other thing I do. I designed possibly the world's most efficient water heater. It's very, very, very efficient. Actually, it's way more efficient. It's very simple too. It can even give you free hot water in some situations. And you can power off of solar panels. But hold on, what was it? Hold on, the green tech thing. Yeah, the cat compound. Yeah. So my idea is I'm trying to cover up your windows with stuff. So I'm putting solar preheaters in your windows that I'm preheating with a air conditioner. I'm trying to get a patent on it. I don't have that patent yet. But I can't say too much about it other than it's a biomimicked lung that breathes CO2 in the process of recouping waste heat. And then you put the cat house up against your window, and it's got security stuff in it, and then it insulates your window while at the same time providing you with a place to look at your cats. And then it will have squirt guns inside of it. Not too far on that project, though, so don't call me out on that one. But I'm going to do it because it's so awesome. I have the parts at my house. I just have to put it together. But yeah, you would basically be killing off several of my startup companies, actually. Like my companies depend on facial recognition in order, because I do memory augmentation technologies. I build what are called Chinese rooms. It is basically a mimicked room and comes from an AI philosophy thing of the Chinese room by John Searle. Highly recommend you checking it out. And so I require the ability to track independent users with the software that I've programmed in order to artificial memory augmentation. I make flashcards. I can't tell you too much, but it can listen to you talk and then grab information off Wikipedia, generate these flashcards with these videos. It's kind of like helps you remember. So like if you can't remember, like if you have dementia, it would be able to come up with the things on a flashcard for you to that you're supposed to remember in that given time, and then it can help overcome the dementia through rewiring your brain that way. Then makes the neurons wire together, that fire together, wire together. I'm getting diverted. Okay, so talking about my technology, and this would kill my business. So obviously, my technology could possibly help people out a lot. It helps me run my business very efficiently. It's helped me innovate. It's helped me develop possibly the world's most efficient water heater. I still have to build the prototype. I got the firmware, I got the parts, and I need to weld. If you are a welder and you live in Eugene, if you could help me weld this thing together, I just need to weld some tanks together for the thing. But yeah, it would definitely hinder innovation. It would hinder my, it would just destroy. Hold on. I have other businesses, but it would destroy a lot of my work that I've done. It would destroy my business. Like two of them. And it's just like this guy's a fucking idiot. Like I have to work with people in Portland. My business in Eugene, I have a lot. Well, I haven't been going to Portland recently, but most of my engineering connections are in Portland, and I need to do business there, and I need to be able to test my technology there. This is just whack. I hate this guy, Ted Wheeler. This guy fucking sucks, man. Everything about this guy sucks. He's a pussy. He's a coward. He's a black looter mob supporter. And then the black looter mobs always hated him. When I helped start the 2016 Portland anti-Trump protest, everybody hated this guy. From the get-go, ever since this started, they've all hated him. And then this guy tries to bow down and do whatever they want to get them to vote for him. And then recently they hate this guy so much, they went and rioted outside of his condo apartment complex, shooting fireworks off right next to the building. They set the first floor of a 16-story apartment complex building on fire with people inside of it. And this is the people he's bowing down to. This guy is one of the worst mayors I've ever heard of in my entire life. He's horrible. Everything he's done has been just absolutely horrible. He needs to be removed. Please do not vote for Ted Wheeler. This guy sucks. Hardley said the programs associated with facial recognition technology are, quote, almost too numerous to count, end quote, including racial and gender inaccuracies. So he's saying, oh, the black people, it tends to mispredict their fates. So it can cause a black person to be falsely accused of a crime. No, I'm sorry, man. I know enough about law and enough about AI facial recognition technology to tell you that that's nonsense. No, it would be, that evidence would not hold up in a court of law. It would not. The judge would say, okay, this algorithm is this inaccurate. So they would throw it out. But generally, police officers don't just give people, cite people if they don't think that they actually did it. There are some racial biases, but there's also racial biases against white people, too. It's like everybody's crying about how they're discriminated against when they're in one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and they're living in the lap of luxury. They're privileged. But you ask them, they're the victims. The public sector ban blocks city agencies from using technologies, while private sector ban will bar businesses from using it in public spaces. Hardly said. So with my technology, I could no longer match up anything anymore. So it's banning it in public spaces. So I guess that probably doesn't affect your house. I mean, it probably, yeah, but that with self-driving cars, man. Yeah, everybody with the self-driving cars out. These people are stupid. They don't know what the hell they're doing. No, you really should not be having some crazy far leftist, stupid mayor making decisions about a complicated technology when the guy doesn't know anything about how it works. Not at all. ACLU of Oregon, which backs both ordinances, testified before Portland City Council in January on the dangers of the technology. And so the danger that they care about are that the police are using facial recognition technology to bust rioters, and they don't want the rioters to get caught. So they're doing this. These Democrats are so bad. We have to get these Democrats out of office. Quote, we will not let Portland turn into a surveillance state where police and corporations alike can track us wherever we go, end quote. The state of Oregon already bans police officers from using body cams equipped with facial recognition technology, the Oregonian reports. And so that's because it doesn't equally protect you? Because the black people get misidentified more? Or you could just ban the stuff that is causing that. Like, if you had an app that's misidentifying the African Americans, then maybe you could use a camera with a better sensor. Here, let me explain to you why it's not working. The thing's not working because the size of the sensor in the thing is not very big, and the lens is not very big. And because of this, it doesn't get enough light into I'm a camera junkie. I don't build cameras, but I am a computer engineer. I do know enough about cameras to tell you how they work. And I do know the intricacies of how to build cameras. I just never done it myself. There's a sensor, and you put a lens on it. And that sensor, you got to put light on it. And that light, you need to get like a lens with a very low aperture. If you want it to be good in the dark, then you need it to be like f1.4, f1.5, something like that. f2.0 is not going to do it. You need to have a nice lens, and then that lens will then let in enough light so that the face can be properly seen. So, because this guy doesn't know anything about this technology, he's just making these decisions because he just doesn't want criminals to get busted. Like, what the fuck is up with these people? Like, no, man, you need to improve the technology, because when you improve the technology, it doesn't break any constitutional Fourth Amendment or 14th Amendment equal protection. Well, the 14th Amendment wouldn't apply. This is the equal protection clause that they would be talking about. And the Democrats in Oregon, I've had bad experiences in the court here. They get liberal with the Constitution, and they're not originalists. They're not like Judge Antonin Scalia. They are evolutionists. They believe that you can just experiment liberally with adding new things on, and that you don't have to prove things with clear and convincing evidence like you're supposed to in court. They basically just run over your rights, and they are horrible about it. I had a nightmare situation in the courts where my child was kidnapped legally by the maternal grandmother, and they said I used a baby monitor, and then I yelled at the grandma, and I threatened to stop talking to her. And her daughter had neglected my child, so they gave my kid to her grandma, and then she neglected him in a hoarder house, and then she got her kids taken away. It was like fucking whack. Everything was about it was whack. But they wanted to use the preponderance of the evidence because they came up with some kooky, weird, liberal excuse as to why they didn't have to follow the Constitution. It's like, no, we're going to give equal treatment to these people too. Then they just end up completely violating your rights. Like, wait a minute, hold on. I have a question. So what about the right to free speech? Right, free speech. So what about the right to my ownership of my intellectual property? In the Constitution, the copyright clause, the thing that says that I am the one that has the sole ownership over my writings and discoveries. That's what it says in there. So with this, they've said, no, you're not allowed to use your writings and discoveries in public. I cannot use my technology in public because they banned facial recognition technology. So I can no longer drive a smart car in the state of Oregon because it has facial recognition technology in it. And then I have to pull it out, have to strip everything out so everything's anonymized, but it's still facial. So, I mean, let's look at this from, I think where they're going at is the misidentification of the African Americans from the facial recognition technology. But, you know, there's ways to mitigate that. That's not, I don't think that that's really a good reason. I personally want them to use this technology to bust rioters. The vast majority of rioters in Oregon are white. There's only 1.9% black people here in Oregon. So vast majority of them are Latinos or white, and they don't have the same problem of the camera sensors really poor and it didn't get the black. See, this is this is how I know that is because you could see on my coat, you can't see the details, right? You notice how you can't see the details on my coat? The reason why is because I used a cheap converter, and the cheap converter takes out some of the details in the black, and it makes it so you can't see the details. That's actually the same reason why you can't see my pocket is what they're talking about. It's the contrast. It's actually the camera. It's not the AI that's doing it. It's the camera that's doing that. It's that it has troubles picking up the dark colors when it's near the bottom of the frequency. There's a lot of noise in there. That's the thing. It's the noise, the signal to noise ratio, and then they can only get it so good. And then what you end up with is you can't see the details in it. And so that's where they're coming at, which is why you should like and subscribe to this channel, because I regularly give you insightful details in that vast majority of news outlets do not give you. So let's see. I think I've said enough about that. With this move, Portland joins a growing number of cities, including San Francisco, Boston, Oakland, and California, that have banned municipal uses of surveillance technology. So they're all leftist cities. So Boston's a leftist shithole. San Francisco's a leftist shithole. Oakland's a leftist shithole. And California is a leftist shithole. All of these people are leftist shitholes in high crime cities. Like, no, you can't use police facial recognition software because that's not fair to the African Americans, because the African Americans commit most of the crime. So, we can't use this technology because it might cause the black people to get busted, and we don't want to get people to get busted because we're corrupt Democrats and we support crime. Okay, I totally don't support the Chinese surveillance state at all. But I do support engineering. I support the ability to utilize this technology to protect myself. So what if also like, what if I want a drone to follow? Here's another example. What if I want a drone to follow me? I have a quadricopter that has a camera on it, and I want this thing to follow me. I can't do that anymore. That's banned under their thing because you've recognized the face. You've taken the data measurements from the points in between all of these things, and then you've used that to recognize something. So, I mean, you got to read in the details of how it's written, but that's what it sounds. But Wednesday's legislation marks the first time corporate use of facial recognition technology has been banned, ACU officials said. We hope the passage of this landmark legislation in Portland will spur efforts to enact statewide legislation that provides... Oh, please don't. Please keep your leftist shithole in your Democratic-run shithole cities. Please. Can you please, like, I want freedom. I want to be able to use my writings and discoveries how I see fit. I want to have exclusive control over my writings and discoveries. If I have not harmed you by recognizing your face, I have done nothing wrong. Facebook cannot do facial recognition anymore. And whereas I believe they've done some creepy stuff with it, this is free speech. This hinders innovation. When you've done this, you've killed off an entire industry, many industries. I can't support pretty much anything that these people do except for the cahoots thing. That's the only good idea that I've heard from these people at all. Legislation would protect all Oregonians from a broad range of ways that our biometric information is collected, stored, sold, and used without our consent, Cameronson said. At least one business in Portland, meanwhile, uses facial recognition technology. The Oregonian reports Jackson's food store, with 3 locations citywide, uses it to scan customers' face as they enter. Company officials said the data is temporarily stored, but could be used to deny entry to anyone who threatens employees or shoplifters, according to the report. There's another perfectly valid reason to use it. I mean, but then you're coming up with that same thing of it misidentified black people. Just get a better camera. Like, it really is just the camera. Once it isn't, because the thing is looking for points in your face, and if it can't see the details in the blacks, like on my coat from the cheap converter that I need to replace, and if you want to make a donation to the show to help buy another Elgato Cam Link, you can do so at realsimplenews.net/donate. Like, how can we fix this problem if we can't use the technology? Like, this hinders the progress of technology. There's many good uses for these technologies, such as to protect your home so that when somebody comes up to your house, it can bring up a criminal rap sheet from anybody who's been convicted who matches that face. Then you could know, is this person coming here to rob my house? Or then you could protect yourself. So a big FU to Ted Wheeler. He's a dirtbag. He has no spine. He needs to be removed immediately. Whew. I think I've been up here for 3 hours. Starting to feel it. My legs hurt. I can keep going, though. This next article from the New York Post. Cops gun down accused Portland shooter without warning, witnesses say. The Antifa security guard accused of killing the, it says far-right demonstrator. That pisses me off, man. That really pisses me off, dude. That guy was not far-right. And far-right means that you believe in a steep social hierarchy like Nazism or fascism or a KKK. I don't even think that, yeah, and then neo-Nazis would be considered far-right, but I don't know. A lot of those people are kind of kooky, watered down. I don't think that they actually support dictators. They just think that National Socialism wasn't horrible. I don't really think they're actual Nazis. From my studies of Nazism, definitely seems like the Nazis were a very specific group of people, and the neo-Nazis are nowhere near in the scale of comparisons to them. Definitely seems to be more like KKK. Patriot Prayer is not far right. Let's look them up on Wikipedia. Why are these dirtbags saying this? Right? Why are the dirtbags saying this? Here's Patriot Prayers Wiki. It says it's a far-right group based in Vancouver, Washington, a suburban city in Portland metropolitan area. The group has organized rallies in support of Donald Trump and far-right protests in predominantly liberal areas, which have been met with large numbers of counter-protesters. White nationalists, as well as far-right groups such as Proud Boys, who are also too not far-right, have attended the rallies organized by Patriot Prayer, sparking controversies and violence. See, this is what's so infuriating about Wikipedia, and why everybody in the academic world thinks they're complete bullshit. Okay, so this is supposed to summarize the bottom of the stuff. So when you say the definition of something, you're supposed to say this is XYZ and then it is ABC. You're not supposed to say the opinion of the community about XYZ is this and that, and then at the end say that XYZ is ABC. Maybe I should explain that again because most people didn't get that. You're supposed to say ABC is XYZ, not the community. The people think that XYZ is bad for these reasons, and then the next paragraph says ABC is XYZ. You're supposed to say this thing is this thing, or this is what it is. And they have a policy about not being biased. But what do? So they're supposed to say Patriot Prayer is a group that advocates, and Patriot Prayer is a group advocating in favor of free speech and opposing big government. An infiltrator into Patriot Prayer said the group had only around 15 core members in 2019. So there's like 15 people here. They're like some country dudes like go to church, right? They like guns and they don't like Antifa, right? Like these, all right. These guys sound like good guys to me. So, but then they say, oh no, but they're Donald Trump supporters, and then they have white nationalists. It says white nationalist groups as well as far right groups such as Proud Boys has attended the rallies organized by Patriot Prayers, sparking violence and controversy. And so this is alt right, and so it's Al Jazeera. And then the Colombian protesters clash, Patriot Prayer demonstration in Vancouver, and then Willamette Week, and then this Willamette Week is far leftist garbage. So none of these sources are legit. Willamette Weekly is not a legit source at all. These people are crazy kooks. They're leftists. They're absolutely not trustworthy at all. And so what they want to say is that one person in the group, they did something wrong. They committed a crime. And so then we generalize the entire group based upon the actions of a few. And so I'm not sure exactly what world they live in, but in the world I live in, most of the people are like on their the world that I live in, the African Americans kill about 10,000 people per year. And that's like they kill 12 white guys for every black guy a white guy kills. Those are hard stats. You can look them up. Don't believe me? We can even I could even show you really quick. Oh, which one is it? There's more links in here. This isn't the one that I was looking for. This has been floating around. I've looked it up. It's legit. Bureau of Justice Statistics, Bureau of Department of Justice. They commit 5 times as much violence against whites as vice versa. They commit 25 times more violent assaults. 200 times more aggravated assaults. That wasn't what I was looking for. Damn it. Damn it. Sorry. I have it here. Where was this from? It's from Business Insider. Shows the having troubles finding the link to the article. But this shows you the number of white on black crimes and the number of black and white crimes. You can see there the homicide rates are like double. So here's the white on black and black on white crime. And then you could see the white on white homicides and black on black homicides are about little kind of the same when you look at the scale. They're about the same. 85% of white on white or white murder victims were killed by white people. 93% of black murder victims killed by black people. These are almost the same. And so that's actually like a 6-to-1 kill ratio there because there's 6 times more white people. And then on this, because that's double, that's a 12-to-1 kill ratio of black people killing white people as opposed to, a white man kills 1 black dude kills 12 white people. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. So, what about this? So, if you were going to judge African Americans based upon this, we would call you a racist. We would. That's why I don't judge all African Americans based upon the actions of a few, because that's asinine. So they're calling them, why are they calling them, they're calling them, okay, so they're saying these people are far right because a white nationalist went to one of their events. Like, okay, so does that mean that every Republican out there, every Republican politician out there is also a white nationalist because a white nationalist went to one of their campaign rallies? This doesn't make any sense. None of it ever made any sense. It's because it's all a lie. If you put this up at the top, it would read dramatically different. You would say, well, how on earth is a small government group that promotes free speech and they're Christians, how does that make them far right? Because none of it makes any sense. None of it makes any sense. And you look at this Proud Boys thing. What do they say? The group believes that men, especially white men in Western culture, are under siege. So they believe that the critical race theorist and the people who are sold on the doctrine of diversity, where they think all white teams are inferior to teams with black people and women on it, because they did some studies that showed that teams with diverse teams are more productive and more innovative. And so they think that means that your skin color, because that's just how little they think into it. And so they you say, okay, so they think the immigrants are taking over. So let's look at this. Let's fact check. What are these people even saying? Because we can see, okay, here's a study from Migration Policy Institute. And then it shows you the percentage of immigrant families born in the U.S. And you can see in 1990, there was 13.4% of the population born from immigrants. In 2018, it was 25.9% born by immigrants. And then when you look at the U.S. Census data, this article, A Changing Nation, Population Projections Under Alternative Immigration Scenarios. And you go down and you look at the projected populations for 2060, you can see it's all dependent on the immigration scenario. That if you have no immigration, our population goes down. Low immigration, which is what the Republicans want, is the 376.2 million people. We have 330 million people right now. And then the high immigration scenario is 446 million.9. This is what the Democrats want, because 2/3 of immigrants vote for Latinos. Hold on. 2/3 of Latinos vote for Democrats? That doesn't make any sense, right? So you can see the delta here, 446 minus 376. You can see there's 70 million people, and the Democrats want to pack 70 million more people in here. And it's because 2/3 of them vote for Democrats, and you can verify this through this is voting. Here's a Pew Research study, an examination of the 2016 electorate based off validated voters. Here we can see in this chart, we can see about 2/3 of the Latinos vote for Democrats. And it's because they come from poor socialist countries. So the people are packing in. So these people that they're packing in here, and they want to pack in, they're 2/3 of them are socialist. So let's divide this. Let's divide this by 3 and times by 2. So they want to pack in 50 million commies. And they want to pack in that many socialists. That's how many more socialists the Democrats want to pack in. And the reason being is because Democrats are in a suicide cult. They're feminists. They're white feminists. A racist form of feminism where they put white women at the top. And they're putting off having kids till their 30s. And so women need to have 2 kids to carry on their genetic line, or they need to have 3 kids to grow their genetic line. So when you do this, when you have the put off having a kid till your 30s, then it causes you to only have 1 child on average. And so the women are working 40, 60, 80 hours a week up at the workplace, and then in the end it causes their genetic line to die off. And so in order to keep up the supply of cheap labor and customers, they need to pack more immigrants in. they gotta because 2/3 of them vote for Democrats. Now, if 2/3 of these immigrants voted for Republicans, do you really think that they would do this? Really? No, they absolutely would not do that. They would say, no, the people you're bringing in are Republicans. We don't want to vote for this. So as Republicans, of course, you would not support packing in this many illegal immigrants, or legal and illegal immigrants. So they're trying to say that these Proud Boys are far right because they believe in immigration, enforcing your illegal immigration. but it's not actually true. None of it was actually true. All this shit, and then they say shit like Unite the Right rally. Dude, this is the common thing that they say. They're trying to demonize them, is this Unite the Right rally, because they're saying that Unite the Right rally, Unite the Right rally wasn't even a neo-Nazi or KKK gathering. It was like a pro-immigration restriction gathering that some KKKs and Nazis went to, and then that one douchebag killed Heather Heyer when he hit her with the car. And so then they always use the Southern Poverty Law Center in order to smear these people. They say they're alt-right fight club, but the reality of it is that they fight the far left. And because of that, and because they wear American flags, they support American flags, that makes them far right, because they changed the definition of far right. It used to mean Nazis and fascists. So here's the definition. It says far right, also referred to as extreme right or right-wing extremism, are politics further on the right of the left-right spectrum than the standard political right, particularly in terms of extreme nationalism, nativist ideologies. And this is what it is. This is what they're saying. They're saying nativism is a political policy for promoting the interest of native inhabitants against those of immigrants, including support of immigration restriction measures. So they're saying if you look at that chart from the Census Bureau, if you look at that, it says if you want, this is when you translate, this is how rigged Wikipedia is. It says, if you want immigration restriction measures, so you want the low immigration or you want to cut it off for a while, then they say you're a nativist. This is globalist. This is globalists trying to take our country over. They want us. This is what a globalist wants. No. This is what they want. They want this. They want the 25.9. So the globalists who live outside of America, they want the number of immigrants who are inside of the United States to be the most so that they can come and take our country from us. So they want us to look like California, where 47.1% of the babies born in 2018 were from immigrants, as opposed to 38.4%. Or in Oregon, they want the whole pie. Like, to be quite honest, they want everybody gone, and they want to take our land, because everybody around the world wants to come colonize America and take our land. It's actually true. If every single person, they might say, no, I like it here, but they would totally send one of their kids over to colonize your land, dude. There's not a single goddamn one of them that would not come and try to colonize your land, dude. And so the leftists, they don't want you to stop immigration, is because they're in a suicide cult, putting off having the babies until their 30s. So what ends up happening with them is their birth rate drops off, and then they end up with this thing where they have the if we restrict immigration, you could see the population will go down, and there's this thing called global warming. So if you support immigration restrictions because you want the population to go down because of global warming, this makes you far right. And the problem here is that when you keep packing more and more immigrants in, because, I mean, they're talking about packing in 50 million of them, or 70 million of them, 50 million more socialists coming from outside of the country, because 2/3 of these immigrants vote for Democrats. And so if you want to try to, if you support your family growing, if you want your family to have 3 kids, and you want the illegal immigrants to have 0, not be here in the country, then this somehow makes you like a Nazi? This doesn't make any sense. This is like a suicide cult. This is where you're like basically saying, I don't care whether or not my children have to compete with all of these extra people. I don't care whether or not my family grows. I just want people to vote for me and not think I'm racist. So we'll just let all the rest of the people from the rest of the world take over. If you look at the world populations, actually, I should probably do it like this. Here's UN world population projections out to 2100. And you can see Africa is just ballooning up. And then you got Asia over here. And so like who wants to come and take over America the most out of this? Look on this graph. And you tell me which group of people you think are going to be trying to come over here and take over America. All right. So as you can see, population of Latin America is going up, but not too much. They're not skyrocketing like Africa and Asia. But as you can see, there is a vast number of people in Asia. And then they have a thing over there called the Chinese Nazi Party, or they say they're the Chinese Communist Party, but they're not. They have a very steep social hierarchy. It's not community controlled. It's a surveillance state. They have concentration camps with millions of Uyghur Muslims. They just use them for slaves. They have hundreds of millions of impoverished Chinese out in the countryside. They have this big-ass, gigantic army. They're actually conducting cyber warfare operations against the United States. They are a trading partner and a rival. They want to steal all our technology. They want to be the world's superpower. These people in China want to come to America and take everything over. This is their goal. They actually have a cyber warfare operation going on that is, and the entire aim is to remove the white English speakers from America and replace them with different groups of people, because it's a cyber warfare operation. They're trying to kill our people off. So what they do is they send us fentanyl, and then they distribute it through cartels and through networks of illegal immigrants, because 30% of these numbers are a little bit old. This is from the Cato Institute. This one says 27% of narcotics traffickers are not U.S. citizens. They're illegal immigrants. It's actually 30% now. It's gone up. So they have these networks of illegal immigrants that they funnel their dope through, and the Chinese Nazi Party, they regularly push. So Chinese Nazi Party, very specifically, they have these Uyghur Muslims. I don't know how to spell that. The Uyghur Muslims, and they're in these pockets around. Do we have a picture of that? They're pockets around. There's Xinjiang. Here's China. And then here's the Xinjiang. This is where the Uyghur Muslim camps are. So these pockets of illegal immigrants, and the Chinese really, really, really don't want these illegal immigrants there. They have these re-education camps where they have these millions of Uyghur Muslims in like concentration camps, like training them to not be Muslims. And the reason why is because they don't want the Muslims taking over, and they want their culture to be gone. They want to eradicate it, because Chinese have always been eradicating cultures. Ever since the Chinese, the cultural de-evolution in China, where the communists went through and destroyed all the Buddhist and Taoist monasteries, destroyed all the cultural institutions, it was because they took over, and that was the way that they took over, was they annihilated all your cultural institutions. And so that's what they're doing with these people. And so the Chinese Nazi government, they regularly put out propaganda about how the United States is racist for enforcing their immigration laws, for kicking out illegal immigrants. Let's look up we could probably find some really quick. I remember I have read one article about the Chinese state media propaganda they're trying to prevent us from enforcing our immigration laws. And this causes what they're trying to do is it's a method of cyber warfare. So they themselves are all about cracking down on Uyghur Muslims. I can't go there and just bring my culture from America there because they'll throw me in jail. I will be thrown in jail if I go to China. I've broken their national security law many, many, many times on this show. But they put out this propaganda about how Americans are racist, and so they're trying to push anti-racism, and they're trying to shame us into not enforcing our immigration laws. And because it's a cyber warfare campaign, that's their method to remove the white males, the white English speakers from America. They want to replace us with the immigrants and change our language, because when you change the language, you change the culture. And the majority of the immigrants they're bringing in are socialist, and they are Marxist, and that is called cultural Marxism. It comes from a place in China. It comes from that cultural de-evolution. They killed about 100 million people during that period of time. 60 million people in China, trying to from the socialist people in the cities, going through the countryside and killing off the capitalists. And so that's why it says all this stuff on Wikipedia over here about nativism. So what this is supposed to mean, like nativism, is where if you're not a native, people will mess with you. So, but what they've crafted here is they've included all of these other things down at the bottom. So they say historically used to describe fascism and Nazis. It says experiences of fascism and Nazism. Today, far-right politics includes neo-fascism, neo-Nazism, third-party, alt-right, white supremacism, white nationalism, other ideologies or organizations that feature aspects of ultra-nationalistic, which is far-right, chauvinist, which is not. This means patriotism. So this is why they're saying Proud Boys are far-right, is because they're patriotic. It says xenophobic, theocratic. So the Israelis, the Jews, they're far right. Racist, homophobic, transphobic, anti-communist. If you're against communism, you are far right, or reactionary views. So we don't know exactly whether or not it was the Chinese Nazi Party who rigged this, because this is obviously rigged. This is bullshit. This is nonsense. Some people say it's a European definition. This is the closest I've gotten to the actual problem. Is that we could say that, okay, there are definitely people in the United States that would write stuff like this, but there are actually armies full of Chinese Nazi Party spies who work in spy organizations who actually use Wikipedia for espionage. So this is why I do the WikiSpy tool for monitoring Wikipedia for tampering from hostile actors and political bias, is because we have to have a tool to actually determine whether or not this came from China, because this is cultural Marxism right here. So they're saying basically what they're doing here and how it's cultural Marxism is that this stuff is far left. Like when you look at this and you go, okay, so you're saying anybody who supports immigration restriction measures is a nativist? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. There's lots of reasons to restrict immigration, such as global warming, right? So how do right wings, far right supposed to mean like dictators, people that will like authoritarians, they'll kill you. It's not supposed to mean just whatever the hell you want it to mean, because this thing is what I was saying. If it features aspects of list a bunch of nasty things, but then you got this chauvinist. What is chauvinism? Extreme forms of patriotism and nationalism, fervent faith in national excellence and glory. So if you believe in American exceptionalism, so if you think that Americans are exceptional, then you are a chauvinist, and then you're far right, which doesn't make any sense because America is not far right. No, see, America is our government is based on classical liberalism, dude. Like our government is a small c conservative classical liberal government. So if you're trying to say my identity is red, white, and blue, so I'd like those colors, or if you think that Americans are badass, that we're better than like Chinese and Russians and Europeans and Africans, then that means you're like a Nazi? That doesn't make any sense. It never made any sense. So since it's an irrational belief in superior or dominance of one group of people. So it's irrational. What world do these people live in? America has been the dominant force on the planet for like hundreds of years, man. It's true. It's 100% true that America is a dominant force on the planet. So says that other things are weak and unworthy. But the problem is like theocratic. You're saying that like the Jews, the ones that were killed by Adolf Hitler, are far right. Okay, so Sharia law is far right. Islam is far right, but not how on earth is, well, I don't know enough about Thailand, but Thailand is ruled by a monarchy and they are religious there. So I guess they're far right. I don't know. I've beaten this too much on this. So Patriot Prayer is not far right. This thing's fake news. I'm getting distracted. I got to do this stuff faster. Okay, I got to get through these faster. Still a lot of these articles, man. Okay, so no more getting sidetracked. That was my rabbit trail for the night. It's important information. I repeat it a lot on this channel because it's important because people don't know the difference between far right. They don't know what left-right politics means. They don't know farthest left means communism, the flattest social hierarchy. Then the farthest right is the steepest social hierarchy, like Nazism, fascism, fascism came like with some first wave feminist shit, man. That stuff, fascists brought women's suffrage. That's what they did. That's why people liked fascists. They needed a dictator because the people wouldn't give them what they wanted. And then they gave the women the voting rights, and then they voted for fascists, and then they ended up with a dictator, and then they didn't have the voting rights anymore. Let's see, there was Heidi. I think I'm pretty much done with this. So the cops, hold on. No, not done with this. Just had to debunk the fake news there. So I don't believe. Let me just resume here. Michael Forrest Rainoli. Hold on. Rainoli, I think. 48 was walking to his car outside of an apartment complex in Lacey, Washington, where he was hiding out when a number of joint Federal Fugitive Task Force pulled up and opened fire on September 13th, according to witnesses, the Oregonian reported. Officers shot multiple rapid-fire rounds at Rainoli before issuing a brief stop command, quickly followed by more rapid-fire shooting by additional officers. And, quote, witness Nathaniel Dinesgrass, 39, said in a statement released by his lawyer, Rainoli was holding a cell phone as he walked to the car, but Dingy said he did not see him holding a gun. Police said after the shooting that a handgun was found on Rainoli, but did not specify if he pointed it at the cops, the outlet said. So this guy, what was he like, open carrying? We don't know. The witness, okay, eyewitness counts are very unreliable. This is infuriating that these people do this shit all the time. This is standard fake news operating procedure, is that these people will, I don't know if I announced the title of that. I think I accidentally closed out the last one and then I didn't announce the title. Oops. But they, this is why we call them the fake news industrial complex, is because they present this stuff as if it's fact. So they don't put that the guy had a gun up at the top. So you're supposed to put the bottom line up front. You're not supposed to put the important details. You're saying like, cops gunned down accused Portland shooter without warning, witnesses say. So the cops showed up to arrest him. We don't know exactly what happened, but apparently they thought this guy was a threat because he had a gun. So the witness who saw it probably didn't see the gun in his hand. In the case in point with Jacob Blake, the quote-unquote unarmed black guy that was shot by the white cop. And then as it turns out, he had a knife in his hand, and it was in the video. So he wasn't unarmed. That was a lie. But the people who were around him, they said Jacob Blake was there to break up a fight. But that wasn't true at all. Jacob Blake had a warrant out for his arrest for raping and beating his girlfriend. And then he went to her house and he had taken her keys and he had a knife and he wouldn't let him leave. And so they called the cops on him and the cops came there to arrest him. But Black Looter Mob knows that they can get millions of dollars in scam donations if they tell you lies. So to them, they have a worldview. They think it's this way, and they're entrenched in their dogma, and they believe they will even think that these facts are true, but in reality, people's eyewitness accounts are very bad, and as time goes by, they get worse and worse and worse and worse. You might think that your memory is good. Trust me. I've done a lot of studies on memories because I build artificial memory augmentation technologies. Your memory is very fallible. It's not very good. It's crummy. In fact, you could almost classify us all as delusional. Like everything that we're seeing is like a delusion. Number of different theories on that. But whenever you hear an eyewitness account and something like this is not good information. This is why we call them the fake New York Post and the fake news industrial complex. It's because they constantly spew out fake news. They go off of hearsay and opinion because they all had to be the first one to report on the story. They can't wait to actually fact check it because if they do, somebody else is going to report on the story before them. So they have to report the fake news first so they could put out X free articles to get Y subscriptions so that they could profit money off of you believing fake news. And then they're sitting up top the ivory tower and they read enough of this stuff and they put enough of this stuff out and they themselves too start to believe in the fake news. And then you get a fake news echo chamber going on. And then we end up with a whole bunch of hearsay. We don't know the story behind this. But if you ask any lefty, they'll say that the white cop gunned down the BLM activist because that's their worldview. The department said the shooting took place after, quote unquote, a confrontation between Ranoli and police and said he attempted to flee. According to an earlier report in the Olympian, Ranoli's death was ruled a homicide this week, with the Thurston County Coroner's Office saying that he died from multiple gunshot wounds in his head and torso, Fox News reported Thursday. And so, because vast majority of leftists aren't very bright, they're not very educated, they don't know what homicide means. This is the problem with these people. They use these terms like far right and homicide, and then they don't know what it means. They think that homicide means murder. That's not true. Homicide means you don't know if it was murder, a justified killing, or a accident. So then you say homicide, right? Pretty easy to explain. Now, these people don't know anything about this. They're dumb. The Democrats sitting up top in their ivory tower, they all got really fancy jobs. And the people that they market to are at the bottom of the hierarchy. And they are pretty much just controlling. It's the people up at the top of the ivory tower controlling all the stupid people underneath them. That's actually what's going on. And I can actually prove to you that this is happening. And we'll actually do this. Or if you want to check out Real Simple News on September 11th, 2020, issue 103. That also had that information. It's realsimplenews.net/issue 103. $158 right now. Not doing too bad. I've had 2 rabbit trails tonight. But I'm going to be plowing through these articles faster here. Damn. I'm not going anywhere near as fast as I want to. It's because I got sidetracked. Damn it. It's the problem with running a live stream, okay, because there's always new viewers and there's a lot of facts that people don't know. And a lot of these facts, I have to repeat them over and over again because I can't. Something that I've learned is like, there's some people that watch my show like all the time, but they still have not heard the most important data, like the stuff that I just presented from the Census Bureau and the GPAs of the African Americans and the demographics of where they're all living at. People are still clueless to this, and I've said this dozens of times. But whenever I do try to have to explain it, re-explain it to it takes a long time, and it's been 4 hours. So we're going for the marathon because I am not old. I'm not dead yet. So Yay! This next batshit crazy story from Crazyland here at the New York Post. Portland police deploy tear gas, declare riot after protester catches fire. The dramatic new video from Portland shows a protester catching fire on Saturday night. Shattered glass is heard out of frame before the camera pans to a man whose lower legs have been ignited. I mean, you just watched the video. I think they got to click on the thing. All of these things come from RSS feeds, if you're wondering. The sources they're pretty kind of bunk sometimes, but most of the times they're good. Here's the video. Here's the video. Woo!
Fucking idiot. Smother it.
Real talk, if you actually do see that stuff happening, you do. I fought forest fires for a number of years. I put out more fires than I can count. You do actually have to snuff it out. You have to take your clothes off and then wrap it around the thing, and then you have to take the oxygen out of the thing. It can save your life.
Citation or crowd control agents, including tear gas and or impact weapons. Leave the area immediately.
Gotta watch this guy a couple of more times.
Fucking idiot. Smother it.
Near Ventura Park. This has been declared a riot. All persons must immediately leave the area by traveling to the east. Failure to adhere to this order.
Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot.
All right, we got anything else you want to hear? Here's another review of the Hot Steppa. The lyrical gangsta. What did Trump say? It's from @Real Donald Trump. It says I do. It says the original tweet was from @Tim Kennedy MMA. On my podcast with @Joe Rogan, he offered to moderate a debate between @Joe Rogan and @Real Donald Trump. It'd be 4 hours with no live audience, just the two candidates, cameras, and their vision of how to move this country forward. Who wants this? #debates, #elections. Says Donald Trump says I do. Oh, shoot. I wasn't supposed to stop that. This next article from New York Post. Portland mayor bans local cops from using tear gas at protests. The spineless, cowardly mayor, or shall I say far leftist mayor, Ted Wheeler of Portland, on Thursday ordered city police to stop using tear gas to disperse the ongoing riots in Oregon's largest city. Wheeler, who was also gassed during a protest earlier this year, made the announcement saying, quote, "We need something different," and quote, "to quell more than 3 months of nightly unrest in Portland following the May 25th police custody death of George Floyd in Minneapolis after the guy OD'd on fentanyl. Quote, "It's time for everybody to reduce the violence in our community," end quote, the mayor said. Quote, "During the last 100 days of Portland, Multnomah County, and state police have relied on CS gas where there's a threat to life safely. We need something different. We need it now," end quote. We do need something different. We need a mayor who's not a spineless pussy, who can actually stand up to Black Leader Bob, and instead of reducing the force, steadily giving more and more and more force until they break so that they'll stop and they don't do it again. No, this guy's a spineless coward. He can't actually do what's right because he's in a culture where everybody's a spineless coward, where you got a whole bunch of old, nice Democrat people. They're all a bunch of pussies. Like, they would never, like, the stuff that I've done in my life would be crazy wild to them, man. Like, these people are, like, absolutely, like, they got, like, dust up in their pussy and shit. Because it's been so long since they've had sex. They fantasize about dudes rubbing their pussy with a broomstick, right? Because nobody will even get near them with the broomstick. So their fantasy is actually getting their crusty pussy rubbed by a broomstick. Right. So he's around a bunch of these old people and they're really lame. And so this guy, he's a spineless coward and he can't stand up to it. And none of the people around him can stand up to them. So their solution, oh, we'll just go defenseless. We just won't deal with it. Right. But the move didn't sit well with Oregon State Police, who called the ban reckless and short-sighted. Said they might have to now reconsider whether or not to continue to deploy troopers to Portland under the new directive. I helped start one of these riots, the 2016 Portland anti-Trump protest. Like, I definitely remember what was effective. And when they started launching smoke at us and they started shooting us with mace paintballs and they were using flashbangs, those were incredibly effective. Definitely got us out of there. Now, they are coming back and rioting because spineless cowards like Ted Wheeler don't condemn them. He condones and he encourages them. And it's because the dude's a coward. We got to get this Ted Wheeler dude out. Quote, the OSP will be forced to... In a statement to KATU TV, agency said it uses tear gas sparingly only when the situation is to defend our officers and the public from serious injury. And if you're unaware, if you haven't been watching all of these riot videos, the rioters have been shining these really, really powerful green laser lights in the eyes of the police officers to blind them. And they have been throwing bricks and water bottles. And whenever they do that, and they've I don't think any cops have been killed in Portland. But the second to lead story tonight was about 2 cops getting gunned down. So the cops are getting gunned down. They're getting killed. And because of that, they need to be able to use tear gas. If you don't like that, then don't riot. Right? Most of these rioters who got tear gassed, in the end, they tell all their buddies and they brag about it. Oh, I got tear gas down at the protest. You better bet your bottom dollar I told everybody I got shot with a mace paintball at the 2016 Portland anti-Trump riots. Yeah, definitely. I got shot in the back, and there was like a spot on my back where it was like an orange spot. And I told everybody about it, dude. You know, I have had these crowd munitions used on me, and I've also had the far left come and threaten me, had people threaten my safety at my house. And so these protests, these riots they're not just downtown Portland. They come and they manifest themselves at people's houses when people are getting attacked because people think they're far right, because they're actually informed and they don't believe fake news. So I personally don't want people to come to my house and target me like this. So I think that we need to use these munitions, because it's not just to quell the riots downtown. The violence is also to manifest itself at bars when people jump people. They can also kill people when they can isolate them. If they've been at a bar, they know when closing time's coming up. They can wait for you to go to your car. They can even find your car, and then they can come kill you. These are very real threats. Running Real Simple News, this is something I have to live with every single day. I have to look at my security cameras all the time to make sure there's no black looter mobs or Antifa Nazis coming. Or no, they're BLM Antifa Nazis or BLM. Blah. Reading the article says, this quote, this less lethal, that's actually really difficult to say. This less lethal, I can't say this. This less lethal option is just that, a tool that mitigates the potential for officers may be forced to use deadly force. And quote, it says, yeah. I think I personally would up the ante. I would continually add more and more deadly force in there. So, don't vote for me for police commissioner. I'd be like, nah, man, just beat him, dude. Just whack, whack, whack. This next article from the Daily Mail, beer bandit BLM protester who downed elderly couple's drink at Pittsburgh restaurant and screamed, "F the white people," is charged with harassing diners along with 2 others. Charges were filed against Monique Kraft, Kenneth McDowell, and Sean Green, who goes by Lorenzo Rulli, on Monday. A viral video showed the trio screaming, "Fuck white people," and yelling other obscenities at diners outside of the Scene Mikado restaurant on September 5th. That was 11 days ago. Green swore at elderly couple and gave them the finger and screamed into one of the restaurant's open windows, McDowell used a megaphone. Just watch the video. Sorry.
White people have built the system set against mine. You all.
Dude, what a little crusty bitch. Damn. This is the problem with these people. They think that they're justified doing whatever they're doing. They think that the white people did something that they deserve this kind of treatment because they wouldn't hire these people because they act like that. Like, it's like they're demanding that they rise up the social hierarchy to the top by being extremely disrespectful. And maybe it's just because they've never actually worked in these people's environment. I do because I'm an engineer. And but this is the way that it works, is that vast majority of people in these privileged jobs, like if you have a bad attitude, like they get rid of you, they fire you. I mean, I know this sounds incredibly obvious, right? But if you're off partying and doing drugs and you're too busy fucking in order to actually learn the shit and do the job, and then whenever you do actually have to press them to get the job done and they have a bad attitude, like, you're gone. I mean, I know this is like completely fucking obvious, but that is the way that the world works. I know this because I'm pretty mouthy. I usually break the rules myself. That's why I got canceled. That's why I'm doing this show, because I don't know. I just like, I have morals and principles, and I believe in Constitution and the principles that it was built on, principles of common law and principles of limited government. And so to them, that's like far right. If you believe, because I believe in immigration restrictions because of global warming, because there's global warming it's not going to wipe out life on Earth. It's not a mass extinction. That's not true. It's not actually happening. It could be a mass extinction if we got hit with an asteroid. It's a very small asteroid. But mass extinction is not actually a mass extinction. It's more like rainforest deforestation and the destruction of the freshwater ecosystems. So the lakes are getting polluted, and humans are encroaching. And then, but that's it. It's mainly in the freshwater areas, and then there's all the plastic in the oceans, and then there's a rainforest. But there's not going to be, life on Earth isn't going to die. This is fake news. I'm going to be refilming the first episode of Real Simple News with Science pretty soon, so I'm going to check that out. You should subscribe to Real Simple News with Science. So we pretty much saw these people. That's pretty much all we need to see from this. There's Kraft insisted that the protester didn't instigate the altercation outside of Siena Mercado. What does everything say? It says homosexual tendencies. And then it's got a skull. I don't know what that means. Donald Trump had tweeted, BLM protesters horribly harassed elderly Pittsburgh diners, scaring them with loud taunts while taking their food right out of their plate. These anarchist, not protesters, are Biden voters. But he has no control or anything to say. Disgraceful. Never seen anything like that. Thugs, 100% agreed. Another tweet from Donald Trump. ... And because of weak and pathetic Democrat leadership, this thuggery is happening in other Democrat-run shitholes. Must shut them down fast. Biden and most liberal in Senate must run to make Kamala the snitch Harris, the one that sat on the Russiagate committee. They did Russiagate because they're trying to interfere with the presidential election. Because they're in bed with China. Biden and his most liberal in Senate running mate Kamala won't even talk about it. They won't even utter the words law and order. And here we can, no, we've already saw that one. I need a little bit of a break. Been going for 4 hours and I have to get through these. There's so many of them. But hey, there's a bazillion videos. I'm going to chop them up and then you'll be able to watch them, the clips on YouTube. So it's worth the time. More work now for me means less work later. I'll be right back. Ooh-hee doohee. All right. I've been on for what? 4 minutes. 4 hours, 15 minutes. And I had to take a 15-minute break. Probably killed the live stream audience, but to be quite honest, this is for me, not for you. I record a whole bunch of clips and then I chop them up and release them over some period of time. So it works out. But I missed a show last week, so the articles piled up. And, well, obviously, I put too many articles on. So there was actually 100... There was 250 of these articles. When I first started, I'm like, yo, man, this ain't going to happen, dude. Then I whittled it down to about 150, and then, yeah, I'm not going to get through them all. But I tried. In this next article from the New York Post, protests erupt. Hold on. You mean riots erupt after police shoot knife-wielding man who charged cop in Lancaster. Oops, shit. I accidentally pressed stop. Damn it. Gotta redo it. This next article from the New York Post, riots, or what they are calling protests, erupt after police shoot knife-wielding man who charged cop in Lancaster, New York. Riots poured onto the streets of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Sunday night, calling for, quote-unquote, justice for a man shot dead by police while charging at an officer with a knife. Like, when they say no justice, no peace, what they're actually saying is mob justice, no peace. Mob justice, no peace. There's a thing called a court. In America, we say it's better to let 20 guilty people free than let one innocent person rot in jail. Black looter mob is perfectly happy when they are the recipient of being one of those 20 people who were guilty who got set free to prevent one innocent person from rotting in jail. But they hate it when it's a cop. There's about 20,000 murders in the U.S. each year. There's about 800 or 900 police shootings each year, or police killings each year. So that's about a 21 ratio. So just going by that ratio, the cops would be one of those 20 guilty people let free. And the reason for that is because without the cops, people would just come like with guns and take over. That's the way it works. Most people have never been to an extremely corrupt country, so that's, hold on. Most people in the world live in extremely corrupt countries. Most people in America have never been to a corrupt country. They don't know anything about that. I've never been to a corrupt country, but I have seen enough videos on the internet that I'm pretty well aware of how it operates over there, where they got them warlords. It's a lot better here. But in order to have a free state, you're going to have police, and then they're going to have guns, and then there's going to be accidental shootings per year, and there's about 40,000 gun deaths per year. About half of them are accidents, so there's like 20,000 gun accidents in a year. So you could definitely easily chalk up almost every single police shooting, probably 99.9% of them, you can chalk up to it's a gun accident. It happens. But they hate cops. That's why they're doing it. That's really what it is. They just hate cops. Because if they really actually wanted to change the problem, what they would do is they would target the local laws from the local politicians that enacted these laws that have like prohibition of drugs, have require police to be in our neighborhood in order to enforce. So we could just get rid of those laws. I live in Oregon, where marijuana is legal. So I bought this at a store down the street. It's like 90 some odd %. It tastes pretty good. And it didn't come from a cartel or a drug dealer. It came from some cool dude down the street at the head shop. So the body camera footage shows Ricardo Munz, 27, brandishing a knife and wielding it over an officer's head as cops respond to domestic disturbance around 4:15 a.m. Here we could watch the video, see what happened. Gonna get shot by the police, so you don't want to watch it, though.
28's coming your way. Quarter two, you go.
Where'd they go? Get back, get back.
Obviously, that dude's insane. That seemed to be a suicide by cop scenario. I think suicide by cop would be a fitting definition of that. And what did they do? Black looter mob then proceeded to loot and burn, loot, and murder. Here we got this next article from New York Post. Lancaster man killed by cop was previously busted in quadruple stabbing. So he's a serial stabber. What was this? Ooh. The blade-wielding Pennsylvania man shot dead by police, triggering destructive race riots, demanding mob justice. Was previously busted in 2019 for knifing 4 people in the city, according to his lawyer and officials. Maybe read on. I was like, I'm sorry, what? Like, he's still on the streets after knifing 4 people? Before Ricardo Munoz, 27, made the fatal decision to rush a cop while waving a knife on Sunday. He was charged with stabbing or slashing 2 men, a woman and a 16-year-old, in a near a Lancaster home in March of last year. Quote, he is the individual who was shot yesterday, and quote, confirmed public defender Elizabeth Lowe, who represented Munoz on the aggravated assault case. In that incident, cops responding to a 911 call for a stabbing found Munoz standing in the street holding a knife to his throat, according to the law enforcement press release. When officers ordered Munoz to drop the blade. Instead, he tried to vault a handrail outside of the home. Well, we saw the video. Here's the dude. Yep. Don't do drugs, kids. Yeah. So let's watch some videos of what they've been doing over here. Here are some black litter mobs. Sorry about that. Sorry, anybody with loudspeakers, I just like, I suck right now, huh? Oh. Damn. Here's the, people look certifiably insane.
They're masking up!
Sorry, there's the rioters throwing bricks through windows. This is the peaceful protest. It's so peaceful. They're throwing bricks through windows. There's another video of a woman trying to light a car on fire, a police vehicle. We have another video of black bloc rioters in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, starting a street fire after spending hours attacking cops in the police station with projectiles. They rioted because a cop killed a Latino man who's charged at him with a knife. Because in batshit crazy land, this is just the norm. Here we can see another video of Lancaster, New York race rioters getting hit in the groin with an impact munition.
We got hit by a baton round! Get him out!
More of the story. Wear a groin protector when you go to race riots. Now, don't want to ruin the you don't want to kill off your family line race rioting for some minorities in a city that you're never going to go to. Because that would just be quite silly now, wouldn't it? Maybe you should just protest towards the laws in the city where you live in. Because most of these police brutality incidences are actually happening with local and state laws. So maybe instead of trying to force people in other cities that you don't live in, pay taxes in, have any sort of business in, to do what you want, maybe you should focus on the state and local laws where you live at. And then we'll just live in a sovereign society where governments people are allowed to make their own rules. If one group of people wants to have abusive police, they're allowed to have abusive police. It's called a democracy. If you don't like that, go move to a totalitarian dictatorship. You're going to soon see that the alternative is a lot worse. Here's another video of rioters in Lancaster.
Do it now! Do it!
Who started a fire, and the police are kicking their ass. Here are the police running after them. Boom! And there's the tackle. Wham!
Put your hand behind your back! Do it now! Do it!
Do it now! Do it now!
Put your hand behind your back! Do it now! Do it!
Whoop, whoop. Let's watch that one more time. One more time. Boom.
Put your hand behind your back! Do it now! Do it!
Here we got another video of BLM Antifa Nazis, or BLM, starting a dumpster fire at their barricade outside of the Lancaster Police Department in Pennsylvania. Now we can see tear gas being fired on the race rioters. Obviously, the mayor of that city has not banned tear gas. And here's a transsexual woman leading a pack of hate speakers, speaking hate speech against Donald Trump, Trump supporters, and police. Okay. Here in this next video. Oh, wait, we already watched that one. Sorry. In this next video, we can see black looter mobs marching down the street.
And we would really appreciate it. And I would appreciate it if you get out of my face.
Oh, yeah, and then they attack this woman.
You don't have to stand here while I record. You can just watch me. I'm recording. I don't give a fuck. I'm recording.
I got his footage.
Whatever.
Thank you. No, please.
For my safety, keep going.
Oh, man. Hey, you got it all right.
In this next video, Lancaster police conduct a flash raid to arrest rioters and arsonists who vandalism. So earlier we read a story about the spineless far leftist mayor of Portland, Oregon, near where I live in Eugene, Oregon. They banned facial recognition technology, and that's because the police were using the facial recognition technology to arrest rioters. And they said that the facial recognition technology did not equally detect the black people because they had pretty bad cameras on their thing, and that they need to ban all facial recognition technology because it misidentified black people. But there's like 1.9% black people in Oregon. There's like hardly any black people around here, man. Like, I don't know what they're doing. They're like, no, but it'll make it so that some of the people are. I'm trying to figure out what their exact reasoning behind this. They're saying, oh, well, it's going to get like a false positive on too many black people. You would just not use it on black people, right? I mean, that doesn't make sense. Or you would use it less, or you would use it when you to search through the person or search through records for the person, because you can't do that with a person, but you can do it outside of the city limits. You just can't do it inside of the city limits. This is insane. Everything about Portland is this Mayor Ted Wheeler is just crazy. Here's another: hundreds of black looter mob marched through the streets in Philadelphia with no social distancing, condemning Trump for being anti-science in the way he handled the pandemic. I'm sorry, what the hell does Donald Trump's handling? I think Donald Trump's had done a perfectly fine job handling the pandemic. I think that hasn't done enough to stop the far leftists. Most people don't know, but Democrats, only 6% of scientists are Republican. So the vast majority of the people at the CDC are Democrats, and a lot of scientists, they're kind of weak and cowardly. So if you're talking about like needing a decision that comes from scientists that you can guarantee that it's good, if you're going to pick a weak, cowardly scientist and make them do something about something they're afraid about, you're almost guaranteed to get insane results. Your results are going to be so batshit crazy. They're going to be almost as batshit crazy as the scientist when they go home and they're eating their antidepressants, anti-anxiety, and antipsychotic pills. Because as it turns out, a lot of these scientists are actually fruitcake. Fruitcake. And I'm a computer scientist and engineer. So I don't really like having to say that, but it has been my observation of most of these scientists that most of them are bozo. they're straight up bozo, man. Like, if you want to trust anybody for information that is going to save your life, and it's politically motivated in nature, and there's fear involved, you can pretty much guarantee the scientists are going to come up with some fruitcake shit, dude. No, they're going to come. They're all going to say, I took a class in college. I know this shit. No, trust me. What, you don't believe the science? How can you not believe the science? You're going to kill people. This is why they are batshit crazy. It's because they go off of fear, and they think they know everything. And they think because they took a class in college that they know everything about it. So you have to trust them because they're the authoritative source. And if you don't, they'll get mad at you. It takes a scientist to call them out. I am more than happy to call them out because I'm tired of their bullshit behavior. I'm tired of the dogmatic support for Democrat policies because it creates a monoculture groupthink echo chamber that is a toxic work environment that is what is called a non-diverse team. And so in this, the CDC is mostly run by Democrats. And because they're run by Democrats, the Democrats are trying to show you how good of a job they're doing mismanaging the pandemic. So they want to lock your economy down because they got to make sure that your house gets foreclosed and your business shuts down. And then they want to muzzle you with the mask, make you wear a mask, and then it's caused about 11% of people to seriously consider suicide recently since the pandemic started. And it's destroyed our economy. And the reason why they're doing it is because they're overreacting. The ivory tower liberals sitting up top their ivory tower are trying to get all of the scared old people to vote for them, and the white feminists and the minorities. So what they do is they focus group test stuff. They don't do like the Republicans do it, and they have like a principle where they make their policies based off of the principles of limited government and the Constitution and respect for religious respect for religions. Instead, what they want to do is they want to sell you on fear. So they focus group test these things, and they see in the focus group test that people respond good to the mask thing because the old people think you're helping save them because they're like about 45% of the people who have died from COVID were in end of life care. They were like in the old folks home, and 94% of them had multiple comorbidities, which a lot of people have comorbidities. So, I mean, maybe in some ways that argument doesn't hold true, but there's also a lot of people who are like me that lift weights every day, and I'm in really good shape. I don't drink alcohol, so my immune system is very strong. I'm 38 years old, still looking pretty good. You know, most of the women my age are starting to look pretty haggard. I still look really good. And so for me, my chance of dying from COVID, because I'm under the age of 45, and under the age of 45, there was 2.5% of the deaths from COVID. Now, what they say, because they're looking at this through a skewed Democrat lens, is they see, we see in the hospital, there's 20% of the patients are like under 45. It's like, okay, why is that true? Most of the people are in the old folks home dying. They're not in the hospital. So just the ratios look different. So, but to them, they see, we have to be afraid. We have to try to protect these people. We have to show them how good of a job we do. So we have to put in these extremely harsh measures to try to protect you. And then it causes 11% of the people to seriously contemplate suicide. And it destroys our economy. And in the end, all you're doing is just slowing down, because 71% of the people, sorry, I'm on a tangent here, but I got to finish. 71% of people who tested positive are about, according to the CDC, they wore face masks everywhere. So that's obvious proof that wearing a face mask does not stop you from getting COVID. The only thing it does is slow it down. It's the only thing it does. Slow it down. It doesn't actually stop reality. But they want to show you, they're going to use all these, they worked really hard, they studied really hard, and they're going to prove to you, they're going to show you, they're going to save the day through all of these extremely harsh lockdowns and mask mandates. And it just ends up destroying your economy. And this is why you should not make scientific decisions based off of fear and politics. Because here's a black looter mob riot in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, surrounds a man's house. He's got a Trump flag outside.
Problems, Pete. I would advise you to think twice.
He's got a gun.
I don't think you know what's out here, buddy. I care about you. I don't want you to find out.
So he's pointing his shotgun out the window.
Pete. Hey, Pete.
Aim that shit at these motherfuckers.
We at you, Pete.
He's cocking it. Fuck.
Pete.
There ain't no bullets in that motherfucker.
Look at that crazy motherfucker.
Gotta give you a new nickname now. Pistol Pete.
So note to self, these mobs of people are not going to be intimidated by threats of violence. And that's because they are in a mob of people where there's a many to few relationship. There's many of them. There are few of you. So nothing that you can do is going to stop this mob of people. So I would advise you to, unless you're with the militia, do not be like brandishing weapons, because it could totally backfire. Although that's kind of the country that's like, hold on. You shouldn't do it in, I think this guy's sitting here. The people, so there's the McCloskeys, right? Right over there. With the gun over there. So there's those people. And so they brought their guns out on their porch because the people had broken down the gate. They weren't allowed to be there. This person, I don't think that this appears to be like a McCloskey incident. These people don't appear to be on his property. I don't know the specifics of that. But they're just, he's just, I mean, honestly, out in the country, if you go drive up on somebody's property, you might have a gun pulled out on you. It's happened to me before. That people do that out in the country. It's just kind of the way it goes. But if you're doing it aggressively, you should be warned. It's not going to actually stop the crowd from possibly killing you. They might mess you up. So you should just be use your rights, your Second Amendment rights, but just do so wisely. Here's a message from a police officer.
Black Lives Matter. Quick story. The other night, we get a call from a black man saying that he'd been the victim of a crime. I show up, and I was able to determine very quickly that yes, in fact, he was the victim of a crime. As I'm standing on the side of the road taking his statement, these young ladies pull up in a car next to us and start screaming at the top of their lungs, Black Lives Matter. And whereas, yes, black lives do matter, if you pull up and you automatically assume that this man was the suspect of a crime when he was in fact the victim based on the color of his skin, you're racist.
Yes, definitely agree with that.
Quick story. The other night,
seems to be a repeating story. Here's a tweet from Elijah Schaefer. Breaking officers quickly moved to secure a detective vehicle that Antifa destroyed in order to secure weapons locked inside. He doesn't say where it's at. Swift action shows the threat. They thought it would be a BLM rioter or shows how much of a threat if they thought it would be if BLM rioters obtained firearms. Those people do sound like they're kind of insane. They're yelling. What else we got? Here we got another scene of CS gas up in Pennsylvania. Here we see a black looter mob protester hitting a black woman being a Trump supporter.
Violence! You're living up to the stereotype!
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Look, I'm not telling you nothing. Whooping your ass. Trust and believe. I'm on the other side of the stick. I'll be calling. Okay?
I think the Trump people are way cooler, to be honest. I've seen enough of these liberals to know that most of them aren't actually very nice people. If they seem like they're really cool, chances are, if they're young and they're wearing fancy clothes and they're trying to, like, you know, come up and be one of the higher ups in, like, the rave hierarchy or something, that these people oftentimes are snakes. If they're narcissists, that's why they're wearing the fancy clothes. That's why they want to come up and control the social hierarchy. So these black looter mobs are blocking traffic and terrorizing drivers who refuse to obey. People are fed up. They don't have any sympathy.
Have access to. That's about
oh my God!
billions of other people, and really opens up the door.
They got lucky on that one. That wasn't as bad as the one dude from earlier that jumped on the cop car. Got the summity. Some of there, some of gone.
Have access to. That's about
oh my God!
billions of other people, and really opens.
Yeah, don't be doing that shit. It's illegal. You're only allowed to speed off unless your life is in danger. You're oops. Another video of a black looter mob walking right up to a car, slashing the tires.
Yo, he just slashed his tires. This car tried to punch it.
Yeah, I'm really tired of those people blocking cars. I'm getting kind of pissed off about it. This next article from New York Post: Lancaster rioters held on a whopping $1 million bail each. A Pennsylvania judge threw the book at several of these rioters, accusing them of rioting by setting their bail to $1 million each. In the wake of the police shooting of knife-wielding Lancaster man, Lancaster police nabbed dozens of people, one juvenile, for staging the riots around 3 a.m. Monday in clashes that culminated in police deploying tear gas at the crowd. The overnight violence came on the heels of the death of Ricardo Mundez Fluff. We've already been through most of this. They just say it over and over and over and over again. It's like you read enough of these things and it's just like, all right. And almost all of them end up saying this happened in the backdrop of this event with this political climate. And you're like, all right, Fluff, I'm tuned out. So many more. I was hoping to get to the rest of the stuff. I'm going to clear out these slides, and then that's it for the show tonight, because I can finish it tomorrow. There's honestly, there's no schedule. I can chop up these videos and put them out on YouTube anytime I want. So, I was hoping to have gotten through this far within 3 hours, maybe 2 hours, but every single time they start calling people far right, I just got to teach people, because there's so many new viewers all the time that I have to repeat the information sometimes. So I'm gobbling up too much time. Yeah. In this next article from the Daily Mail, more than 100 black looter mob shut down George Washington Bridge in Manhattan, then violently clashed with NYPD outside their precinct on another chaotic night in NYC. Around the protests were called by Hawk Newsom, leader of the Greater New York chapter of Black Looter Mob. I think this is the guy. Isn't this the guy who declared war on the cops? If I'm wrong, comment below. If you should just comment below anyways. But yeah, actually, there's another episode of Real Simple News where we talk about this guy. The BLM declares war on cops, tortures Trump supporter. That video, that was a good one. There's a bunch. If you look through, okay, the trick to finding those ones are, well, first off, you can find them on Facebook. If you look up Cale McCullough, everything's public. And then Periscope, you could look at the episodes, but it's not going to have all of them. YouTube's going to have all of them. And then there's a bunch of these. This stuff's been going on for a while. Like this, there's a lot of shows of riots. If you go back in the archive, oh yeah, realsimplenews.net. Yeah, that's the other one. Yeah, go to the website. Yeah, bunch of different ways to watch Real Simple News. In fact, if you know anybody who wants to start a Real Simple News in another country, we are actually trying to bring Real Simple News to every language, and trying to find a Spanish speaker to do Spanish or Real Simple News. Yeah. And a Latina co-host for Real Simple News with Coffee. And guests to show up on the show. It's dope. The group then moved to the 34th precinct, having met up with another group of rioters. Police and protesters scuffled, and at least 6 people were arrested. Here's the picture of them shutting down the bridge, doing their black looter mob, burn, loot, murder, lawless state of anarchy And then you got this tweet from I am Hawk Newsom. Yeah, that's the guy. It says, say less, work more. They never shut down the George Washington Bridge before. We did that for our sisters and brothers who will have their lives stolen by America KKK. Okay. What about all the murders from the black people? Right? There's like 20,000 murders per year in the U.S. About half of them are committed by African Americans. 54% of the victims are black. And of those 54% of black victims, 93% were killed by other African Americans. That's like about 10,000 murders per year. And then police kill about 800 people per year. So, it's like a 12-to-1 ratio there. But this is the problem with the left. They never want to address the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is often quite large, too. You'd wonder, like, oh, how do you guys not see that elephant over there? Really? You just don't see the elephant? It's not that they don't just see the elephant. It's that they're completely delusional. They think that the elephant is like a racist concoction of the far right. Here we can see them waving the Jamaican flag. They don't like our flag, so they would prefer to use the flag of a very corrupt country, right? It's a cacophony. The more I hear these people chant these stupid black looter mob brainwashing chants, I just can't stand it, dude. It's like, if anybody knows any way that we could get these people to shut up or to like move on, maybe possibly fix the things that are happening, and then to maybe move on, we would like to like that, yeah. All right, enough of that cacophony. This next article from the Daily Mail. You're going to die today, police chief stabbed in the face with an ice pick by a man who knocked on door of his home, and suspect is arrested naked and screaming after the standoff with the police. The Bonao police chief Franco Fuda was stabbed in the below his left eye. Here we could see a picture of the gentleman. Thank goodness he's still alive. That would be pretty freaky. So what? Let me get this straight. It is kind of a little late at night. So they went to his house, knocked on the door of his home. Okay, suspect Forrest Bauman knocked on his front door in Berkeley County, South Carolina around 10 a.m., told him, "You're going to die today," and stabbed him. Bowman fled his home, refused to come out and stand off with the police. He fled his mobile home. Cops sent out a robot to scout his home and threw a tear gas bomb into the trailer. Bauman faces charges including attempted murder. According to the court records, Bauman has been out on bond on charges that he threatened Fuda 2 years ago. Okay, so he stabbed him and then he fled. And he went back into a mobile home and then there was a standoff. I think, if I got that straight. Sometimes you read these articles and then you're like, go through them too quickly and you don't get the facts straight. See, this is why there's so much fake news, is because it's easy to do that. There's so many different stories. So I guess those good journalists have techniques to make sure their errors are minimized. I'm still kind of indie. This next fake news article from the Daily Fake Mail. George Floyd's family claim cops involved in his death are trying to blame him after officers' lawyers argued he died from a drug overdose in court hearing. The 4 officers charged in the death of George Floyd attended a pretrial hearing in Minneapolis on Friday. Defense attorney claimed Floyd had taken fentanyl prior to his arrest, which likely caused his death. Yeah, his attorney's claiming this, but it was definitely the autopsies that said that. Here's one of the best sources on this is this Law and Crime article entitled "Authorities Just Released George Floyd's Complete Autopsy Report." Here it reads. We can see the toxicology report, and then we could see on here it has fentanyl, 11 nanograms per milliliter. 0.75 nanograms per milliliter is a lethal dose. So he had 14 nanograms of fentanyl. 14 lethal doses of fentanyl, as well as 2 lethal doses of meth, 19 milligrams per milliliter. So he's hopped up on drugs and he's really drunk. Where's the alcohol? Do they have alcohol? Anything else? No cocaine? He did not have cocaine. His friends were hella sketchy. So, why is Floyd's brother claiming this? Anybody been following this? Comment below. What do you think? Floyd's family disputed the allegations outside of court, saying excessive police force and racism caused his death. I'm sorry. How does racism cause death? I've never heard of actually racism killing people before. It's funny. Like, does democracy kill people too? These people are killing me. That's for sure. I would like to be asleep in my bed right now. I've been up here for 7 hours. Almost through the first set of slides. Oh no, great. I still have 5 more. There's still the counterculture, or the cancel culture, Donald Trump stuff. So there's QAnon stuff. And then more stories than I can shake a stick at. 3:38. We're doing pretty good. I personally like drugs that aren't sketchy, that are legal. I just think that that's just the way it should go. Maybe I'm just in Oregon and I don't need to buy sketchy drugs, but I found that if you legalize weed, you don't actually need sketchy drugs or alcohol, actually. So the long story short, I'll give you the bottom line up front. This dude, they got $14 million off of a GoFundMe because they lied and they told everybody that it was the cops that killed him instead of him being on a boatload of fentanyl. And if they had told you that, then they couldn't get more scam donations, or possibly they might have had to give back the scam donations that they scammed or they defrauded people out of. Because this person knew that his brother was a dope addict, hopped up on so much meth and fentanyl, you could kill 16 people with it. But they have to get those scam donations. In order to do that, they got to lie to you. And that's what they do. That's what he's doing. He's trying to protect his racket. He doesn't want the scam donations to go away. He wants to continue to raise scam donations. So in order to do that, he has to continue to lie to you. And that's just the only way that they are going to be able to maintain power, which I think is rather sad and pathetic. Nothing. But I think we need to get rid of all these scam donations. I think that these people shouldn't be doing it. There's a lot of people just misusing them. Here, we're going to watch this video.
They are trying to claim some asinine theory about an overdose. I want to be clear about this. The only overdose that killed George Floyd was an overdose of excessive force and racism.
This guy's a fucking liar. He's a fucking liar.
By the Minnesota, Minneapolis Police Department.
And I'm angry. After what I heard in that courtroom, it's unbelievable. Because where I'm from, and I know where some of y'all from, if it was one of us that killed the other person, it wouldn't be no hearing.
Yeah. this whole George Floyd thing is just irritating. Like, we've known for a long time that George Floyd died of a heart attack in the ambulance. He didn't die. He didn't get like choked out by Officer Chauvin. You can actually go watch the New York Times video. Just search New York Times space Floyd on YouTube. Watch the New York Times time lapse of it, and you'll see, I think it's 7 minutes into it. They announced George Floyd is going into a heart attack in the ambulance. And that was after, and that George Floyd was also complaining about being unable to breathe before he was put on the ground because he had just recovered from COVID and he was flipping out on fentanyl and meth. And that's why they had to restrain him. And it's very frustrating that we still have to be talking about George Floyd. I'm tired of talking about George Floyd. It's a lie. The entire thing, that all those race riots that we just had happen were all over lies about George Floyd, some piece of shit scumbag that would do home invasion robberies. One of the home invasion robberies he did was with a mother who had her child there, and it was a hostage situation. He terrorized the mother and child. He was a scumbag piece of shit. I'm glad that he's dead. I'm very happy that George Floyd is dead. Thank you. Thank you, God, for taking that scumbag piece of shit off the streets. Because that dude would have gotten other people killed on the fentanyl. People like that get other people killed. So it's always a good thing when people like that are taken off the streets. I don't give a fuck. These same people, anybody who would actually disagree with that would probably say, fuck this dude. I wish this dude was dead, right? It's like, yeah, how are you any better than a Nazi? And you're not any better than a fucking Nazi, right? The left is insane. Everything's backwards. Everything's a lie. And, they're absolute hypocrites. They'll straight up get upset about cops defending themselves. When, like, for instance, the guy in Lancaster was running at the cop with the knife, or the two cops from the lead episode, or the second to lead story, the two transit cops in Compton, which is part of LA. They got shot in the face by a black looter mob terrorist because he wanted to get retribution. And what about that? But they're out there. They're the same people who are out rioting and looting will cheer somebody on when they get beat up in a fight, or when somebody robs somebody. They won't even stop hanging out with the person who robbed them. Or if somebody is defending themselves in a situation where they got robbed, it's the person's robbing them, and then they killed them. The person who got robbed killed the robbers. You don't care about that. None of it. No, you only care when it's a cop killing someone, because it fits the narrative. White cop kills unarmed black man. Hands up, don't shoot. But the whole narrative's a lie, because Mike Brown was trying to get the cop's gun. He was a total dirtbag. That guy that the hands up, don't shoot thing, he didn't have his hands up. That was a lie. He was trying to get the gun from the cop. Cop had to shoot him, or else he would have been dead. This story is happening over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And the left is so insane, they won't listen to any sense. They don't listen to any. The only thing that these people listen to is whether or not they like you or not. It really is. That's what I've learned from doing this show. People don't listen to facts. There's so many facts they can't keep track of them. I can keep track of the facts. But vast majority of people cannot keep track of these facts. I'm really good with lots of details because I'm an engineer. Vast majority of people would not be able to do this. I'm definitely a trooper. I've even been up here for 5.5 hours doing this. But with that period of time, you could see over 5 hours, if somebody's going to watch my show, they might watch 15 minutes of it. They only might catch just a tiny little glimpse of the facts. Just an itty bitty little window. And that's all they're ever going to see. This is the fundamental problem with what is going on with these people. The only thing they're going to do is listen to the people that they trust. And all the people that they trust have been radicalized. So we're going to have to pick a different strategy to deal with these people because they've gone insane. This next article from the New York Post. Cops arrest more than 100 over the weekend as Portland protests hit 100 days straight. Probably should have put this earlier with the rest of the Portland stuff, but the slide was out of order. Sorry. The majority, 59, were arrested Saturday as officials declared it a riot, in which they said officers were hit with multiple bombs, mortars, and rocks. This included some who appeared to have traveled from as far as New Mexico, Colorado, and Arizona, along with 2 juveniles, including a 15-year-old, booked into juvenile detention on charges of rioting and second-degree disorderly conduct, police said. Some of those arrests were armed with daggers and knives, while others had what police called a wrist rocket type of slingshot known that will launch unknown objects. You mean projectiles? The injured included a man who's now seen it. Oh, I think we already covered this at the beginning. Yeah, I think this was like an extra story. Oops. Sorry. We went more into detail on this earlier. Didn't realize until halfway through what I was reading. This next article from the New York Post. Inside the private lives of protesters busted for rioting in Manhattan. The so-called revolutionaries who were busted for rioting in New Africa Black Panther Party rally took a break from their yacht club lives and modeling careers to be part of the mayhem. The 7 comrades, including wealthy Upper East Sider Clara Crabrier, had their mugshots tweeted out by the NYPD earlier Wednesday after their arrest for smashing storefront windows in Flatiron District. Man, there's some hard to pronounce ones in this one. Flatiron District. They were charged during the protest, during a protest organized by the Panthers and the Revolutionary Abolitionist movement, groups condemning the deaths of Daniel Prude, who was killed in the custody of the Rochester Police Department in March. Aside from Craber, the redhead daughter of an architect and child psychologist with second home in Connecticut, five of the others arrested appear to also come from privileged backgrounds, leading one police source to call them the height of hypocrisy. Frank Fumeister, 30, of Stotz, Oh, wow. This one's hard. Stuyvesant Heights, charged with rioting and possession of a graffiti instrument, is a freelance art director who designs ads for Joe Coffee and has also worked for Pepsi, Samsung, and the Gallivant. Among other high-profile brands, his LinkedIn profile and portfolio show studies fine arts with concentrations in photography at Florida State College in Jacksonville, according to his LinkedIn, and most recent address is stately home on Reed Island Drive in the city's Tony Beacon Hills and Harbor neighborhood. Public records show, I don't know what that means, the fancy neighborhoods probably. Calls to Furmeister went unreturned. Addie Stravich, 20, is a student at Sarah Lawrence College from Great Neck, is that Louisiana, LI? According to police and her family, here's the misfits. Bunch of privileged white kids. The white feminist, the racist form of feminism where they put white women's issues above everyone else's. The young activist lost her phone during the rowdy weekend riots, promptly called up her mother, who made arrangements to replace the cell phone right away, her mom told the Post. Quote, she hasn't been terribly in touch. She's been off doing her own things. And quote said, Shrajovich's mom? Susan Jacobowitz, an English professor of Queensborough Community College. Quote, I keep thinking it was going to get a call from the hospital or she'd get arrested because it seems like they're just dangerous times right now, unquote. Jacobowitz, who did not know her mother was arrested, told the Post. Quote, at least she's not on Rikers, she said. Before joining the riots, Shragovich was an accomplished musician who spent time performing in local theater groups and Seacliff Yacht Club, according to Great Neck Records, which photographed her in a 2017 show. Woo! A lot of liberal arts in here. You see, people just think that Democrats are smarter because they have a higher ratio of college grads. But then you start to look at the actual demographics, and 40% of Democrats are either Black or Latino. And those are the two races with the lowest GPAs of all of the groups of people, and the ones with the lowest that throw off the Democrats, because most Black people who don't live in big cities don't get bad grades like that. But the people in the big cities get such bad grades that it just throws the statistics. So it makes their Black people are on the bottom, and Latinos are right above them. And then if you look at the income level, then whites are above them, and then Asians get the best grades. And then it's the same thing with our income levels. The income levels actually closely mimic your GPAs. And so people think that Democrats are smarter, but the reality of the situation is that they're in big cities where there's a whole bunch of poor people at the bottom, and they have really bad GPAs, and they have high crime and drug abuse rates. And the people up at the top, sitting up top of the ivory tower, they're the people who, with the really good jobs, you got the good education, who believe in fairness. So really what it is that there's a bunch of smart people up at the top who are just keeping most of the people in the city in poverty. And they're just essentially just, they have way more liberal arts majors and they got the women studies majors and the African American studies majors and the humanities majors, and they got the scientists. And so really, in reality, most Democrats have low GPAs. It's actually a fact. You can actually look it up. But these lefties, they seem to like these liberal arts. I don't know. I'm a musician. I did band in high school. I also went to a liberal arts community college to do audio engineering and play jazz music. And I'm a computer scientist. So I know a lot about these scientists. And they definitely live in a different universe. These liberal arts people are, they're in a different universe. They see, they're like, it's like they want to have all the fancy stuff from the people who didn't do liberal arts and who actually made the fancy stuff. And so they're jealous, and they're like, they're saying that it's the white man's fault that these liberal arts people didn't get jobs as computer engineers or computer scientists or doctors or master. And so this is why they're out rioting, because they're like, they think they're discriminated against. This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, not too much of stuff that these people make sense. I'm going to let you read the rest of that. If you want to find the link to read up more about these people, you can do so at realsimplenews.net/issue 106. So close. The next article from Daily Mail: protesters breached 2 lines of police barricades in Rochester on the 8th night of protests or riots at Daniel Prude's death, as 2 demonstrators were hit with federal charges for throwing fireworks and attacking cops with a shield. They called for justice for Daniel Prude for 8 consecutive nights. And see, last I checked, let's see, last Real Simple News with Kayla McCullough on September 4th. It was, we were covering this story about the Rochester thing, and then they were just straight race rioting for a week. And there's just so many race riots, it's like hard to cover all these race riots. And so I didn't do the show for 11 days. Well, I did one Real Simple News with coffee, and then the computer crashed. So I didn't get very many studies or stories in, and then they backed up for a little bit. And so we had all these massive amount of stories. 40 stories about race riots tonight, right? Something like that. That's like crazy. It's like mind-numbing how many race riot stories there are up here. It's just been going the whole time, man. These people have nothing better to do. They must not have jobs. They must not have anything better to do, because it's like I've done a lot of other things, like running my business. I don't know. Maybe it's just that there's so many of these lunatic lefties that they just have a constant fresh supply of cray coming. They just like spit cray at you just nonstop. Well, you just juice them up with those scam donations from BLM, bro. They'll be race rioting nonstop. Personally, think that we need to shut their donations down. What do they do? Damn. They still race riot. I just can't believe these people are out. These people must just be insane. They must have been chanting so much that they completely brainwashed themselves. Did I just smack Robert Mueller? Whoopsh. Psh. Psh. Sorry. It's okay. I don't know. I don't know. Is this dude legit? I don't know. Still haven't figured out what to think about Robert Mueller. We don't know. They wiped the phones. 29 of the phones. So, yeah, Robert Mueller's pretty sketchy, dude. He might be deep state, bro. Mueller might be deep state. I think all these people just look insane. They're like, really? It's like they're like refugees or something and they don't have any place to go. Like, where is it really just like there's a fresh supply of cray? Here's a video.
The reason why we're all here today is to announce that 2 individuals have been arrested and charged federally. Adam Green, age 20, of Dansville, New York, and Dallas William Smothers, age 20, from here in Rochester. And each have been charged in separate criminal complaints with federal violations of Title 18 United States Code, Section 231, obstructing and impeding law enforcement during a civil disorder. In the event of conviction for those crimes, each of those defendants will face a term of imprisonment of up to 5 years and or a $250,000 fine. Now, as we all know, following the public disclosure on September 2nd of Daniel Prude's death, nightly protests, some of which have been violent, began to take place here in the city of Rochester. We will not hesitate to charge any individuals who commit these acts of violence to the fullest extent of the federal law. These arrests are not about deterring free speech. They're about deterring violent and dangerous criminal activity.
I cannot tell you why this didn't follow every other protocol that we would find in a similar case from starting that night. And that means that it would be determined or designated to be a critical incident. You know, we're notified, and everybody goes in, and everybody starts to work on this.
I think they just got fresh supplies of craze and then they got refugees out there. That's my honest opinion. It does seem as though they have endless supplies of cray. This next article from Newsweek, Seattle security guard slashed with a machete after being mistaken for a cop. The incident took place in the city's Capitol Hill neighborhood on Tuesday night, not far from the Seattle Police Department's East Police Precinct, where protests were taking place. In fact, you should go through the Real Simple News archives and look for the CHOP shows. There's a bunch of good CHOP riot shows. And like, there's been a lot of I looked at the thumbnails actually today, and there's a lot of them. a lot of history going on. I feel blessed to have been able to do this show. It's a lot of work, but honestly, it's like this crazy, weird part of our history. Do we have any videos here to show? See if they have a video if I refresh it. No. No video. That was about all we get. Oh, yeah. The 50-year-old man, apartment security guard, he'd been patrolling for the 1600 block of 12th Avenue around 11:20 p.m. when the woman started yelling insults to him from the vehicle. Police department said in a release. Witness told police that the woman got out of her vehicle carrying a Nerf blaster, then approached the guard and asked if he was an officer. Guard was reportedly wearing a vest with the word officer printed in front of it and on back, police said. When the guard walked away, the woman continued hurling insults at him. She then returned to her vehicle, retrieving a foot-long machete, began walking towards the officer and another person. The guard and the other person tried to quickly enter the lobby of an apartment building at 12th Avenue to get away from the woman wielding the machete. The guard tried to pull the building's door shut as the woman fought to try and pull it open. Police said that during the struggle, the woman reportedly slashed the guard on the forearm, leaving 2 5-inch cuts. The woman then returned to her vehicle and fled the scene. Seattle police said that at the time the guard was struggling with the suspect, a group of protesters down the block had dumped garbage and set fire to a flag in the East Precinct fence line. Oh, wow. So this is actually a hate crime. Wow. Not just some crazy chick. They're like broke off from the riots and they were looking for a cop or a white male to kill. Huh. Wow. I just wish I was just insane and none of this was true. That would just be a lot easier. I could say, just give me some happy pills. I'll be okay. Right. No, this shit's actually happening, man. Sadly, this is happening. Guard was later transported to Harborview Medical Center with non-life-threatening injuries. This next article from Democrat and Chronicle.com says naked protesters with spit hoods in Rochester. Trump's inaccurate tweet. After several days of tense rioting in Rochester, Sunday, the riot ended peacefully with no reported arrests or injuries. Monday began with naked and partially naked protesters downtown. The riots began in Wednesday after the Democrat and Chronicle reported the story of Daniel Prude, who died after being restrained by police officers in March. You leave out the details in that. No, he died because he was on PCP and he puked in the spit hood because he was spitting on the cops, and then he was trying to take their guns, and then they put him on the ground, and then he puked, and then I think the water blocked off the air in the mask. That appears to be what happened. So the cops should have pulled the spit hood off of him when he puked. It's an accident. Do you really think that those cops wanted that to happen? Do you think they would have known that the guy was going to die? They thought that this guy could just puke with the thing on and that he would be able to breathe. But no. The puke gets in the mask and then it cuts off the airflow and then he can't breathe. Right? And then he's high on PCP. So he had excited delirium and he went into a coma. That's what happens when you smoke PCP. Don't smoke PCP. If you legalize weed, you can actually just smoke weed till you're blue in the face. It won't even do anything to you. Other than make you space out every once in a while and forget what you're talking about. But this is why I develop artificial memory augmentation technologies, because when you use those, you don't actually have to have your short-term memory. You can just actually use other methods to actually walk your logic back to actually remember what you're talking about. And it's actually far more intelligent and innovative than the vanilla approach. Blah, 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 blah. We got any titties we can look at? Right on. Let's watch some weird, ugly lefties. But they just got to put it down there at the bottom. Ain't no titties. Sorry. Now, as you can see, these people are wearing the spit hoods. They are perfectly fine. In fact, the vast majority of people, in fact, almost all of them who you put these spit hoods on don't die. So, if someone dies when they have the spit hood on, it's called an accident. I mean, I know this is completely fucking obvious, but sometimes you just need an asshole like me to state the obvious so that we can all poke fun at you. Because obviously it's an accident. But no, it doesn't fit the narrative. The white cop kills unarmed black man. Hands up, don't shoot. Which never happened. Mike Brown was trying to take the gun from the cop. Mike Brown wasn't a good person. This next article from the Daily Mail. We can have Wakanda. We just need to build it. 19 families buy 97 acres of land in Georgia to create a blacks-only safe space town called Freedom. But whites who are pro-African American can apply to live there. Sorry. I for a second there, I thought I was on another planet. Just really? The goal, hold on. They bought the 97 acres in Wilkinson County, Georgia. The goal is to establish a city founded by black families that would be a safe space. Idea is brainchild of real estate agent Ashley Scott and investor Renee Walters, who are obviously not poor because they're real estate agent and investor. They initially expressed interest in buying up town of Tomsboro, Georgia. But when that wasn't for sale, they looked for land nearby in the county. They hoped to clear the land for farming and create man-made lake for fishing. Scott and Waters said whites who are pro-black are welcome to join, but me, I'm excluded because I don't support black litter mobs or safe spaces or whites-only communities or blacks-only communities. So, I don't know. You know, I'm definitely pro-African American, just not hood Democrats. I'm very much so anti-hood Democrats. I think that most of the people, the poor people from the cities, are causing all kinds of problems, and their GPAs are really low. That's why they're poor. And we're letting them control the show, and we're kind of learning that they're dumb. They're poor inner city people. I mean, Do you really expect when you let poor inner city people run the show that it's not going to turn into a shit fest? I mean, really, are you crazy? You might need to go see a psychiatrist because that's certifiably insane. Of course, if you let the hood run the show, it's going to look like the hood. This is why we call them hood Democrats, because Democrats owned slaves. They started the KKK, and the KKK wore hoods. And the hood Democrats are the low income, big city Democrats who have low GPAs, high drug abuse and crime rates. And so this is the black looter mob that we're bowing down to. And so they just keep going more. Okay, I went to see Wakanda. If y'all actually come out with Wakanda, I will be a tax-paying citizen. I will totally, I'd be down with that shit. But it's like the most racist people in America are black people by far and away. Black people up in the inner city, most of the black guys don't like gay and trans people. They engage in authoritarian think. So if you don't go with what they think, then they might beat you up. And they have a higher murder rate there. All of these things combined are like far right. That would be far right. Because I couldn't go, I was like, if I went to these neighborhoods in these black communities in the inner city, I'll probably get beat up and robbed. It's like not even a stereotype. It's fact. Like there's lots of places in the black communities where white crackers like me don't go. Especially at night. Unless you want to get robbed. So it's like these people, it's like they want to live in this blacks only community because it's almost like they just did it naturally with themselves. I don't know. Definitely seems like it's like they don't want to leave the hood. They're like, no, we got to invest in the hood. And they're like, and then you finally get the investment and then the rent get jacked up. And they're like, you're gentrifying us. All right. I thought you wanted like a better life. You're like, yeah, but like, I can't compete. You know, I got to get a job. I can't just sell drugs. Like, bro, you've done way too much coke, Molly, and dope, bro. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, maybe you should probably go live out on a farm for a little bit and try to see what real hard work is like. But they try to say that the white man is racist, when in reality, it is actually them who is actually they're part of the party that owned slaves and started the KKK. The one that opposed women's suffrage and passed the 1994 crime bill authored by Joe the Groper Biden that created the prison industrial complex. You know that one? The one that before they passed it, there was hardly anyone in jail for drugs. And then after that, then we had millions of people in jail for drugs. Yeah. Joe the Groper Biden. He was the guy that wrote that bill. And then these are the people they're putting in place. The party that can't stop talking about racism. They started out the racist, and now they can't stop talking about racism. And it's because racism is what gave them power from the start and what they've been trying to perpetuate this entire time, because most Democrats live in big cities. And both of these big cities have a lot of minorities in them in very poor communities. And then the smart people who got all the degrees working up in the ivory tower, they are trying to control everyone at the bottom of the pyramid in order to maintain the four-tier Democrat racial hierarchy or caste system. And that, it's like 93% of black people vote for Democrats. They just never questioned it. And then as it turns out, these Democrats are like the most vile, most racist, most sexist people. They're bigots. They are. They're extremely bigoted against people who don't support white feminism. They think if you don't support feminism, that means you're a misogynist. You hate women. They don't even know what misogyny even means. Misogyny does not mean that you hate women. No. Misogyny has a long etymology that if you study it, it's very fascinating. Actually, I would recommend looking at the etymology of the word misogyny. Misogyny is actually male chauvinism. What they said it turns into is when somebody hates women. And really, that's not really what misogyny is. It's like where a guy has excessive pride in being a male. And they use it to abuse women and homosexuals. And so it's not just that they're being bad to women. Typically, they're being bad to a lot of different people. And it's because they have excessive pride in being a male. And this causes toxic behavior, which is the misogyny. But they want to say it's, oh, this person hates women. So like, oh, this person has been having bad luck with women. And then he said something critical of women. So that means he hates women. That's not true. Not like it. Okay, incels. Then there's incels, right? Those people are self-loathing. They hate themselves. That's also why they hate women. And then it's just basically where it's like you're thinking that the guys are better than the women. That's basically what it is. Whenever somebody says they hate women, they're saying that the guys are way better than the women and that we don't want you anymore. We don't need you anymore. And then that's the. It's not that they hated women. That the fact that they hated women wasn't why they were a misogynist. They're misogynist because they think that the men are somehow better. In an extreme way. It's kind of the same. I don't know. Splitting hairs on definitions, but it's an etymology of the word. Words do morph over time, though. But I like that original definition better. I think it's more scientific. It's more accurate. What does this have to do with this article? Leftist and white feminism, dude? I don't know, man. I don't know what's up with the black people supporting the white feminists, man. Like, I just don't understand it, dude. Just look up white feminism on Wikipedia. White feminism. See, there's plenty of stuff to insult about this white feminism stuff. All you have to do to insult white feminists is just to bring it up. All you have to do is just say that you're just being a white feminist. And just tell them it's a racist form of feminism where they put white women's issues above everybody else's. And they're just like, typically they're so embarrassed that they don't really actually respond to it, actually. Haven't really had too many women try to address that one, actually. In fact, if you know any women that will want to actually argue with me about that, you should comment below and DM me on Twitter or Facebook. Tell me how much of a piece of shit I am. I promise it'll be entertaining. But the Democrats, see, it's just like the more they ally with these white feminists, the more and more and more cray it gets. Because these two people are diametrically different. You got like African Americans who, when you help out white women, you don't help out African Americans. You're not, when you give more money to the white woman, you're not going to help out the African Americans. I mean, I know this is completely obvious, but like sometimes you just got to state the obvious, right? But then they ally together, and then they're strange bedfellows. They're strange bedfellows. Then we end up with these. Now we got like all black towns. It's like the racist people flip, and then now the African Americans are the extremely racist people, and then they're allied with the white feminists. So it used to be the white man holding down the black man. Now the white males are with the Republicans trying to free the black people from the Democratic plantation. And it's the white women who are now holding down the African Americans in the big city with this insane Democrat brainwash nonsense from the ivory tower liberals sitting up top the ivory tower preaching nightmarish policies to get you to vote for them, to like the post, watch the ad, buy the product, and vote for them. And it's like this whole white power structure thing does not work without the white males at the top. I mean, I don't know exactly what they think they're doing here by like maintaining this white power structure here with the white women at the top, but it's fruitcake. There's like it's like building a building out of Jell-O. It's stupid. It's just not going to work. But women are known for doing completely insane things. So you really expected any less level of cray? You're on one, bro. You're on one. You're dealing with white women. White women are crazy as fuck, dude. And they're powerfully manipulative. They know how to use their tits to get what they want and to completely train wreck your emotions and to wrap you around their finger with their pussies. They're pretty good at it, dude. They've been doing this shit since the dawn of vaginas, bro. So, got to watch out with those strange bedfellows, allies with the white feminists, because in the end, the white feminists are really only doing it for their own issues so that they can get more pay at work. That's really what it's about. Almost there. A couple more articles. I'm done. This next article from the Daily Mail. Woman wrongly calls cops on unarmed black man while sitting in his car in an Ohio parking lot where he was drinking tea, talking on his smartphone because he's pretty darn sure he had a gun. So, get to tell you about a story. When I had 10 cops pointing guns at me, I was a 18-year-old. I had was living in Missouri at the time. I had just been kicked out of this other living situation. How did that end up happening? I moved to Missouri on my own, stayed with some friends, then I got booted out, and then I ended up at this one house with a bunch of guys who drink all the time. There was like backyard full of beer cans. And I was sitting out in the front just talking to my girlfriend. Hold on. A girl that I had a crush on who was not into me. Kind of like dragging me around like she was my girlfriend, but it wasn't. And someone called the cops on me. And 10 cops came, guns drawn, surrounded the car, forced me out. I'm white. This shit happens, dude. This isn't like driving while black. People don't understand what driving while black means. And so this Daily Fake Mail's put out a bunch, they put shit out like, they put a daily fake mail. How many, we've already debunked a bunch of, or found a bunch of fake news in Daily Fake Mail tonight. But they think anytime a person, a black person gets ID'd as a suspect, that's like driving while black. No, that's not what driving while black means. Driving while black means that people, they'll like pull you over for having a taillight out, but then your taillight's not actually out. It's like they pull you over for unlawful reasons. When you're sitting in a car and somebody calls the police on you and then the police show up, that's not driving while black. No. That means that you were doing something that was suspicious in a neighborhood where suspicious stuff happens, or where there's old farts who are crabby, like people who probably hadn't had sex in so long their dick is falling off, or their pussy is so dusty that they're like, and then nobody wants to even rub her pussy with a broomstick. A broomstick. So that's why they called the cops. It's not because you're black. It's because those people suck. Welcome to reality, bro. This next article from Fox, Georgia prison with ICE detainees performs questionable hysterectomies, shreds coronavirus records, nurse. I think that's incredibly deceptive of a title. So this nurse described a gynecologist treating ICE detainees as a uterus collector. She said a nurse at a Georgia prison sounded the alarm of the number of hysterectomies being performed on migrants detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. A whistleblower complaint filed on Monday in the Department of Homeland Security. Dawn Wooten, a licensed practical nurse, expressed certain regard regarding. She expressed certain regarding the high numbers of detained immigrant women held at the Irwin County Detention Center in Ocala, Georgia, receiving hysterectomies as well as dangerously unhealthy practices at the prison amid coronavirus pandemic, according to the complaint filed Monday by Project South, an Atlanta-based nonprofit and government accountability project, to the Department of Homeland Security of Office of Inspector General. Wooten, who worked full-time at the detention center until July, when she was demoted to work as needed, said other nurses questioned among themselves why one unnamed gynecologist outside the facility was performing so many hysterectomies on detainees referred to him for additional treatment. Quote, we've questioned among ourselves, like, goodness, he's just taking everybody's stuff out, end quote, Wooten said. According to this complaint, quote, that he's, his specialty, he's a uterus collector. So what is a hysterectomy? It's where, here's an article from Healthline, 9 common reasons for hysterectomy. It says, hysterectomy is a surgery to remove your uterus. Well, could be a part of it. Uterus is part of a woman's body where the baby grows. There are different ways to perform hysterectomies depending on reasons for produce. Doctor might go through your abdomen, through your vagina, through your uterus. Procedure can be done in laparoscopic robotic surgery. Sometimes doctors will remove you from your fallopian tubes and ovaries during a hysterectomy. After a hysterectomy, won't have menstrual period, won't be able to be pregnant. A hysterectomy is the second most common surgery performed on women in the United States after cesarean delivery. Each year, 500,000 hysterectomies are done in the United States. So we don't know anything about this. Here, let's go back to the article. Hold on a second. Okay, so I don't really want to give this too much breath. I hate it when they publish it like this. We don't know. What is it? What does ICE say? What is the response? I said in a statement, Fox News, it does not comment on matters presented to the Office of Inspector General, which provides independent oversight, accountability within the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Quote, ICE takes all allegations seriously. It defers to the OIG regarding any potential investigation and or results. That said, in general, anonymous, unproven allegations made without any fact-checkable specifics should be treated with appropriate skepticism they deserve, end quote, the ICE spokesman, Lindsey Williams, said. I think that pretty much sums it up. That should have been up at the top. They should say, these allegations are not proven. A hysterectomy is the second most common procedure that you give to women. So because of this, you would assume that they would have a doctor that does this all the time. That's what my mom said, who's a nurse. She said she read the article and she's, they do a lot of hysterectomies, man. I don't know what to tell you. But they think, oh, all of these women went to this doctor, so they must all have doctor must just be like just handing out these hysterectomies left and right, right? Okay. I mean, that would be pretty devastating to Donald Trump's presidential campaign, right? Probably exactly why she said this. It's probably just a lie. I don't know why Fox News I don't know why they had this title like this. I just think that that's incredibly deceptive. Because the vast majority of people who read this aren't going to be very smart. And they're not going to know when you say colon nurse, what the fuck that means. What does that mean? What does that mean? Like the nurses, like a nurse, just some like batshit crazy lunatic, schizophrenic nurse, the one with that wears the plastic gloves all the time, the germaphobe, the weirdo, right? I've heard enough of my mom's stories about being a nurse to know that a lot of these nurses are complete weirdos. So I'm definitely going to give this one a possible fake news rating. Seems like all of the journalists are repeating the story the same way they do. Standard game of telephone that they play. Where they see, oh, enough of these journalists that I know is reputable are saying this, so then I will then repeat it and parrot, do a game of telephone where it slowly starts to evolve over time. Next thing you know, it's going to turn into there's a satanic cult of pedophiles running the jail. And this next article from Newsweek. AOC says U.S. must atone for rights violations after whistleblowers' ICE hysterectomy claims. At least they're actually just saying that they're a claim instead of that fake news Fox News article. I mean, Fox News is, I used to think that they were fake news. And then since I become a Republican, I've realized that actually most of their stuff is actually legit. It was actually the other guys that were fake. But that one was fake news. This one at least is a little bit more honest. The batshit crazy Representative AOC has said the U.S. must atone for human rights against immigrants in response to a whistleblower's abuse allegations over the rate of hysterectomies and referrals of COVID-19 testing at Immigration and Customs Service facility. A Georgia nurse, Dawn Wooten, filed the complaint, issued the... Okay, we already went over this. AOC's an idiot. Almost everything coming out of this woman's mouth is batshit crazy. You got to wonder what is going on in the heads of the voters that put her there. But almost all of these big cities, they're all Democrat shitholes, and the people are insane and they're violent and they're just not very good people. So fuck them. Fuck your Democrat shithole city. You can kiss my ass. I'm going to be around people who aren't hate mongers, who aren't going to riot and burn the city down over some fake news from some drugged out black guy that died of an overdose. Fentanyl. Probably got it from illegal immigrants. They're like, no, you can't kick out the illegal immigrants. That's far right. What are you talking about? Every country in the world has immigration laws. Canadians don't want Americans going to Canada. Canadians kick Americans out all the time. Is that racist? Is it racist for a Canadian to kick me out if I'm over there illegally? Is that racist? Is it? Is it? No. Obviously, that's not racist for a white person in Canada to kick another white person from America who's illegally there out of the country. Of course, that's not racist. 56% of illegal immigrants in the United States are from Mexico. That's 1 in 20 Mexican citizens is in the United States illegally. Democrats just support this. They support a culture of lawlessness. And it's because they like drugs from cartels. And they like these little la-di-da hippie ideas. But then the people up at the top are like some crusty, nasty old people that probably haven't had sex in like 20 years or something. And these are the people who are running all the rules for all the young people who do want to go out and have sex and do drugs and party all weekend. And the young people don't want to spend the time that it takes to actually run the show. So it's the crusty old people are the ones who are running the show because nobody else is doing the job. And so they don't want you to kick out the illegal immigrants because they want to be a hippie and they don't want to sound like they're racist. And so now we got 4 and 5 border crossers getting across the border undetected. We got 20 illegal immigrants for every homeless person on the streets. And almost 11 of them are from Mexico. The homeless people on the streets, a lot of them are there because they've been banging cartel dope that they got from an illegal immigrant. I mean, this shit's whack. All this shit's whack. Like, we have to enforce our borders. I mean, it's pretty fruitcake to not enforce your borders, man. That's actually crazy. Everybody else around the world enforces their borders. China puts them in the illegal immigrant Muslims in concentration camps. Syria or Saudi Arabia too puts them in concentration camps. The United States is very, very, very not generous. We're the most benevolent country. We take on the most immigrants out of every other country in the world. Every other country in the entire world, we take the most immigrants. So, but they want to shame you if you want to try to restrict immigration at all. And it's because immigrants have taken over the tech companies. They took over Wikipedia. Wikipedia is run by foreigners. These tech companies run by foreigners. They rig the rules in their favor. No shit. That's exactly what they're doing. They're rigging it so that all of the rules are against us so that they can buy out our country. Because the Democrats work for China. And that's what China's trying to do. The rest of the countries want to, they don't want us to come and go buy up and do the swoop and do it on them. It's China behind this shit. And it's because it's cultural Marxism. It's the death throes of the Chinese Nazi Party over there in China. The gig is up for Zinni the Pooh. So they are at risk of losing their authoritarian dictatorship there. The people of China are politically incorrect. So they just don't talk about politics. And then they come watch American TV and they're like, wow, really? I like these guys. So you got to think the people in China, they want democracy. They don't want to live in an authoritarian dictatorship where they could just disappear in a surveillance state. There's only a small number of people that want that. And that's the people who are at the top, who are enforcing it on everybody else. Everybody else just wants to live their life. But the Chinese Nazi Party has been pushing this anti-racist propaganda, as well as the propaganda that the enforcing your immigration laws is far right, that America is racist for enforcing their immigration laws. And the reason why they do that, they have millions of Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps, re-education camps, because they don't want Muslim culture taking over their country, and they don't like illegal immigrants there because they're a totalitarian dictatorship. So why the fuck are they doing it? Because they want to wipe the white English speakers off the face of North America in a cyber warfare campaign? That's exactly why they're doing it. It's a gigantic cyber warfare campaign where they're trying to target the white males by hitting them with getting them addicted to fentanyl to kill them. It's like that they use the cyber warfare campaign to deliver the chemical warfare agents to kill your family and get them hooked on dope from the illegal immigrants. And you can't enforce your border policy because then their network of fentanyl traffickers would dry up and they would no longer be able to deliver their chemical weapons to you. That's it. What is going on? This is what the Democrats are supporting. They're in bed with China. They're all getting corrupt backroom deals from China, like Joe the Groper Biden's son, Hunter Biden, who got a $1.6 billion contract with the Chinese Nazi Party. And you better bet your bottom dollar Joe the Groper Biden's administration would be a pay-for-play operation. If he did it once, he's going to do it again. Now he's beholden to the Chinese Nazi Party because now they have dirt on him. They know, oh, look, Joe the Groper Biden is Mr. Magoo. So we can just get away with whatever because he's a nice guy and he'll just let you do whatever. And he's just so corrupt. We'll just give some of his friends multi-billion-dollar contracts and he'll let us do whatever. This is why we have to stop the Democrats, because this is fucked up. I don't know anybody that would support that. In fact, everybody that I've talked to is completely against that. I've not met a single person. I've not met one single person who supports this plan of the Democrats. Haven't met a single goddamn one. Because every single one of them, when you go down into the details, they say that is hella fucked up. Is that true? And yes, it's true. It's absolutely true. They're even doing cultural Marxism through the Hollywood by subsidizing shitty movies because they make billions of dollars off their movies in China. So Xi Jinping is in control of what movies you're going to go see. So this allows him to do cultural Marxism through pushing anti-racism propaganda that allows us to eliminate our culture, our history, by replacing formerly badass white male characters in a awesome movie with a wham-man or a minority. And the movie bombs in America because they suck, but that doesn't matter because they make way more money in China. So this is how Xi Jinping is subsidizing cultural Marxism coming to a theater near you, sponsored by the Democrats and the Chinese Nazi Party. And that's why you should like and subscribe to Real Simple News, because we fight China regularly and we fight the Democrats regularly, and it's very informative. It's even been 5 hours. We'll pick the best clips out of here. Maybe I'll dump any ones that I, went on a rabbit trail. Make the best ones, and then I think if you want to watch the whole show, some people might actually be watching the whole show. That would be kind of weird. It's been 7 hours? 7 hours? But my legs hurt really bad. This is the last story for the night. I wanted to read more, but I'm going to have to do it tomorrow. There's a lot more stories, too. I think I just read 50 stories or something. That's a lot of stories. Thank you for watching Real Simple News. Thank you for watching Real Simple News on Tuesday, September 15th, what is now Wednesday, September 16th at 4:45 in the morning. I'm going to go to sleep, wake up, and do some more because I have not got through. What do we got? We have cancel culture, Facebook censorship, bunch of stuff about Donald Trump, more China news. Here, let me get through the China news real quick. All right, resending that. Going back. Do a few more of these, right? Woo! COVID man made the stuff, huh? Wait, like who else is on the thing? Sweeney. Okay. Here, let me just I'm just going to throw on this Kim Kardashian story and then the Tim Sweeney story from Apple. Then I'll actually be done with the stories and I could just call it good for this episode without having to do any more tomorrow. Sorry. Damn it. Here it is. Okay. Just throw these on here and we're good to go. Actually, yeah, we'll just go back to here because I like this mic so much better. It's nice. And the camera looks better because there's no green screen on it. In this next article from the New York Post, Chinese virologist posts reports claiming COVID-19 was made in Wuhan lab. This story's been in a lot of major publications recently. I've read part of the study. This story has been definitely gone over the story a number of times on Real Simple News. I just didn't think it was legit at first, so I didn't look too far into it. So a Chinese virologist who has alleged that COVID-19 was man-made in China released a report on Monday. And she says backs up her explosive claim. Dr. Li Minyan, a former researcher at Hong Kong School of Public Health, posted a paper on the open access repository website Zeno that she claims somehow SARS-CoV-2 could be conventionally created in a laboratory setting in 6 months. Paper co-authored by two others is titled Unusual Features of the SARS-CoV-2 Genome Suggesting Sophisticated Laboratory Modification Rather Than Natural Evolution and Delineation of Its Problematic Synthetic Root. And one of the strongest reasons to support that is exactly how good it does its job. Some of the supercomputer simulations have shown that SARS-CoV-2 does a lot more stuff than you think inside of the body. It's kind of miraculous. Okay, so if you're going to use a computer to come up with stuff like this, because you can't just a human can't just go in and like you're programming a computer. It's like, oh, I'm just going to hack on this code and we just plop out a deadly virus, right? That's totally not the way you do it. No, that's not how you do it at all. Getting something that actually works and does what you want is it's like more random than winning the lottery. It's a black swan. It happens. Black swan is means something that's exceedingly rare, that it might only happen a small number of times on Earth, but it still happens. Like black swans, they actually exist, but they're so rare that we just say that swans are white, but eventually you'll see a black swan if you look into enough swans. So finding the SARS-CoV-2 combination would be a little bit like cracking an SSH encryption key. It can happen, or not SSH, SHA 256 encryption key. Like you can do that, but it would take supercomputers a very long time. So that's the strongest evidence towards it. The weakest evidence towards it are that we have the SARS and MERS virus that came from bats, and they had similar symptoms. Other scientists out of California have previously published a journal article mapping out the virus genetic sequence, which they say proves SARS-CoV-2 is not a laboratory construct or a purposely manipulated virus. Jan's paper came after an interview she gave with British talk show host Loose Women on Friday, in which she repeated her claims that the coronavirus comes from a lab, the lab in Wuhan, and a lab that is controlled by the Chinese Nazi Party. She insisted that widespread reports that the virus originated last year from a wet market in Wuhan are a smokescreen. First thing is, the meat market is in Wuhan. It's like a smokescreen, and the virus is not from nature. And, quote, Jan claimed, explaining that she got, quote, her intelligence from the CDC in China, from local doctors, end quote. The virologist who claims she did some of the earliest research into COVID-19 last year, she previously accused Beijing of lying when it learned of the killer bug and engaging in extensive cover-up of her work. And, well, that they did actually try to cover it up. I personally think that they staged the scenes of the China COVID these fumigation scenes. I think that they just had fake smoke. I think they were trying to drum up fear about the pandemic so they could cause a global collapse. I don't have any proof of that. But looking back, another thing that they can do is that they can build a fake pandemic hospital, because in the United States, we know we never had to use our pandemic hospitals. We knew that. We never used it. I think they used it for like less than 100 patients or something. So why did China build one this big? To drum up a bunch of fear. They wanted you to be afraid. It's a fear tactic. Same thing with the when they welded people into their apartment buildings with COVID. These scenes also could have been faked. But there's also just as high a probability chance that they just found it in a cave with some bats. There's a higher probability chance that it came from man to animal transmission, or animal to man transmission, because there are millions of animals that come in contact with people each year. And so it's a statistical probability that it's a lot higher that it was one of those animals that transferred it. But there's some features. This woman obviously knows what she's talking about. I'm going to let you read the rest of the article. It's 5:06 in the morning, and I'm wanting to go to bed. So we're going to crank through these articles real quick. But that is the woman, and if you want to read her paper, Zenodo, or Zenodo. You can find the link at realsimplenews.net/issue 106. This next article from Newsweek U.S. budget deficit hits record days after China says it may dump American debt. The U.S. Treasury Department on Friday said the budget deficit soared to a record high of $3 trillion through the first 11 months of this fiscal year. The announcement came just days after China indicated it may dump American treasuries as tension between Washington and Beijing continue to escalate. The deficit, I would actually just fully endorse us just stiffing them. I just think we should say, look, man, y'all fucked us over. Fuck you. We're just going to do a reset. Just going to reset. But we honor our debts. So I guess we're not going to do that. Can we nuke them? I'm joking. Don't nuke China. No, they're peace-loving people that want democracy. They're not all Chinese Nazi Party over there. Serious? Can we nuke them? No, I'm joking. Don't nuke China. Nuke Silicon Valley. I'm joking. The deficit between October and August, worsened by coronavirus relief spending, more than doubled the previous all-time high shortfall of $1.37 trillion set in 2009. During that 11-month period, the federal government shrunk large sums to generate movement out of the 2008 financial crisis and ensuing Great Recession. More than $6 trillion has been spent in this fiscal year, 2020. Nearly $3 trillion in COVID relief, a figure double the $3 trillion generated from taxes. The imbalance is enormous compared to last year's $984 billion deficit. And with the budget's year ending on September 30th, the Congressional Budget Office forecasts that the deficit will increase to $3.3 trillion. With that, America's debt will likely soon eclipse $26 trillion. And then I don't know what happens. That's crazy. So what does it mean when they dump the treasuries? What, do they stop buying them? I would just fully endorse cutting off all ties with them. If there's a Chinese Nazi Party, man, all you got to do is just say, hey, look, we owed this debt to the Chinese Nazi Party. But they're not really a legitimate government. They're an authoritarian dictatorship. They're far right, but they say they're communist. You can't have you can't have communism with hundreds of millions of impoverished Chinese out in the countryside and filthy, stinking rich Asians in the cities. That's called the steep social hierarchy. It's as steep as it gets, buddy. Then you got millions of Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps. No, I don't know. I just personally think we should just not pay them, but that's just because they're Nazis. I don't know. I fully endorse sticking them hard. If everybody just stuck them hard, they would just go bankrupt overnight. So that's my own personal theory about it. But I like the American style or the American government's style of we honor our debts. So, yeah, I'm just not going to comment on that one. I guess I already did. This next article from the New York Post. U.S. revokes visas for over 1,000 Chinese nationals over military ties. A State Department official confirmed to the Post the effort came as part of a May 29th proclamation by President Trump to restrict entry of some Chinese nationalists into the U.S. that was implemented on June 1st. The proclamation said that China had been, quote, engaged in a wide-ranging and heavy resource campaign to acquire sensitive U.S. technologies and intellectual property, in parts to bolster and modernization and capabilities of its military, the People's Liberation Army, end quote. State Department told the Post that the proclamation was put into place to safeguard the U.S. national security by limiting Beijing's ability to steal Americans' intellectual property and other information to develop their military capabilities through these students and researchers. They are doing that. They send grad students over here to be spies. Not all of them are spies, but most of the grad students, all of the grad students they send us are children of the Chinese Nazi Party. And not all of them are spies because, well, it just wouldn't work that way. They only send some of them being spies. Sometimes they send them over as grad students, and then they have another spy here in the U.S. that will turn them into a full-blown spy. But it's not all of them. You have to understand that most people in China want to be in a democracy. So these people that we're talking about are not the Chinese people. They're Chinese Nazi Party. These quote-unquote high-risk individuals, according to the department, only represent a small number of the total Chinese population that is coming to the United States. That's exactly what I was saying. Quote, we continue to welcome legitimate students and scholars from China, do not want to further the Chinese Communist Party's goals of military dominance, end quote, department said in a statement. But I will say that with the caveat of I don't think that we should allow them to modify Wikipedia, because a lot of these Chinese foreign exchange students, they've been fed the Chinese Nazi Party propaganda line for so long that they believe it. So they don't need to be told by the Chinese communists or the Chinese Nazi Party to modify Wikipedia. They will be here doing grad student work, and then they will modify Wikipedia during the course of their studies. I don't think that they should be allowed to do that. I don't. I think that they have a high potential of rigging the system, of causing a lot of damage just through misinformation fed from the Chinese Nazi Party's wiki, which is rigged up with propaganda. And so they'll believe it because they've been hearing it the whole life. So they think, no, it's not like that. You didn't understand. And then they'll parrot the Chinese Nazi Party propaganda, and then other people will too. This is the problem. And then we also, too, engage in the radicalization with them. Not we, not I. But other Americans will also, too, engage in the radicalization. So it's not just Chinese Nazi Party. There are people here in the United States that also, too, believe this deeply. So you just got to get all these Democrats out because they're all in bed with China. Can't trust any of them. This next article from the Daily Mail. Kim Kardashian is joined by Leonardo DiCaprio and a slew of stars for Freeze Instagram Day as Hollywood decides to protest hate speech on the Mark Zuckerberg-owned platform. Kim Kardashian West announced Tuesday she'll freeze her Instagram account and Facebook account because the platforms allow for hate and misinformation. I'm going to push back on that. What was life before the internet? There was all kinds of hate and disinformation, right? There was a lot more hate and disinformation than there was today. Remember, they used to have KKK and massive, huge wars that killed large amounts of people. Now we have the internet. Those things are not as frequent now, unless you're in the Muslim world. Ms. Kardashian said these platforms allow for the spreading of hate, propaganda, misinformation created by groups to sow division and split America apart. And so Kim Kardashian West is married to Kanye West, who is a big fan of Donald Trump. Kim Kardashian West is a fan of Donald Trump. So the hate that she's talking about is not from the right. She's talking about hate from the radical left. It's kind of a walk away thing here. Amy Schumer said Facebook, quote, looks the other way when it comes to organizing hate and violence, end quote, and the algorithm recommend the content to nonviolent users. And this is very true in other countries. Actually, there was another article that I was going to read, but we ran out of time, about how Facebook has completely overlooked hate that's turned to the point of genocide in where? I can get that here real quick. In Ethiopia, here's a picture of some people out with a bunch of machetes because they've been spewing out hate speech on Facebook. And so they've been too busy censoring our speech here in America because they think that because they've been supporting the Black Looter mob. If you follow my channel, you know I've been censored a number of times by Facebook. They just mark my stuff as spam because it's not hate speech. So they just call it spam because they just don't like the speech. So what they've been saying is hate speech isn't really hate speech. Like the N-word, if you call somebody N-word, that's not really actually hate speech. Hate speech is really stuff that makes people want to kill each other. Like calling somebody an insult is just, it depends on what you mean behind it. Like if you're saying, what's up my N-word, then that doesn't really, it's not the same thing. In particular, when they used the word N-word, it made people want to brutalize them. And it was the way that they used the word. It wasn't the word itself. That's the key to understand about hate speech is hate speech is very dangerous, but it's a context-based thing. But Facebook, this market in Ethiopia isn't worth enough money for them to justify bothering with very much resources. They put all their resources into trying to affect the 2020 presidential election. So they overlook these people. And if you want to read this article, it says hate speech on Facebook is pushing Ethiopia dangerously close to a genocide. Interesting article. I don't know what to think about that. I'm still a First Amendment person. I think that the world is better when you don't ban hate speech. But on online platforms, it's a little bit different because they have the ability to use much more deceptive means than you would in person. Like me as a person, with my speech, I can only do so much. But on Facebook, they can cause a genocide. So if that's actually happening, yeah, I would definitely agree. They should shut down the radical left. They should shut down Antifa. They should shut down all these radical leftists, black looter mobs. They should boot them off. I don't think anybody should ever be permanently banned from Facebook. I think it should always be a temporary thing because it's a public square now and people need it for their job. Other participants, including Leonardo DiCaprio, Naomi Campbell, Katy Perry, and Jennifer Lawrence, will stay off the platform for a whole 24 hours. Wow. That's a big move there. 24 hours. Wow. Wow, you're You're really sticking your neck out there, really sacrificing a lot there. Whole 24 hours off of social media. Wow. I guess that's kind of big for them. Hey, maybe it's the right step in the right direction. However, some fans told their stars to delete their profiles, which can earn $1 million per post. Comedian Sarah Silverman was told, delete your Facebook account. Life's so much nicer without it. The only way to pressure Zuckerberg is his wallet, end quote. The effort is part of a Stop Hate for Profit campaign, which has been run by a bunch of radical lefties seeking to stop social media companies accountable for hate on their platforms. Now, hold on. I've looked into that, and it looks like some of the people are lefties, and then some of them are walk-away people. So, I don't know. Kim Kardashian West, she's going to be with the walk-away people. NAACP, Color of Change, that's the bad one. And the Anti-Defamation League, another bad one, who made a list of demands regarding political misinformation, racism, violence, and hate speech. So it's a mixed bag over here with this protest. Don't know what to tell you about it. Make up your own mind. You can read the story at realsimplenews.net/issue 106. This next article from the Daily Mail, the job was a giveaway. Everything was on the internet. 8.5 million Larry Kim Kardashian Paris jewelry raid was made easy by social media boost, quote unquote mastermind, told police. Alleged mastermind Aomar Ayat Kidashi said Kardashian was a very easy target. Kardashian was held at gunpoint while robbers took her items of jewelry. By the reality TV star's robbers have emerged in... Hold on. By the reality TV star's robbers may have emerged in legal papers filed in France. So here we can see the standard cleavage pictures from Kim Kardashian. She has very nice boobs. You should like and subscribe to this channel because I never miss an opportunity to put boobs on the news. Anything else? Not too much. Not that good of a boob pic. Kind of lame. And for the last article, this next article from NPR, Fortnite fight, CEO explains why he launched war against Apple and Google. From his perch in Cary, North Carolina, Epic Games CEO Tim Sweeney has launched a war against Silicon Valley powerhouse Apple and Google. Billionaire maker of the video game phenomenon Fortnite, the one with all those badass dance moves, dragged the tech giants to court last month over the 30% fee they charge them on purchases made through their app store. This is crazy, this whole thing. Thank you, Tim Sweeney, for fighting this fight. This is the pivotal antitrust lawsuit of our time. You might not be aware of this. We've been following this on this show since the start. Tim Sweeney had some guts to do what he did. Obviously, they have enough income through other sources that they're able to fight this fight, but they got tired of paying this 30% app fee from Apple and Google, so they just decided they were going to stop paying it, and then they got booted off of Apple and iOS stores. So Google doesn't have any defense for the antitrust. They don't. Apple has a defense that's going to be interesting to hear in their case. They're trying to say, no, the customer isn't getting less and paying more because we have a monopoly. For more information about that, you should look up the Standard Oil Rockefeller antitrust case. For the definition of antitrust, which is where the monopoly is causing the customers to pay more for the same product that they would have gotten from their competition because they have monopoly. It's not, the antitrust laws aren't there to protect your business. They're there to protect the customers. That's the key thing to understand. Hyper-competitive is not the difference. Same thing as antitrust. Hyper-competitive is good for customers. Antitrust is bad. So Google, obviously, when you pay Google 30% fee on the App Store, obviously you're paying more and you're getting less because you are not getting Fortnite, and now you're paying that 30% fee. But you're continuing to pay that 30% fee, but now you don't have Fortnite. So obviously they don't have a defense. This is why Tim Sweeney did this. He's the man. Thank you, Tim. Let's just look at his picture one more time. Yes, this is my favorite nerd in the world. So Apple, they have a defense that they're going to try in court that I think is very interesting. They say, no, you get more when we have a private ecosystem and we're able to control everything because you get more security. Bullshit. Bullshit. Now, judges are not known for being very tech savvy. I don't think that they'll fall for that. I think as for having an excuse, yes, they did. They did have a rebuttal. They did. But as anybody who's familiar with cracking iPhones, the iBoot software was cracked. Not going to speak too much about it. I never saw the source code. I don't know what you're talking about. But they released the iBoot firmware, and is it obvious? I don't know. So you can crack their iPhones now with a device that you can buy from some Israeli firm, and they can crack it very fast. It doesn't take very long to crack your password with their device. So no, you are not actually giving me more, and then I'm paying less. You're not. That's not the way it goes because, first off, on the vast majority of computers, I could change the operating system. I can't do that on the iOS device. It's not like Android where I can go download some mod kit and then get some badass thing. It's basically they took the same computer that I would get from someone else, and then they locked it down so they could have a monopoly on it, and then they want everybody to pay 30% for every charge. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. I mean, it's one thing if it's like Walmart is like a hyper-competitive business. So when they charge, I mean, they have to charge X% on everything that's in there because they have to house the merchandise and sell it. But what Apple is doing, it's like they just created a money machine where all they do is block everybody else out so they can't, you can't use the hardware. You're not able to use their APIs to program with unless you pay their fee. They got a developer's fee. It's like $100 a month or a year. Sorry. And then there's the 30% App Store fee. And so that means that they're getting a chunk out of everything. So their thing is, their excuse is, but we have a closed ecosystem, allows us to make everything more tailored. Like, okay, well, so that means for your stuff, it makes it more tailored and custom, but then for everybody else's stuff, then it's not as nice, right? Or, yeah. Oh, so then you mean I pay more and get less? Oh, it's not going to work. Obviously, this line of reasoning doesn't go very far, because you say, well, how about outside of your ecosystem, right? How about for the Mac users who use open source, who don't rely on your closed source software? What do they get out of it? They're not really allowed to use our stuff. Actually, they have to consent to the developer's license thing. Oh, so that means you have a monopoly. Oh, okay. So thank you, Tim Sweeney. This is incredibly interesting. If you want to read the rest of this article, you can look it up on NPR, or you can find it at realsimplenews.net/issue 106 for the show. And this time it actually is the end of the show. Thank you very much for watching Real Simple News with Caleb McCullough on Tuesday, September 15th, which is now Wednesday, September 16th at 5:33 a.m. I've been up here since 10 a.m., so that's 7 hours and 15 minutes with a 15-minute break. And I got through all of the stuff on the intro. Right, we got Pooh Bear, Kim Kardashian, Tim Sweeney, Joe Magoo Biden, the McLaughlins, and that's it. Cool. Good to go. So again, thank you for watching. Again, my name is Caleb McCullough. I'm captain of the Kabuki Starship, which is an open source software project you can find on GitHub. And I'm trying to build a space simulator. So they call me Captain Kabuki. I've been reading you RSS news articles from the intellectual dark web. And as I say every time, thank you very much for watching. Farewell, aloha, sayonara, peace be with you, and Godspeed in your journeys.